All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got, and this is the Paradise League HoN's grand finale. We have made it. These two teams playing for what's a $10,000 prize pool on the line. Honestly, some really good money definitely on the line here, and we have a best out of 5. And what's a little more special than just your normal HoN event, let's be honest, it's, well, frankly, the final HoN event that we know of, as we are in the final weekend before everything is to come to a close. But we're not going to dwell on that right now. We got a great best of 5 that's in front of us, and I am excited to be here casting as we got Team Tim versus Team Doghouse. But What You Got? Welcome. How you doing, buddy?
Thank you for the warm welcome, Breaky. And I gotta say, year after year, I never get tired of hearing that intro. I'm so happy you did it. As we're finally here. These two teams have fought tooth and nail through 5 cycles to get here to the grand finale, where you said it, going up with a best of 5. So this is going to be quite the battle, and I am very excited to be here and cast this game. So we got the draft underway.
We already, I mean, these teams are, it's safe to say these teams of players are pretty confident. Has there been I want to start with this, has there been like a balance patch very recently, or has it been in a similar spot for a while?
I think the last one, I'm looking at the log here, was January. So it's been pretty much the same for, what, like 5 months now or so? 5-6 months. So
teams pretty confident with what they want.
They're pretty comfortable with pretty much everything that's going on in the game.
All right, well, let's talk about that. What we have right here, we have the Sir Bensington first pick coming out, Moira and Rowley on the side of Team Tim. On the other side for Doghouse, Magnus and Engineer. What do you think? What do you think of these drafts so far?
So right away, I noticed the Bensington gets picked up as it's the first pick from Team Tim. This is a hero that both of these teams really like to run. So I could expect throughout the series to see this either banned or picked by either side. And they already pick up the Moira and the Rally as well on Team Tim's side, which means they usually like to run tri-lanes when they pick these types of heroes up. The Rally is a very comfortable hero for Volca, who plays a very good roaming position 4. And the Bensington, as of recently, actually, I think in either Cycle 4 it started or Cycle 5, they started putting the Bensington occasionally onto their position 3, which is Taipei, as of late. So it might not necessarily be Imboboy playing the Bensington in the tri-lane. They could still opt to run it in a solo lane. So I'm still unsure how they will run that. But then on Doghouse's side, Magnus Engineer is just like a really good combination of heroes. They can both be supports, or they could both either be ran as core heroes. So we have to wait to see the rest of the draft.
They also pair well with Balfagor's Hellonure, so we're looking at some good wombo combo potential, certainly. I'm looking forward to the Hellborn lineup over there. That mixed in with a shot. But by the way, before we continue on the draft, I do got to say, it's obviously coming back to an event like this, and sure, maybe I'm personally not watching the most HoN, I will admit, over the months past, but coming back into these finals here, going to be casting this. It's so cool seeing a lot of these familiar names, specifically over there in Team Tim, the brothers themselves, Imboboy and Zane, still grinding it out, still having a good time, and apparently still doing pretty well all the way to the very end here on the side of Team Tim. So I just love seeing that.
Oh yeah, these guys are veterans. I mean, anybody who's watched HoN throughout its lifetime will recognize those two names over there. Very, very familiar.
All right, Shadowblade, though. This is, I love this hero personally throughout history. Now, there never really was a meta, back when really was casting and really into it with Shadowblade core, but apparently that's different nowadays.
Yeah, so Shadowblade, he can be ran as like a tri-lane carry, and he only really needs like 1 to 2 items to really take off in the game. You get like a Nullfire Blade into a Shrunken Head, and this hero just outputs ridiculous amounts of damage once he stacks the stats up with his Essence Shift. And the fact that he can become ranged form in the tri-lane makes him a bit more of a stronger presence, as he has a mini stun on his Soul's Sight now. That got changed some months back, so he got a little bit of a better laning phase. But yeah, he scales very, very well, and you pretty much almost have to shut this hero down, because once it gets to late game, this hero is a monster.
All right, so that's the third pick over there. You got the Balfagor, and now the final pick to come. Thinking of what they need as far as the other side, though, they finished with, what was that, a Torture? Yeah, Torture and a Gladiator, as they've now been swapping around heroes themselves. But that lineup over there instead of Team Tim really screams to me very gank heavy. Very, we're gonna try to find you by yourselves or roaming around and setting up kills.
Yeah, so what Team Tim has been doing, and I go back to this last couple of cycle type of thing, is they've been putting Torture in the tri lane, and they run that on Imbo Boy, and he plays it very, very well. It's a very aggressive kill centric tri lane where they get farm on the Torture, and then he scales. And then they send the Bensington instead of into the tri lane, they send him into that solo short lane where he can get an early level 6, do well in his 1v1 matchup, and then he gets the global presence to start being present with the rest of his team. And then they pick up the Gladiator as their mid option, which is a very strong laner, but also he can catch people throughout the early and mid game stages, setting up for an early Nightfall to catch people out. So it's a really good combination with the Bensington to pick up the Gladiator, and it also gives them a Tricore with the Torture pickup.
Lord South Forest, final pick on the Hellborn side. So our lineups are complete, but what are we thinking about the Lord South Forest pick to conclude it for the Hellborn?
I think Lord South Forest is always a really strong core option. So they last picked that, which means they're going to go Tricore versus Tricore with Balfagor, Shadowblade, and Lord South Forest being the 3 core heroes here for Doghouse. And South Forest is going to have a number of targets to choose from who he wants to put that Undying on, depending on whether Torture goes for more of like a tank up, sustain item path route. He might be looking to put that Undying onto Torture this game, but Bensington is a hero that is relatively squishy throughout the early stages, so if he gets hit with an Undying in 1 to 2 spells, he's usually going to be going down. So I think it's a pretty good pick, and it's going to allow them to have one guy who can soak jungle stacks and split push and soak creep waves a lot.
Yeah. By the way, we're going to pause here. So actually perfect time as, we're talking about this $10,000 prize pool, this being the HoN's grand finale brought to you by Paradise League. Also a couple of sponsors to give a shout out to help supporting this event and helping to get such a prize pool. First one being Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, a lot more games, both in traditional games, even in the Web3 community, if you're interested in that. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots to the tier 1 professional levels. So we're talking all over the place. Definitely check out the website, communitygaming.io, or join their Discord to learn more. And there's also Polydoge. Polydoge actually... awesome sponsor themselves. They're a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience it for yourself at polydoge.com. So there you go. All right, so we are in this pause here, and teams talking strats, perhaps, as far as what they want to do. So what you mentioned, the ideas of tri lanes potentially coming out. If you had to guess here, what you got, what are we going to be seeing as far as are we going to see a tri versus tri lane matchup, you think, coming at us?
So if I know these two teams as well as I hope that I know them, after seeing so many of their games, I think what we're going to see this game, and of course I might be wrong, but what I think we'll see is both teams tri lane up in the top lane. So they'll send the Torture, Moira, Rally tri lane top. And I think they might already be doing the opposite of what I'm saying, as I'm seeing them head to their lanes. I was expecting to see the Bensington versus Lord South Forest matchup in the bottom lane, and then Balfagor versus Gladiator mid lane, but these two teams, maybe they just have the mind games with each other. They're like, oh, well, they think we'll do this, so we'll swap it up and do this kind of thing. Sure. And, obviously the whole point of these, drafting stages is to mind game your opponents with how you're going to lane your heroes to get the best out of your early laning stages. But it looks like Doghouse is going to send their tri lane defensively. I think that is the right call because they have the Shadowblade, who is, I would say, the hardest carry in this game. So if he gets a safe farm, that is always going to be good for Doghouse. But Team Tim is deciding to try to mix the strategy up here and put their tri lane maybe defensively with the Torture. Alternatively, they have the Bensington, who could still be tri lane, so they could just put the supports up in the top lane if they want to. Because Torture is a hero that is very capable of being left alone, especially against a hero like Balfagor. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it is interesting to me that they didn't decide to send the Torture tri lane to the top lane.
So it really is a position 1 Torture here. That's what we're seeing.
More or less, because Imba Boy is the notorious carry player
Yeah.
for the team. So yeah, in a sense, he is the position one. All in all, it really just depends on how they want to allocate the farm, because Benzington would be the best scaling hero, I would say, in their team, and then Torture maybe the second, Gladiator probably the third. But it just depends on how well every single one of those heroes does in their lane, because every hero can scale very well.
It's always so fun coming back and hearing comments like that. Oh yeah, Sir Benzington's gonna scale and carry this. I'm just like, what the fuck? What? Sir Benzington is gonna. When did that happen?
There are games where this hero just gets like a monster game, and he's just. Have you ever seen Staff of the Master on this guy? By the way, he gets like so much attack range, and he's just hitting you from like Flint Beastwood range. It's really fun. To see.
I think I do remember the last time Sir Benzington was very legit as well, and we're talking about the last 6 months or so. I remember Cat's an event and similar idea. So yeah, I believe I have, but yeah, it's still just interesting to hear. But all right, so he is going to be up there by himself though against the Trilane. Obviously, can't expect the most efficient farm for him. You already see some pulling coming out, some clever play from Lilac as he's on the Magnus. And you're going to keep that going throughout, essentially playing a jungle Magnus right here. But this is that dual lane setup. Zane on Moira is protecting the playing Gladiator. And allowing him to get some good farm against Lord Self. So what do we think about that?
So I think Doghouse has some decisions to make. If they want to keep the lanes like this, they're not going to do well in the 2 solo lanes, because right now Team Tim is 2v1 in both of those mid and bottom lanes. So they're going to be getting good farm on both Gladiator and Torture. And to win 2 out of 3 lanes is always really what you want to achieve in early laning stages. And Doghouse is only going to be getting free farm on the Shadow Blade right now. So at some point, we're going to need to see Magnus and Engineer make their presence felt in either the mid or the bottom lane.
Yeah, Magnus, he is spending a lot of time in that jungle, of course, benefiting certainly. He is level 3, but just as you're saying that, he is going to control the 2-minute rune. Looks like we'll pick it up. Happens to be a haster in that spawns, and maybe find Sir Benzington.
Spotted on the word of sight here, though.
Okay.
But Benzington is gonna get walked down here if he can time this correctly. One more auto attack. He's got the apple.
Oh!
Might go for a dive here. The tower.
Got it. Oh no! He actually lives. I thought the tower was for sure going to go one more shot off, but Magnus not only gets the kill, but gets out middle lane. They're going to go for a play onto Lord South Forest. He's not an easy target to kill. The Manor Sunder's out. Lord South Forest just going to run away, though. Regen's kicking in, and he will survive. Taking plenty of damage, so Gladiator once again continues some great farm. But that was a bloodlust coming out for the side of the Hellborn.
Yeah, so that's going to get Magnus some build-up items, and looks like he's going to be stacking the jungle. I'm not sure if he's going to be actually jungling or just getting those ready for maybe the South Forest probably to take once he gets like level 5 or so. Probably the latter, as he's probably going to want to keep making his impact felt on the lanes.
How is that mid lane going? Lord South Forest 6-0 against the 19-9 Gladiator. Again, is going up against that Moira support as well as Lord South Forest. So very understandably, Gladiator is dominating that.
So bottom lane is in some trouble.
Gonna regurgitate a little bit.
Seconds.
Oh, the nuke is almost for the kill. The auto attack, he actually gets the stun off right there for the chain reactions. And will get a response on his Nookie, so well played by Imba Boy. Top lane, Tapey goes down on the Sir Benzington once again. Looks like fall credit for the kill, but Engineer certainly is there.
Well, we got action in every single lane. Double stun comes in from the Magnus. Beautiful.
That was a beautiful double stun. Exactly. Line up on both. They take out the key target in Gladiator. Moira's going to go for the return kill. We'll get the return kill, but at what cost for Moira?
Yeah, Magnus is going to clean it up, but getting the return kill on the side of the South Forest was really nice from the side of Zane. He knew he was going to get ran down by the Magnus there with another Lava Surge, so he made the best of a bad situation.
This Magnus, though, you kind of called it, Chris. The idea that they're going to need him to start being a bit more useful as far as being in the jungle quite a bit. He hit level 3, he got that haste rune, and obviously saw the Bloodlust, and once again he's setting up another kill. But yeah, you talk about the bottom lane, Balfagor. He's going to once again throw out the regurgitate.
Coming in from Magnus.
There's the stun on a Torture.
Though, this could be okay, because Torture is worth a lot of gold right now. But there's a great compel from Volca. He might actually go down himself now.
The Cookie Monsters. The stun, the chain reaction not in time.
And Benzington also died again, so Benzington's 0-3 now.
We got plenty of kills coming out. 6-3, favoring for Team Doghouse over here on the Hellborn. As we get
Yeah,
5
whenever
minutes
these
in.
two teams battle, it's always like action-packed. We have 9 kills already, Breaky, in 5 minutes, so almost 2 kills a minute.
It's safe to say, like, right, unless I'm mistaken, I mean, this is the biggest HoN prize pool that there's been in a while. Let's be blunt. Like, $10,000 prize pool. That's a lot of money. I believe it's a 80-20 split, so 8,000 for first, 2,000 for second. So both teams still going away with something, but still, obviously, first place, that's quite a significant amount of more money. So not only are these teams familiar with each other, playing a lot of these events over time, but again, we're talking the good chunk of change here. Gotta think that makes it a bit of a step up.
Oh yeah, and you know both these teams want to bring their A game here, especially, you know, get some momentum for themselves starting off with game number 1. I want to talk about some of the rotations that we see happening. So Sulfuras, he did end up going into the jungle. Very low on life, he just took out the 2 triple stacks. So now he's starting to recover. He's almost 300 GPM, so that's very good for him. And then they stick Balfagor into the mid lane so he can try to get some kind of XP going for himself, because bottom lane was just not going very well for him against the double stun combo. And then Magnus was soaking XP in the bottom lane while this was going on, so he's now level 6, and he's trying to make a rotation here in the mid lane.
Oh, he's setting up. A rally's also nearby. Volka sneaking in as well. Looking to make a play. Doesn't see the Magnus yet, I don't believe.
Here comes the showdown. They're going to initiate here on the Balfagor.
They want to. Compel. No, he's going to be stunned first. There's a TP coming in as well. Balfagor trying to live nice. Compel eventually goes through. Balfagor goes down, but beautiful kicks out of the rally. Makes it a 1-for-1. The hastened up Gladiator, though, should be able to easily get away, and that'll be the end of that exchange. Bottom lane looks like Torch is just going to keep pushing the bottom tower. Meanwhile, up at top, Shadowblade, he is having a very good time. 450 gold per minute, yet another death on that Sir Bensington. This might be a tower kill for him as well. You look at the 10 agility that he's also gotten as a result of the Essen shift. But as I'm going on about that, they're looking to set up a kill onto him. This would be a big one. Showdown going to bring him right back. Moira stun. Yes, it connects, and there is the kill. On to Fall. So talk about a very clutch kill, but Emma Boy also goes down. So it's like both teams somewhat mirroring each other as far as killing the cores there.
Yeah, both teams kind of doing the same thing at the same time. Both of the short lane tower or long lane towers for the opposing sides are in deny range. Both carries or priority farmers get ganked and get killed, and then both towers get denied. It's exactly like you said. It's like a mirror.
Well, that makes it a 9-5 game, but more importantly, about a 1,500 gold lead for the side of Team Doghouse. Look at the sword cell for us. So we talked about the struggle start that he had, understandably. He's recovering. I mean, he's taking advantage with these stacks over here, spamming that more Certissima. Still think one of the more unique names. Bottom lane, we had some action down here.
Under the Balfagor, and this will be a dead Balfagor. There's just too much stun lockdown coming out.
Yeah, 3 players coming together, trying to take out the minions. A little too strong, they'll get away, but they got the hero in Balfagor, so they'll be fine with that. Is that a portal key we just saw picked up? It sure is. Magnus.
Look at Magnus. Almost 400 GPM. He's on 376 with a 8-minute portal key. That is insane to have that so early on. I'm looking forward to see what he can bring to the table with this early pickup for their Doghouse. Maybe they can get some key pickoffs in the next couple of minutes, and then Balfagor can try to get some momentum going, because right now he's currently the lowest farmer on his team. This is not like Snooki, so definitely showing that he's really had a struggle this first game so far.
Oh, Moira almost going over there. Nice pitfall landing from Gladiator. He's going to pop the ultimate. He sure is. Showdown brings him back. The perfect time stun. He needs more help. The beautiful Compel, the timing. It hits Magnus as he portal keyed in, and he's going to go down as well. They'll call it. They'll say that was on purpose. Let's be honest. That was a happy accident. They do lose Moira in the background. Engineer throwing out some mines, trying to bait them into it. You mentioned Balfagor going down as well. Engineer is going to survive for the time being. He's just stuck in no man's land now. These mines. Okay, they'll kill them. That was scary. But yeah, talk about that timing, man. I mean, that's just unfortunate. To show off the new portal key, gets caught in his stun as he blinks in.
Yeah, I'm very unfortunate. And I actually missed what happened bottom, but I guess Torture dove the tower and Balfagor got a return kill. Looks like he got his hell on Newerthoth, so that probably was just enough damage to bring down Torture. And that's going to actually favor Balfagor, because he's going to get more gold from that kill.
Okay, so that's what happened. So Torture did go down too. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, that's huge. You mentioned Snooki having a bit of a struggle on his Balfagor, but he'll be happy about that. But look at him, my boys. Back to the bottom lane, even with no tower there, is going to push it in further, going to keep that pressure up. Doesn't have the impalement to assist with these tower pushes. It's instead going for more of the hero damage nuke build, but
yeah, so he's prioritizing pushing out the waves with the bonds. That's on a 5-second cooldown. It's a pretty spammable wave clear nuke. Allows for a lot of early game damage. And they're trying to set up the skill here on Balfagor, but Magnus is in the area to maybe go for a counter gank. Currently 3 people from Team Tim are down here. So Moira's going to get a word up on the deep part of the ancient cliff here.
Yeah, they're roaming around here, just controlling the cliff.
Nice
on this
counter
Hellborn
ward coming
side.
out from Doghouse on the cliff by the tower there. They remove some of the vision, but maybe they'll feel a little comfortable now. There's still that ward on the left that we just talked about, so.
Look at Rally. He's pretty comfortable. He does have that seismic slam, but I don't think he could kill the Magnus by himself right now, so not going to go for a play there.
And on the other side of the map, we have Engineer starting to maybe put a mine trap up on this ramp over by the top
mid lane.
lane. So, yep, mid lane.
Gonna go for Magnus. There it is. Yeah, the patience. There's a seismic slam. I said he's not gonna get the kill by himself. Well, that wasn't by himself. He had 4 heroes essentially coming together, including Sir Bensington with that Nightfall. There's a bit of that really gotcha potential that Team Tim's lineup had coming into this.
Yep, and every time they get a catch with the showdown, it just sets up beautifully for the Nightfall to kind of be channeled.
So free tower kill, Gladiator. What kind of build are we expecting on Gladiator? He's got to have some money at 2,200 gold saved up. So where's Gladiator going, you think?
You know, that's a good question. This hero can be built a number of ways. He can either be built as more like this frontline utility tank kind of hero, or as you maybe have remembered from past years, the one-shot Shroud Rift Shards kind of build. So I think he could do either one. It really just depends on how they want to build the Torture as well. I am expecting to see maybe Gnome's Wisdom, Sackstone, Torture just kind of bulking up a bit. But on Gladiator, it depends. If they want to like just run at Doghouse, like an early barrier idol could be very good for them. Otherwise, he could go into more like utility items like PK, Storm Spirit, just kind of set up, crowd control. Because right now the Bensington, he's not doing well, so he's not going to be outputting a lot of physical or magical presence other than his spells. So Gladiator could definitely go for more of a damage route if he wants to.
Shadowblade just bought something. What's being delivered to him right here? Ooh, it is a Firebrand. Okay, so he's got the Firebrand. Is this going to be a Dawnbringer all the way, you think? I mean, that seems like a hero that certainly benefits from that. Oh, bottom lane, hold that thought.
Yeah.
Because Balfagor gets double stun. Magnus is there for a response, but it looks like just a...
missed, unfortunately, or they could have maybe gotten a return kill. But there was the Steam Bath up. He could have Steam Bathed that Moira Shard. So yeah. Actually, Dawnbringer wouldn't be out of the question, but typically we see Geos and Nullfire Blade combination. It's just really strong with the mana combustion from Nullfire. I am actually a bit surprised that Fa went for the Firebrand instead of the Nullfire, but I am thinking he still will go for it, just maybe after. Mid lane, we have a initiation on the Gladiator here.
Yep, call to arms. I don't think he got the buff from it himself, and they just run him down. Easy kill, compel. Oh, into the vortex. Moira throws herself in as well. They want this kill to Shadowblade. They're going to go for a Nightfall in, but he is a tanky beast right now. Very difficult to kill.
On the Bensington. Nice kick stun. But he's going to live. And Shadowblade, Torture's out of mana, but here comes a Shard. Nice. They're not even going to need it.
Meanwhile it continues.
On the side, Rally goes down to Sulfuras.
They want more. They're out for blood. Self-Force thinking about it. He has Undying still. He's going to use it right here. Not just yet. Beautiful double stun. Moira goes down. Torture will survive.
Oh, the mines. He's going to catch Bensington.
Got him.
Nice mine trap from Dude, and they fought around that area, so great job.
Yep. You see Lord Self-Force just cleaning up the rest of it. So Lord Self-Force, again, a struggle start, but he has certainly recovered. In fact, he is actually now better than Shadowblade, which is kind of a blessing in disguise. It might not be the best thing because that means Shadowblade's actually starting to struggle a little bit, but still, you get the point. Self-Force has been at least doing better, but talk about somebody that's been doing really good overall, and 3,100 gold now for Gladiator. So whatever Gladiator is going, I mean, it's going to buy something big soon. Balfagor, Big kill.
Yeah, they actually caught him up in the top lane. I think they caught him with the Moira, if I'm not mistaken. I did miss that actually, but a good kill again to shut down the Balfagor.
We're averaging about 2 hero kills per minute. That's when you know things are pretty intense here. What you got?
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever we watch a Doghouse game specifically, because Team Tim they do have their moments or their games rather where they're more passive, but they are still able to match other teams' aggression. Doghouse specifically is probably the most aggressive team on the competitive scene. So it does not surprise me we're seeing 2 kills per minute.
Are we going to be seeing a mock of Brilliance on Gladiator? Because he just bought the sort of the high.
Yeah, so he's going to go the damage route. I think that's fine because he's had a very good start. And he is the top farmer in the game. He's almost 460 GPM. He's cleaning up this Catman camp. But once he goes the mock, he'll probably follow that up with either like a Barrier Rattle or a Shrunken Head, just something to kind of protect him so that he can deal his damage. But it is a pretty good build, I would say.
That was so awkward. Pops a Veiled Rot right in front of Lord Self-Force, who had his own Veiled Rot popped. But Lord Self-Force comes out, and now Gladiator is hunting for a kill, still in disguise.
They have the ward. They have the ward here by the Ancients. So this could be a Kongor steal. Magnus goes down to the Nightfall.
Shadowblade's in trouble. The Call to Arms Kongor is going to be stolen, it looks like, and they get the kill.
Wow.
Oh, absolute disaster right now for Doghouse. You see at least Balfagor is able to get out, but Lord Self-Force standing his ground. Has a Shaman's Headdress, somewhat tanky. Gladiator, Undying's on him. He's just going to keep kiting though. He's got plenty of teammate support. Down goes the Self-Force. And Team Tim just takes the biggest lead of the game right there.
Wow, that ward of sight, and it just wore off Breaky. That was a matter of maybe 30 seconds. If they had started that Kongor just a little bit later, that ward would have been expired and they would have had no information. And now Balfagor is getting dove at the tier 3. They have the lockdown from the stun trio there, and it ends up being a full genocide.
Uh-oh. Well, Rally, he might end up dying for... No, never mind. He actually is going to run. So you mentioned the genocide coming out, the Kongor steal. 6,300 goldie. Now Zane is basically saying, all right, kill me, that's fine, don't kill my teammates, just distract. And that's Magnus isn't falling for it though. Levac wants more.
He tried to guess if Torture or somebody was TPing in the trees, so I like the fact that he just random stunned there. It didn't work out, but it's the thought that he tried.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do end up killing the Moira, as you were kind of mentioning. They got the consolation prize, so to speak.
Man, this lead though is just really accelerating now for Team Tim, right? 6,300 gold lead. It's really more about that though. There's also the mental factor after something like that happens too, where you're Kongor, you're about to kill it, it gets stolen.
Engineer has a mind. I don't think this is enough damage though. He does not have an energy field currently. Mine is up in 3 seconds, but Torture's gonna take him out before that can come back up. Plus there was healing coming in from the gnomes. That was unfortunate because if he had placed enough time, to place one more mine, I think he would have maybe got that kill.
Well, they might clean up, or Moira more so going to be the one that's found. It's going to delay things.
They actually got an Arcane Vortex off. That's actually really big because now they can turn.
Torture talking about that turn. The turn happens. Moira survives as well, and now Balfagor is also going to fall. You called it. The Vortex timing from Zane was perfect. Buys the time needed, and that's the response potential that this Legion team has yet again, as we've been seeing and saying throughout it. So I keep going back to, the mental state right now, it's just definitely in a big lead as well for this Legion side. They have all the momentum, and it's what's the game plan here? Well, if you're the coach of Team Doghouse, you call the timeout, you're like, all right, this is what we need to do. What are we saying?
Yeah, so obviously Team Tim has 2 500 GPM farmers right now. They're on their way to getting their next tier of items, so it's continuing to progress for Team Tim. But as far as Doghouse goes, I think you recognize you have the Shadow Blade, you have the carry who can take over the game if you can just kind of buy him that time. I think they just need to maybe try to split push a little bit, try to avoid them maybe for 5 to 8 minutes and try to get Shadow Blade to 1 to 2 items to where he can start to team fight into the Legion. So he'll definitely need, I think, a Shrunken Head. Because there's just too many stuns, too much crowd control for him to handle right now. So if they can kind of buy time, get to that timing, Self-Force gets the Barrier Idol, they just bulk up. I think that they can kind of outlast Team Tim's damage and try to get those key pickoffs with the Undying that they're looking for. So maybe put that on the Torture, because right now the Torture is very bulky and he's going to output a lot of damage. So if we look at the damage chart, I could have said this without even checking. Torture's at 15%. And that's just the nature of the hero. The tankier he gets, the more he's able to sit in the fight and just sit there with his Torment up. So I think they're going to be wanting to aim him down with that Undying.
So obviously we saw the big steal in the Kongor coming out from the Legion team. Their own Kongor is still up. Is there a time, like, is there a reason why they haven't done it yet? You think they just don't feel like they don't need to force it yet?
I think that they are just content with pressuring the lanes and just continuously using Gladiator and Moira to set up for Nightfalls and stuff. And we see them even get the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Torture just pushed that. So they continue to kind of space the map. Top lane is pushed out all the way to Doghouse's tier 2. So Doghouse is feeling, as you can see on the mini map, obviously we don't have their vision, but we have the global vision. We see that they're pinned kind of to their own jungle right now, which just shows that they are playing rather scared. And I think that's just due to Team Tim's ability to just keep clearing out the waves and forcing it to the Hellborn side of the map.
Look at this rally, just scouting things out. And with that invis rune, getting all the information needed. Gladiator was nearby, but ends up TPing away. So really, I don't think Rally, I mean, he might go, there's no way he's killing himself for it. So find somebody else, but oh, this mine trap, by the way. Let's look at Engineer in the other jungle. Oh, Bensington almost ran into it.
I think the only one he can solo kill with a mine trap right now is the Moira. And if he hit that keg, I might have eaten my words, because he might have been able to power supply energy field and bring down Gladiator there. So that was actually really close to a kill. But
is this where we're at with Engineer now? He just goes and looks for mine traps and then gets out. I mean, this is fun.
I mean, ideally, he would be doing this. Actually, middle lane, we see Shadowblade getting caught. That is not good news for Doghouse.
That's your Shadowblade. Just, how about the Shadowblade? He got that Firebrand what feels like 15 minutes ago, and that the farm was great. He still only has the Firebrand, essentially. That's not good.
And they're going to try to get a return kill on the Bensington, who's all by himself, so they spot him out on that ward of sight up in the top river. Middle lane, Balfagor is in response getting killed. It's a savage 6 streak now for Imbo Boy, who's almost up to 600 gold per minute on the Torture.
Wow.
He even picks up a light brand now. He's going toward a Grimoire of Power.
That's a pretty good item on this hero.
Here.
Engineer gonna do all he can. No, Magma stuns in with the eruption activated, but that vortex stalls it as it usually does. Down goes Magma Self-Force. At least they take out Mora, but they lose the Self-Force as well. It continues to get further and further away from Team Doghouse over here, as we're now at that 13.5k net worth lead for the Legion side. And you talk about Torture and just nearly 600 GPM. Absolute insanity there. The Shrunken Head, it looks like we're going to be seeing on Gladiator as well.
Torture's only recipe away from his Grimoire. And Gladiator, like you said, getting closer to his Shrunken. Bensington, I believe, is going still the Thunderclaw route, so he still wants to transition into a damage dealer, which I think is fine, even though he's only on the 330 GPM mark. Just synergizes so well with his hero with the Heart Piercer amplifying magic output.
The Shadowblade.
Yeah, I was just going to mention Shadowblade. So he's pooling a lot of gold that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And it's almost like Fa maybe is trying to feel out if he has the ability to go for something other than just rushing into a Shrunken Head. Because ideally, and again, I am still kind of surprised that he didn't go for the Nullfire Blade, because it is a much better fighting item with his team than going into a first item Firebrand on this hero. Obviously, it is about 1,000 gold more expensive, but Engineer is getting caught here. I don't think they're going to be able to save him, so they should just.
Yeah, I was with you there, but they get a little too curious, and they're in trouble now. Lord South-Force
goes down again.
They got Shadowblade, and the stun hits Lord South-Force. Emma Boy's on point. Nightfall in front just in case. South-Force dead, so yeah, just let the NG die, man. Instead, they lose two very key targets, and now this is a free bottom push all the way to the base for Team 10.
So he actually right-clicked the Nullfire Blade before he died, I guess. He did not He did not think about, or he did not go into the parts to Shrunken Head. So I feel like he's gonna continue to have the same problems until he can get that item, because there's just so much crowd control from the side of Team Tim.
They're gonna steal another Kongor this time. No, they're not gonna go for it. Not worth wasting the time. They have a very comfortable lead. Don't want to give the other team a chance to catch them off guard. They didn't get the tower at the base, but they got it low.
Balfagor here, and Magnus is in the area. They see them coming down the river with the ward, but unfortunately Magnus was a little too slow. But honestly, just great reactions from Volca to PK out. I think as soon as he saw danger coming his way. So just good heads up from Rally to PK in time.
I mean, all right. Well, he has that nullifier now, so keep going back to go with the firebrand. So this game ain't over yet. I mean, let's obviously we're in a spot of, sure, it's a massive lead, and the chances of winning is certainly much smaller now for Team Doghouse. But hey, we've seen it many times before. Been casting this game, watching this game for a long time. Wombo combos, if anything, could still keep you in it, and they do have that potential. Hell on New Earth, you got the eruption, the energy field, of course. They get a team fight where they get the initiation that they're looking for, and suddenly things can go the other way.
But Gladiator here at top river, he might run into Engineer.
Oh no!
He's actually going to see the Shadow Blade, which is the target he'd rather go for.
Absolutely. And that should be a free kill. I mean, again, he's tanky, but not nearly tanky enough. Too much damage. Engineer did all he could, especially against a shrunken-headed Gladiator, which basically is nothing. Could only watch his teammate die.
Now Balfagor could be in trouble if he gets caught here. The ports are coming in. They're going to look for him. He does a nice juke. Oh, wow, the Benzington stun was so close. They're going to get the tower deny here at the least. That was a near kill on the Balfagor as well.
As if they need more things to go their way. They do. They get the top secondary tower as well. Grimoire's on Torture, he talked about earlier. He has another 2,000 gold already saved up. 3,000 gold on Gladiator as well. I'm guessing Torture's going to go for a BKB or a Shrunken Head himself, as he bought the axe there to begin it. So that's just another one coming. So I was just talking about this whole wombo combo. A lot of it is magic reliant. So you have these Shrunken Heads now coming out. Suddenly those chances go down even further.
Yeah, and we see Torture and Benzington, I think, both building toward their own Shrunken Head as Gladiator. We know he's gotten his. Morishar gets put onto Rally. He blinks in to catch Engineer.
Well,
so he will go down.
No energy field to worry about now if a fight does break out for the next 30 seconds. Sulfuras bought back earlier in the game, by the way. He's the only one that's used to buy back, worth pointing out. Magnus, caught by Rally. The rest of the team trying to catch up to him. Nice. Oh, that's a Vortex on a Shadow Blade. We thought he could make a play right there, so there's a stall. Now they come out, and Shadow Blade just being pulled and pushed every which way. He goes in, trying to take out Sir Benzington, but it just ain't gonna happen. Another death, 24,000 gold lead. I mean, Doghouse not going to show a sign of giving up just yet, but it feels like we're starting to get to that point.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they know, obviously, the team fights for, a while now haven't been going their way. I'm sure that they know that they're in a large deficit. Maybe they don't know exactly what this resource number is at the top, but at the same time, they could also still be trying to think, hey, maybe there's a chance that they'll do like a really deep dive and we can get some return kills. We still have the Shadow Blade who does scale well, so there are still some chances, but they might also just be thinking, hey, what is it that we maybe did wrong this game before they, call it and go into another game. So they might be thinking about next game as well. You never really know, but I do like that they're sticking in the game and not, giving up just yet, because they definitely have a good draft and they have the tools if Team Tim makes some kind of mistake that they could capitalize and kind of recover the game. I have seen games that have been around this kind of a lead be turned, so it is possible.
It's a long series as well. This is just game one of best of 5, but we got a mid-fight initiation. Balfagor goes down. He did get a Telenuith off, it looks like, actually, but is it enough to set up the return at the end? Sir Benzington missed the stun, but doesn't matter. Shadow Blade still goes down before you get the kill on Benzington. Magnus just trying to live now. That ain't gonna happen. Rowley was the only one to fall on the Legion side, and it looks like GG's came out basically during the fight. So, that is official. We got Team Tim taking out Team Doghouse. in game number 1. But as I was just talking about, we're both kind of going, I mean, this is a long series. It's the best out of 5, so sure, 1-0 lead, but still plenty of time to recover and get back into it. But whew, what a game, though. A lot of action. That's really what you hope for in the end as a spectator, and we certainly got plenty of it. Looking forward to game 2 already. But final thoughts before we go into the break?
I like that they kind of swapped things up on the side of Team Tim. They did a 1-2-2 setup initially. That threw me off as well. I'm sure that threw off Doghouse. And I think that them letting the Gladiator and Torture get good starts in both the mid and bottom lane kind of hurt Doghouse's early game a lot. Now, granted, they had a lot of really good Magnus rotations after like around the 2 to 5 minute mark area. But not getting like any momentum on Balfagor, I think, really hurt their like ability to just maybe get a couple of towers, give them some team gold and whatnot. I think they just weren't able to get their draft to where it kind of shines, with Shadowblade getting to his scary point as well.
Mm-hmm.
So just really, really well laned, I think, and great rotations just from all stages of the game from Team Tim. They used their Nightfalls really well and their Gladiator Moira ultimates and catch very, very, very well.
All right, well, game 2 already being set up with the lobby, so we're going to take that short break. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back on BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got. This is the Paradise League HoN's grand finale. 1-0 lead for Team Tim. Game 2 coming up next. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Paradise League HoN's grand finale on BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got, and we're in game 2. Obviously, not much of a break needed right there. Both teams ready to get back into it, and you made an interesting comment while we're off the air there during the break that so apparently Team Doghouse, you would argue, is the favorite in the series. I mean, it's only one game, so don't want to take too much away from it, but Doghouse is the favorite, so looking forward to their response.
Yeah, throughout the 5 cycles where the teams battled to get here, Doghouse was, I think, the clear favorite. They have been the most dominant team, I think, for a while now. So I don't think the game one is going to phase them too much. Again, we'll have to wait and see here in game two how they respond. And that's in any sport, a great team always responds to a defeat with something up their sleeve. So I'm looking forward to see what Doghouse brings here to the table in game two.
Well, it's going to be a Magmus opener for Team Tim. So we have that answer so far. What were the bands like? I didn't really address those in the first game, but we got Draconis, Valkyrie, Dr. Repulsor, Forsaken Archer, Tremble, and Sir Bensington going to be banned out. So as far as responses from the last game, I guess you could argue Sir Bensington really the only one technically. That was a different ban there.
Yeah, so Snooki banned out the Sir Bensington because Team Tim has first pick, and I think that I don't know if they first picked it last game, but they did get it in the beginning of their draft. So they realized that that's a hero, as I said last game, that both teams like to run a lot. So it's a comfortable pick for both teams. So it makes sense to ban that one away. I'm not sure what that left open because, as you said, we didn't really discuss the bans from last game, but the other 5 bans are more or less all player hero targeted bans. So they're just heroes that these teams play incredibly well. And we know that from watching all of the cycles. So it is really not too much to comment on the bans other than that Sir Bensington that we saw last game.
It might have been Lodestone, to be honest. For some reason, that's standing out to me. Obviously, we see the pick coming out here from the side of Team Doghouse. But either way, they got Lodestone to go with Nymphora. That's a fun combo right there. Moira Torturer on the other side. So things looking pretty clean across the board. And good idea of what they're going to be searching for. A lot of team fight potential, of course, from the side of Team Tim. But yeah, the Nymphora. Let's talk about this Nymphora a little bit.
This hero is this hero is like S tier support hero.
Okay.
Throughout the cycles, we've seen blind band Nymphoras and first pick Nymphoras like all the way through. I mean, this hero she tri-lanes insanely well with her heal. Once she gets like level 2 of the heal pod, you cannot man up in a tri-lane 3v3 because that ability just turns tri-lanes. She has a stun, and then the big thing about the hero is the teleport global presence throughout post laning phase and end game phases of the game. This hero can just rip you apart with coordinated team play. So it's a monster of a support. I love to see it in the game because it means we're gonna have a lot of action and stuff's gonna be happening all over the map. So we'll probably have to keep our eyes peeled for those Nymph TPs. But I look over there at the side of Team Tim, and it's the classic "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" kind of strategy. They basically are running the same thing, minus the Magmus is supplementing the rally that they had last game, whereas Doghouse had the Magmus for themselves. But again, Volca plays a really nasty Magmus position 4, just like his rally, so I'm expecting him to be on top of his rotations in the early game stages to get his teammates going with some good farm in the post laning phase. And it's looking pretty good for both sides so far with the drafts.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see this Nymphora. Kind of going off what you were saying. Nymphora is one of those heroes that in a pub setting, like the theory of what you can potentially do is great, but it feels like it's so hard to execute, right? Especially when you need this communication. If you're not going to be on the same page as your teammates, that teleport, the stun timing could be like, it could just be bad. But in these pro atmospheres where obviously there's money on the line and you'd expect these people to be a lot more coordinated, Nymphora, I could certainly see why is considered one, if not the strongest support out there. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing the Nymphora plays, certainly.
Yeah, and then you pair that with a Lodestone who's really good at like nuking out waves really fast with his head smash and rocket drill. He just clears the wave and then he sits in trees and sets up. And you know, whenever you have a Nymphora, you always want to have those split pushing heroes that can just nuke out the waves and force the enemy team to react, sit on a creep wave, and then you can just pick them off when they go to defend like their towers and whatnot across the map. So it's a good pairing with the Nymphora. Maybe not to be TPing with the Nymphora, but to kind of set up for the other heroes that they're going to be picking coming up.
Well, speaking of that, the bans have been finished, and now we got them sitting on this third pick. Definitely thinking about it quite a bit. The Gladiator, Gemini, Electrician, Defiler, Adrenaline, and Corrupted Disciple were the following bans to happen there. So now it's going to be 5 more picks remaining, 3 for the side of Doghouse, of course. But yeah, still thinking about this third one quite a bit. Spending that reserve time down to 50 seconds and counting. Is there?
Yeah, these 2 picks are very crucial for Doghouse because this is how they're going to start to steer their lineup. They're going to only have 1 pick left after this, and then Team Tim gets to respond with their last 2 picks. So once they've seen 4 out of the 5 heroes from Legion, they can say, "Oh, we know what you're kind of doing now, and we can kind of set up appropriately." So they're on the side of Team Tim now. They are most likely going to be picking 2 solo lane heroes, as we expect that to be. Well, again, they didn't do the tri-lane last game, but that's usually what they do with the Torture, Moira, Magnus. So two strong solo lane heroes or heroes that can be dual laned is what they're going to be looking to pick up. And then we have Wretched Hag and Devourer. So I was actually eyeing the Wretched Hag. It is one of those like very strong picks nowadays that we definitely see get banned out a lot. It brings a lot of team fight presence. It's very strong at scaling, so it's very hard to go late game against Hag because the bats are superior and go through Shrunken, and if you can get Grimoire, Staff, Resto, stuff like that, 1 to 2 Hag ultimates just burns the enemy carry down. So they're probably going to pick up 2 damage dealers, one being the Hag and one being the final pick once they see Team Tim's full lineup. And the Devo will be a second support for Lilac. I saw him play that. I think it was in Cycle 5. He played a nasty Devourer. I mean, it was nasty. He was hitting blind hooks. They ran it in a defensive tri-lane where I think they had a Shadow Blade, which we saw last game. So it was just very, very good. I'm looking forward to see the Devo this game.
The real question is, which Devo skin is he going to use? I mean, there's so many to choose from.
Last time I think he used... Oh, now you're making me feel like a fool. I think it was the Gluttony one.
Okay.
So I don't know which one he's gonna use this game, but
as long as it's not the squeaking feet, the clown one.
Oh, the clown one? Why are you hating on the clown one, Breaky?
Because the squeaky feet, they get so annoying.
But that's a reason in itself just to pick that skin.
No, I'm leaving if he picks it.
Oh no, we wouldn't want you to leave. I'll whisper him, don't pick it. But anyway, the last picks for Team Tim were Geomancer and Chronos. So that's interesting, actually. I was not expecting a Geomancer pick. The Chronos makes a lot of sense because they need a damage dealer. I think that means they're going to run a Core Magnus, but we'll have to wait and see how they want to run this. This could be position 3 Magnus now with position 4 Geomancer. It could also just be like a solo lane Geomancer, which wouldn't be out of the question.
God, I'm just looking at this AoE combination, the team fight. Even with just like 2 of the 5 heroes on this Hellborn side, it's going to be a pretty dramatic introduction to these team fights. And you got all 5 potentially could line up one after the other and set up beautiful things. So that's definitely got me excited over here for Team Tim of what they could do with that Chronos carry and the teammates around him. But that final pick, Ravener, going to be happening on the lead side. But real quick, actually, before we get to that, got to, of course, shout out our sponsors. First one being, once again, Community Gaming. This tournament is brought to you by Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Brothers, Hearthstone, etc. Many games, both traditional and even on the Web3 scene. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots to the Tier 1 professional events. It's free to sign up. Definitely check it out, and look forward to many different kind of events happening over there at communitygaming.io. You can join their Discord. Also, Polydoge. Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on this powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience it for yourself at polydoge.com. Big shout out to our sponsors. Again, this $10,000 prize put on the line wouldn't be possible without them. So there you go. All right, what you got? Ravener, that final pick. What are we thinking?
Yeah, I'm actually, I am surprised that they went for this kind of melee carry against the Chronos. I mean, they have defensive tools with like the Devourer hook. If Devo is always in a good position, he can hook someone out of the Chrono field. They have the Nymphora heal, which can maybe buy some time, but Ravenor, it doesn't scream to me like big Chronos counter. So maybe they're just hoping that they can burst down the Chronos with their heroes, because they do have the Lodestone Hag to remove armor. And then Ravenor, if he's able to ever initiate, he brings the punch with his power overwhelming. I know we've seen Ravenor's power time time after time. So
Oh yeah.
I am going to be interested. They're probably going to run the Ravenor tri-lane. It looks like they are running it offensively. So Kronos maybe not the strongest tri-lane hero. Ravenor a little bit more aggressive. He's got the stun and the damage from the Storm Blades. I am still not sure where we're seeing Geomancer and Magnus go. So we have to wait and see how they buy their items. I think ideally you would want the Geomancer to be the support and the Magnus to be the farmer, the core farmer. And they do not put Imba on the Torturer this game, so they are putting it on their mid lane instead. So the Torturer is a very flexible hero for Team Tim, as I think they have 3 Torturer players. They even run it sometimes on Volca, but not here, of course.
Sure.
So we see Lodestone going to the bottom lane. He will, I think, eventually be against somebody. Maybe the Magnus, who's got boots.
You're talking strategy. I'm focusing on cosmetics here.
That's
and
good.
we do.
Cosmetics
we got
fun.
the Devo Gluttony. I believe that is a Gluttony skin, right? That we were saying. So.
Well, the good news is you didn't have to leave because you didn't pick the clown avatar, and I did not whisper him by.
He got the message somehow. Thank God.
But by the way,
I'll say this: the Fat Nymphora is definitely one of my favorite skins in this game. I love this skin. So
I know
big shout out to
people love it, but for some reason I just am not a fan of this skin. I'm sorry to disagree with you.
It's hilarious. All right, so
you talked about the squeaky slippers. I mean, this thing's got the wings flapping nonstop.
It can get away with it because it's just hilarious.
4 players up here, by the way, for Team Tim, so they are making a statement. They want to bring down this Ravenor. There's a hook on the Geomancer. If that actually hit the Ravenor, he goes back in, but he's going to go down. Well, if that actually hit the Ravenor, they would have maybe saved him.
To that point, I think that's what he was going for. But Geomancer, whether that was on purpose or not, he blocked the hook and took it himself. So definitely, they did not expect 4 players to be there. Obviously, that's a very sneaky play coming out from Team Doghouse. But it's plays like that definitely set you up to obviously have a good landing phase and ideally translates to a victory in the end. So very well played.
Bloodlust onto Kronos, by the way. That is the... You know, I don't think they would have been sad if, like, maybe the support got it, because then he could get, like, a fast Grave Locket or early boots. But to get the Bloodlust on the carry, I think it's safe to say that's always a good start for your team, especially right when the first creep wave hits. You already have 600 GPM on Kronos, so he could buy some laning phase items here. He could decide on, like, Iron Shield, the power supply for the tri-lane, a Toxin Claw. He could even go early Marchers. He's got all kinds of options now with that abundance of gold that he just got. We see a hook coming in on the Moira, and right away, Doghouse, no fear, brings the fight back to Team Tim. That's what you love to see, as they even it up one to one.
And that's certainly the potential of what a Devo brings, especially in a try versus trial lane. You know, allows you to get that set up on somebody, and in that case, happens to be the Moira. And Moira is definitely the best target, right? Because both, especially with Kronos getting level 1 time leap, and then Magnus, of course, has his Lava Surge, so they can both get away, but not Moira, really.
Yeah, definitely a good target for them to aim, as you pointed out. They can't really keep the Moira alive once he's on top of all 3. So, Lodestone going to be 1 versus 1 against Geomancer. He had the early creep advantage with Geomancer starting top for the first blood, so I expect Lodestone to do very well down here. And even if this was Geomancer down here from the start, Ozuf is like a notoriously very, very good Lodestone player. I expect big things from him this game. In the mid lane, we have the Torture versus Wretched Hag, which I think is a pretty even matchup. We see Fa on Hag already doing really well. He is 12-5 against 10-0 Torture. But Torture gets his bottle delivered. He's going to get the first rune of the game, being the regeneration. So that will hopefully assist him with creep kills in the mid lane.
Coming back. How is that mid lane going, by the way? 14-5 Hag as Lodestone. Okay, just taking some pressure down here at the bottom lane. Want to make sure we weren't missing a kill. 15-5 Wretched Hag versus a 10-0 Torturer. So yeah, is the advantage for the Hag. As Fall's going in. Fall wants to kill him. He dodges the stun, the scream, a couple auto attacks, the regen rune taken off immediately. Botto charges will keep Torturer alive. So Fall doing a lot of pressure though. Takes some tower hits himself, but still really keeping Torture at bay over there in the mid lane.
I gotta say, the big thing for me there is that he makes Torture use the regen rune, and he doesn't allow himself to get spell spam. Top lane, we have an initiation in the tri lane, and I think both sides are gonna hold and any engagement. But yeah, he forced the regen out from Torture and was able to cancel it, because that regen could have given him a huge lane advantage if he was able to nuke Ag down repeatedly. So Fa recognized that, and he played that very well to bait that out.
I was actually watching the bottom lane too in a 1v1 while that tops exchange was happening back and forth. Geomancer almost falling to the low, so managed to dodge the rocket drill though to survive, and he has to go all the way back to base, but still, at least he stays alive right there. So game 2 essentially picking up where game 1 left off. Just plenty of action. These teams not afraid to brawl. And speaking of that, Wretched Hag and Torture going at it again. Is Hag going to go in? I thought for a second he was, but thinks better of it. Has that level 3 Sonar Scream that was coming off cooldown, but decides to play it safe there.
The Lodestone's already almost up to 400 GPM. You compare that to the 150 of Geomancer. That's a very good sign for Doghouse.
Top lane, Moira got on. The Zeal stun at the last second helps get the kill. The heal also for Devo. Doesn't even need the damage on Kronos. Timely been 8 seconds.
Yeah. They decide not to go for the dive though, because
battery hook.
Oh, very close. There's the ball lightning though.
Ball lightning in, but there's the timely from Kronos. So the cooldown coming up just in time. Yeah, if he hits that hook, a different story, but unable to connect that one, a difficult one at that. But man, the forcing blows just continue, and now actually Devo.
There's the shard put on the Kronos, and they're gonna go for this Devo kill. And here's the Nymph pod coming out, gonna look for a counter.
God, that Nymph pod is so good. Not only is it a beautiful heal, but the damage it puts out, the huge turn potential, and they kill the Magnus in the long run as a result. Mid lane, it's just some more exchanging back and forth.
Devo's gonna go down here. But will they be able to get the counter kill? There's a ball lightning up very soon. Nymphora trying to line up the double Zeal stun. He does fall.
And Ravager's just not beefy enough yet. He's still only level 3, of course, doesn't have that power overwhelming, so not really scaling and can't really do much more damage than that. In fact, might be in trouble still. They're going in for more. TP is coming out from Devo. Devo, not much you can do at that point, though, as Magnus smashes his face in. The heal Zeal stun combo, but there's plenty of support still here. Moira double stun himself with the shards. Kronos. That's a time where they're really going for this.
The lava surge. Great timing from Volca there. Nobody ends up dying behind this tower.
And he's out. I mean, that just kept happening. But I suppose the Hellborn team, Team Tim, they win it in the end, all that exchanging. Although, Magnus is found by Wretched Hag, trying to be sneaky and eventually get out of there. But Hag hunts him down. So Fa is definitely the shining star for the Legion side. How about that? 420 plus gold per minute right now.
Look at the difference between the 2 solo lanes from Doghouse to the 2 solo lanes from Team Tim. We have 380 and 415 GPM as Lodestone might... He's got the head smash up if he wants to channel the Shatter Storm. Oh, but they're baiting this. Geomancer's here. It's gonna be a kill on the Torturer, actually.
Yep,
and he can't get in range for the head smash. No, Hag takes him out with the Sonar Scream instead.
We'll let Hag get the kill. Lodestone definitely dying. Just gonna do as much damage. The head smash on a Magnus gets him low. Hag has a blink.
Illusion Rune, which gives him low cooldowns here. He actually misses the Magnus. Geomancer has stunned in 2 seconds. I think he can chase after him, though.
Yeah, he can. Sonar Scream attack, kill.
And actually, the Geomancer is the better kill over the Magnus because he is the farmer, so Fa is doing a lot of work here in game 2 early on. Already 480 gold per minute.
And during all of this, Kronos is by himself now, but the top lane is Zimbo Boy, so this is a completely different early laning phase than it was at game 1, favoring Team Doghouse, as everything across the board is going great for them. You really talked about those solo lanes especially, absolutely dominating, and Fa leading the way, 480 gold per minute now. You mentioned the scalability of this Wretched Hag, and it's definitely getting their top lane now. They're going in on a Ravager. Team Tim knows they need some kills, and the Crystal Field will make that happen. They take him out, but here comes Hag, porting in, blinking in the Bat Blast. Down goes Kronos. They want more, though. Hag is ready in 5 seconds with another blink. Maybe a hook? Yeah, a little too long of a cooldown for now. But they ain't stopping. Why would they? Fa wants more. Goes back in.
He missed the lava surge.
He gets pulled back by the hook as well. The Zeal stun connects. The heal pod eventually going to help finish off Moira. They did take out the Magnus. It is a disaster for Team Tim now.
Disaster for Team Tim. Great TP from the Hag to get all those counter kills.
And then Lodestone's going to get a free tower kill bottom lane after all that, or He might get it. It's getting... Okay, the vulnerability. Yeah, he's going to get it here. Oh, 5,000 gold lead now. And, I mean, I guess top lane ain't going to stop, though. Why would it? Let's just keep the action going. Devo mana centers up and making his life difficult, so at least they kill the Devo. But Kronos, his farm is... It's not doing the best right now.
Yeah, and he's not farming the creeps, and they're killing the Devo, which is okay, but it's not good for Chrono specifically. And I don't know if we touched on it, but the bottom tier 1 tower fell to the Legion, so that's going to bump up their golden XP lead by a bit. They're up to 4k, 3k as we approach 9 minutes here. So that is a pretty sizable lead here. Early on, and we see a large part of that due to the Hag and the Lodestone both doing very, very well.
Anything clutch going to be coming out soon? No, it's still, again, across the board, really not the best farm right now for the Hellborn side, so trying to recover in any which way they can. This Magmus, it's going to be a while before any sort of...
Oh, blind hook from Devo! He hits the Kronos.
Yikes.
Crystal Field connects onto 2. They might try to get return kills here with the mass ports coming in.
Definitely trying. Will they get it? It's a question. They get one, and the answer is yes. Nuki goes down as well. They want more now, and Nymphora's got to get caught a little too fat and slow there. Dude falls. Double tap. Going to be happening for Torturer. So finally something going the way of Team Tim, that is, on the Hellborn side as they get those 3 kills.
They rotated their entire team up there, so while this was going on, they're getting some tower pressure on the mid lane, but they're still rotating 4 players now to mid lane, and this could be some kills onto Doghouse in the mid lane.
All right. Oh, well, no. Wretched Hag comes in, though, but the Kronos Field down on top of that. Wretched Hag, Zeal stun as well. The heal heals him up, but Wretched Hag still locked down. The stuns are too much. No BKB yet, of course, and down falls Wretched Hag. Ravenor's going to go down as well. In the midst of it, Kronos trying to run. Nice stun.
Good stun from Torturer.
Oh, the heal though! He bursts it immediately and sets up the kill onto the Kronos, who thought he had the getaway, but now Devo's dead.
Unlucky hook there from Devo, and they're all so low on the side of Team Tim. Nymphora, clutch battery. There is no stun from the Magmus, and he might be just fine here. Chain reaction misses. So dude actually makes a nice juke there in the trees.
But you know what? I'm looking at it was upwards of 5,000 gold lead before all that fighting happened. It's down to 1,300. I mean, they are absolutely recovering.
Yeah, that was an insane fight from Team Tim. Torture landed, I think, multiple double stuns in this fight, and the Chrono Field completely started that fight off very good for them, locking down. I think Ravenor even got caught in there, as well as Lodestone, if I'm not mistaken. They took out some key heroes really early on, and Fa also died early on without having... He didn't have Bat Blast up as well, so it was not really a good fight for Doghouse to take, I think, in the first place.
Yeah, if he can specifically hit that Kronos Field on Wretched Hag, then these fights absolutely have the potential to go the way of Team Tim. And he doesn't even necessarily need to kill him in the beginning of it. It just the way it delays the Hag in the fight, and it really kind of sets up that whole momentum for the Hellborn team. But okay, top lane. It's been a minute, so another fight's about to break out. Yeah, it's already had 29 hero kills in 12 minutes. That's actually insane. Ravener trying to bait something. Magmus is nearby. Lodestone here though as well. Shatterstorm is ready. I mean, everything's ready essentially. Chronosphere is not.
With the Geostock.
Trying to get some information. Here comes Torture also roaming in with a Veiled Rod, so we basically are going to have a 5 versus 5, and here we go. The Rocket Drill in, the Vortex. Kronos Field is down for 5 more seconds. The heal is going to be able to time leap away, so now has it up. Wretched Hag is joining the party, though, as well. So we have a true 5 versus 5.
Lodestone, Shatterstorm,
the Bats take out Kronos. Does he have a buyback? He does not, so no buyback from him, avoid to make something happen to this fight. The loose warrior as well. And now Torture at the tower, just trying to hug it as close as he can. He's dealing some good damage right here. He avoids the hook, but it doesn't matter. Down goes Torture. And it is a big fight for Doghouse. And just like that, now we look at the goal lead again. 7,000. Wow. That's a jump.
Yeah, that was a really good fight from Doghouse. And you were talking about it. The Chrono Chronosphere or Chronofield was just about to come up, so Doghouse took this fight with like perfect timing, whereas Team Tim, like, they did not want to take that fight whatsoever, having that big cooldown not available to them. And Hag got a really good kill in the trees. As Devo misses the hook mid lane, they could be in trouble actually if they can catch him maybe with a dig stun, but they're not committing to it, so I think he's gonna just walk away. Or actually, is he? He's gonna run into Magnus here.
Yeah, but is this really gonna work? You have an Infora, you have Ravener nearby, it's Devo.
There's a hook ready. He's gonna guess, and unfortunately nobody's in that area.
And that's smart though, right, of Team Tim, because that's what I was getting at. They would need to commit quite a bit to try to get that Devo kill, and it might not have been worth it in the end, so. They play the safe route. I mean, you're down 7,000 gold, though. Hey, we've seen that fluctuate before in this game and go back the other way, so certainly still possible. But it really starts with this Kronos needing to get some good farm. He needs his first big item, and he still is a bit of ways from that. Also, something like a Blink on Magnus traditionally would be a key item as well, right? He has about 1,200 gold saved up himself. So give them another 3 minutes of no dying. You know, maybe something can happen here. But as I say this, Team Doghouse, they know this too.
He guessed on the hook again. That would have been something if Magnus actually stunned away and went into the hook. But yeah, you're talking about portal key timings. Lodestone, we talked about how he had the great laning stage start. He does have 2 deaths, so he's kind of slowed down from his very, very good lane. But another 400 gold, and he's going to have the first blink of the game. And Magnus, being the second support, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to get his gold, as we have Arcane Vortex up in the top lane, stalling Hag. But Kronos, he has the Chrono Field.
Oh, what's happening? He's going around, and he's trying to hit both of them, trying to get out and survive, letting the teammates do the work. And there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Wombo combo. Well, you never want to count out this team.
Is up here, I think. They want to, like, maybe re-engage, but nobody's showing up in the creeps. So, yeah. Really good AoE team fight, synergy coming in from Team Tim. I think that started off with Magnus and Geomancer lining up their spells together really nicely. They got the Hag and the Devo kills.
34 hero kills in 15 minutes, no big deal.
That is more than 2 per minute, as my math hopefully is correct.
Your NA math is
on
correct.
par with the traditional 2 kills per minute ratio.
Whew. But I mean, obviously that's why you always want to look at much more information than just hero
Smoke
kills.
Devo and Nymphport coming in. He just barely missed the hook. He's gonna try to bait this, I think. Oh, but Lodestone actually shows himself. I don't know if he meant to do that.
Are there usually trees here, or are they destroyed? I actually don't know.
No, I think that's the way
they just usually open. You're right. Okay, I thought they were destroyed for a second, so it kind of like got him exposed. But no, you're right.
I'm almost a bit surprised that they didn't just try to bait out the Devo, try to get Kronos to maybe use his leap, and then channel up Shatterstorm and go. But unfortunately, the Devo hook missed. That would have been a very good chance of killing the Kronos.
Speaking of Kronos, he has an Alacrity band. So what is that? The Thunderclaw?
Yeah, he's gonna go Thunderclaw and most likely Elder Parasite following it up. It's just a really good duo of items for him to bolster up his attack damage, attack speed, and with the lightning procs, he can bring people down pretty quickly in the Chrono Fields. And then traditionally you go into like Geobane, stuff like Shrunken Resto later on. So that's gonna be kind of his item route, at least what I expect for him to do.
Magnus has enough for a portal key now. So
he sure does, and that's a 17-minute portal key on the second support. That's a great timing from Volca. Time and time again, he always seems to find the farm, even with already having the Grave Locket, the battery, and the Wind Whistle. So he has some build-up items there on top of the portal key as well. It's not like a straight-up portal key with Striders. He's doing very good.
Nymphora's teleport just came off cooldown. I've also been seeing Hag. Faw's been doing a great job stacking his own camps over here in the jungle, taking them out with a Sonar Scream, and keeping up that very efficient farm, nearly 500 gold per minute. And that's already turned into a Gnome's Wisdom, a Sacrificial Stone. And we'll see. Eventually the Grim Warrior, I'm guessing we'll see.
Yeah, so this is a very traditional Hag build where you get a bunch of build up into a Gnomes, and then you go into the Grimoire. It's going to lower his cooldown for Bat Blast and bulk up the damage. So everything's pretty normal here, I would say. And again, Foss having a great game. He's got 8 kills, almost 500 GPM. It did have a couple of deaths to slow his momentum down slightly. But mid lane, we have Magnus getting taken out here. I think that was a hook starting it off. I did miss it, but great job from Devo to set up a kill. Might be able to get some tower pressure now, as Team 10 was grouped up 4 out of their 5 players down bottom for that tier 1 tower.
Yeah. So, well, that's kind of to that point. It's one of those, all right, so sure, we lost our Magnus, but, you know, we were able to just freely push that bottom tower as a result. We're opening up more space for this Chronos and Boy to farm now, so kind of trying to, you know, the cup half full perspective from the side of Team Tim right there, but still a lot of room to make up. 5,300 gold lead remaining for Team Doghouse. They're trying to bait out this lodestone, you can tell once again here in the mid lane, as the top tower will just actually fall to the creep wave.
Yeah, that's big. So you can tell that Team Tim was scared to go up there and defend it. And I think for good reason. We've seen Doghouse kind of in between the middle and top area pressuring quite a lot. We see Ravenor. He's got the Mighty Blade following up Elder Parasite, so he's going to go straight into Shrunken Head, which I definitely agree with this game. I think it's the right call from Zanuki to go into the early defensive item, going up against this mass chain of stuns from Hellborn, as we see potential fight brewing here in the mid lane with Geostock spotting out their position with the stock.
Ravenor off to the side, farming the jungle. The hook attempt is not going to connect. Here we go. The double Chronos field. The Wretched Axe to be the key. The heal's not going to be enough. Hacks down. And a big opening right now for the Hellborn side. Vortex slowing it down. Wretched Axe does have a buyback if he chooses to use it. Magma stun out, though. They did lose one themselves. No, they actually get another into Ravenor. They also take out Devo, and now they're chasing out Lodestone as well. He's trying to get away with the Rocket Drill. Nymphora also trying to escape in the mid lane as Lodestone gets out, but 3 kills, no deaths for this Hellborn team. And again, it's the Chronos field. It's specifically the Hag. If they catch the Hag in these Chronos fields, it feels like there's all the chance in the world for this Hellborn team to win these fights.
Breaky, this was a ward of sight placed by the carry himself, Imbaboy. The Chronos places his own ward in his jungle. He spots out both the Ravenor and the Hag. I mean, that was about as perfect as it could get to catch the 2 best heroes from Doghouse in the Chrono field, and they bursted down the Hag right away. That was very, very nice to see coming up from the side of Team Tim there.
Yeah, this Geomancer continues to be slippery, running into a couple in the Legion jungle, and ends up digging away and then using that new portal key of his, so well played. But yeah, there's the Elder Parasite.
Let's see who's coming up there. This is only one guy going to be porting. Shatterstorm catches Chronos right away, but they were baiting this.
Yep. Now they're not going to turn, they're just going to keep Chronos alive, and they'll be happy with that. Hook is going to whiff, so that's in a sense a victory for the Hellborn team, really. Continue to farm in the jungle.
Looking at Geomancer bottom lane. He does use the dig, and he's going to get his PK stopped here. This could be a kill on the Geomancer.
Yeah. Crystal Field. Dodge the ball lightning, but no chance in the end for Type E.
Very good patience there from Fa. Waits for the dig stun to be used before going in. And, you know, both sides have had great moments this game. It's been very back and forth so far. We actually still see Doghouse in the lead of 4,000 gold and 4,000 XP. But I gotta say, this game feels dead even at the moment.
I'm glad you said it like that. We'll get to that in just a second, because now Lodestone, he's going to be gone on the hook, though, and Chronos locking him down. No, but the Vortex. That's what the Vortex is good for. Chronos Field is ready as well. Nymphora off to the side. We're not going to see the Chronos Field coming out. Not necessary there. They get the free kill on a Devo. There's a Chronos Field on a Lodestone. Nymphora going to do what he can. Chronos in trouble. He has to get out.
I think he rewinded. Yes. That was huge.
Living life on the edge, but the Bat Blast takes him out as mentioned. But now Hag is going to come at a cost, blinking away. They need to keep this Hag alive, as Lodestone eventually fell, by the way, in the background, but now Ravenor.
Unfortunately missed the ball lightning.
Missing that, but with the Elder Parasite, definitely a threat. However, with the lockdown, no BKB yet, trying to fly away. Nymphora support. Here comes Wretched Axe once again, but the Magma stun to take out the Ravenor, who could not get away in the long run. Moira falls to the Hag, and I think we're finally going to come to a conclusion of that exchange.
That was a crazy long team fight. I don't even know who came out on top of this one. I think Team Tim, even though they lost the Chronos, they cut the lead by like 800 gold or so. I think it was once 4K. I think we mentioned it right before the fight.
It was a slight advantage in that sense, yes, for the Hellborn.
Yeah, and I think they maybe got one more hero kill on Hellborn's side. So Torture getting caught mid lane actually. He's got no assistance here. This is going to be a more or less free kill, and they'll just reset and get out.
Yeah, no teleport even needed. They just simply jumped him. And able to make the kill happen. Are they going to try to steal a Kongor? I just take my high ground.
I don't think that they'll look to do Kongor this early. I don't think Ravenor is maybe the best Kongor killing hero because he deals mostly magic damage with his right clicks, but I think they're just going to be looking to keep bringing the fight to Kronos, or to Team Tim's side rather.
Well, speaking of Kronos, 30 seconds on the Kronos field. So it's fair to say that the Hellborn team is not looking for a fight without the Kronos field being ready. But now in about 20 seconds, it will be. In fact, Imbaboy is TPing in the mid lane. They do catch Nymphora. Heal, making this take a little bit longer. But
being channeled by Lodestone. I don't know if they actually want to go in here.
Oh, that was awkward. Okay, but now the Vortex. And here we go with the return. They all join the party. It's a fiesta. And a double tap for ha 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 ha.
That hook missing onto Magnus allowed him to get off another Lava Surge stun. And the Arcane Vortexes this game from Zane have been very, very good. I don't know if I've seen him have one single bad Arcane Vortex so far this game.
And it's definitely an ability that could be a little awkward to use sometimes, but no, I'm with you there. Zane is, as you would expect, let's be honest, he has been just on point with these Arcane Vortexes. And yeah, there's a reason why ever since this hero was created and introduced to the competitive scene. That
Can you believe this guy was a position 3 player? It feels like he was a support player all along.
Feels pretty natural.
Playing a very good Moira here in game 2. So Wretched Hack, she continues to just find the farm. She's 570 gold per minute almost, so she just cleared out Ancients. I think she just... Actually, no, she has her Grimoire and already 2,500 gold. Seems like she just keeps pumping out gold out of nowhere.
But what you got? Isn't this... To that point, though, like, I feel like she could even have 800 gold per minute. How much does that matter when you're going up against a Chronos field on the other side? Decently
I mean, to be honest, it does matter a lot because
Torture's dead.
If he's able to get disables, they can still hold the Chronos down. Yeah, I missed that kill. It looks like Torture, I think similar to a couple minutes ago, he just gets caught out maybe by himself.
They just jumped and they blinked in and caught him at the tower, basically. So I don't even know if he was out of position. They just really dove that tower.
They get the tower as well, so the lead's back up to almost 5k. We see the glyph come out here from Team Tim. And Doghouse, they could look to bring the pressure, but, it's a very hard lineup to go high ground against when they have all their ultimates up, because if you commit with a lot of melee heroes on top of like Chronofield, Geomancer Stun, Mega Eruption, all that stuff, it's usually not going to go too well. So I like the decision from Doghouse here to just kind of get the glyph to be used, fall back, bring the pressure, and then just reset, face the map.
Well, again, they have a BKB for Ravenor. Of course, a very good item now, goes without saying. Not going to make himself immune to Chronos Field by any means, but a lot of the damage that will come out.
I saw him pick up an Arcana, which means something along the lines of either Hellflower or Twin Blades, and I'm not sure what he's going to do. I personally don't really like Twin Blades on Ravenor, but I have seen people do that. I feel like I would rather just see him go for other damage assistant tools. Again, it could be a Hellflower still, which would make sense, going up against a hero like Kronos and Moira and whatnot. Torture gets caught again. I'm always rambling on and I miss kills, so maybe you caught that one. But Bats actually connect onto Geomancer, and he got pushed back up the cliff, but he dies to the Antlore camp. The smallest camp in the game actually did enough damage to bring him down.
It's still dead,
denied a kill. Oh yeah, he's still gonna be dead for 40 seconds, but it does deny Hag a kill.
Well, the biggest thing to me about those two deaths, both of them were by themselves. And this is not this Hellborn team, that just can't be the case. Now, we see an awkward kind of initiation there. from Magnus. Even the Lava Surge committed, but the hook out from Devo and Wretched Hag's going to be fine. But we're also going to start seeing more of that throughout this game too, right? With the Devo sitting back, waiting for a Chronos field, Magnus initiation, whatever it is, and ideally able to hook his teammate out of those scary situations if need be. So that's certainly one of the big saving graces that this Legion side has in Doghouse.
I love that we're starting to see the tablets come in from Legion, recognizing the positioning kind of team fight that Hellborn has with Chronos specifically. Just being able to have multiple tablets to save each other as they're going to hook Chronos here. But Arcane Vortex, he's going to try to get in range. Doesn't actually use it just yet. Being very patient.
Huh. I heard the sound come out, but he actually did hold off the cancel cast. Ends up dying. Arcane Vortex not doing the best. And this is a defensive Chronos field. Chronos is just running out of here as fast as possible. Torturer gonna get split up though. He's cut out.
And also goes down.
It's just when they're scattered like that, that's obviously that's not to their strength here on this Hellborn side, but certainly all the credit due for Team Doghouse for getting them to be as spread out as they are, taking advantage. And now they're definitely gonna push this mid lane.
Yeah, and we talked about Chronos just used the sphere defensively. That's not what you're gonna want to be doing if you're Team Tim. You want to use that for kills. Because now Doghouse is feeling very safe to just push this high ground.
Yeah. No, there's literally nothing they can do. The Torturer and Geomancer dead for another 20 seconds. Them jumping in would just result in their death right now. So it's kind of one of those awkward situations. If you kind of just have to wave in the background, be like, yeah, get your tower kills. All right, do your thing.
And then eventually here, but Nymph Zeal stuns him up on the Forge there. They get the racks and they don't lose anybody. This is great momentum now for Doghouse.
Well, we do see Chronos working on his own Shrunken Head, so that should be ready by the time another fight comes out. You talked about the possibilities here for Zanuki and Ravener, who, by the way, they're doing their own Kongor. It is a Twin Fangs build. Twin Blades, that is. On him, so
yeah, I mean, it's gonna, with the Elder, it's gonna give him just the power overwhelming charges built up really fast. In that regard, it's not too bad.
And that's going to be a free Kongor kill. Now they're trying to respond on the Hellborn side. Oh, I thought they were doing it themselves, but no, they're just kind of in the area. They just allow for Ancients, but especially seeing that message. But again, if they were to start it now, it'd be just too late. So they just have to accept that Kongor happened, and hopefully they can get theirs later. Maybe win a big team fight and then go do Kongor could be the play. But
Chronos just leaped into this camp. If they actually come over here. Now he does have the chunk in. Geomancer's getting caught, avoids the ball lightning. 2-man stun from the Magnus, but they are
10
in
seconds.
Retreat mode. They're
10
not
seconds
to
on
take
Chronos
this
field.
fight.
They need that Chronos field for this fight. They know it, so they're trying to run. Now Torture gonna get caught out. Oh, it's the Savior Man syndrome. They just keep trying to save one another, and they die as two.
Where are they gonna go with this? Middle lane. Oh, maybe pick off the guy who defends the creeps? But Lowstone's just gonna show himself here. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
He doesn't care.
Huh. That was interesting. Okay. They are TPing back on the side of Team Tim. And Chronos failed Rots here in the bottom lane. But maybe this is like to defend the Kongor that they think is going on. We see even a ward get put up here. That does not show, I believe, inside the pit though. I could be wrong actually, but
yeah. Yeah, if you're the Legion,
they're not doing it anyway. So.
Exactly. Like, what's the point? Why risk it against this Wombo combo team? Even with 3 heroes, that still is somewhat scary. So let's just go do other objectives and keep them at their base, basically. So absolutely, I think the right decision from Team Doghouse. You have a very comfortable lead. So
while we have a lull moment here, one thing I do want to point out is the fact that Chronos had to go for a shunk in this. Oh, I don't have time to talk. There's a nice hook from Devo. And they're just going to blast him down, even with... I think he got stormed.
Nope, no, he stormed the Devo.
Oh, he stormed the Devo.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because, yeah, okay. No buyback on the Chronos. This is actually a massive kill.
I think we're going game 3 at 1-1 at this point. Yep, there we go. Disconnect's already coming out, so GG, well played. That's how it will finish, but really, just credit to Doghouse. They split up. They split up Team Tim quite a bit, especially in the mid game there. And that was absolutely to their advantage. Fall on that Wretched Hag, though. 15-3-5, 620 gold per minute. No doubt a standout performance on his part.
Yeah. So Fa had a monster game here on Wretched Hag. But I love seeing Doghouse run the Devour. I told you right out of the pick screen, this is like a wild card pick for Doghouse. Whenever they run this Devo, it just seems to work. At least the last couple of times I've seen it now. And great hooks from Lilac there. We saw when he was able to land them, they were always setting up great team fights for Doghouse. So good response from Doghouse in game 2. They tie up the series. We're tied up 1 game apiece. And this is what we expect from a best of 5 between 2 of the best teams in HoN. So I'm excited, and not really too much final thoughts. That was just really well played from Doghouse. They responded great here in game 2.
Well, we got a strong finish here, essentially kind of a bracket reset of sorts, as from a best of 5 to a best of 3, can look at it that way. Either way, it's a 1-1 series here in this best of 5. Looking forward to seeing what game 3 brings to us. I'm BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got. This is the Paradise League HoN's grand finale, the finals. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Paradise League HoN's grand finale. We got game number 3. This is a 1-1 series, so at least 2 more games. Let's be honest, I'll cross the fingers, hoping for 3 more in the end to go the distance. But hey, at least we get 2 more. That's what matters. And have these games been entertaining? Oh my gosh, they have. A lot of kills, a lot of action, a lot of good play, frankly, as we've been commentating. Speaking of that, I'm BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got. Here we are in game 3 now. The band's finished already to the Sir Bensington first pick for the side of Doghouse over there. But all right, game 3, Bensington back on the board and once again going to be picked up.
We're basically back to square one, Breaky. We're tied up, like you said. It's almost like nothing happened, but Yeah, I mean, both games so far we're pretty much averaging 2 or more kills per minute. So there is definitely it is not short of action by all means. So I'm having a great time watching these games. I hope the viewers are loving it. And I think we might go the whole distance here if this keeps up the way things are going right now. So I love to see that. And we'll see what game 3 has in store for us now as now Doghouse has a little bit of momentum their way with game 2 going very well for them.
So you mentioned kind of like back to square one from game 1. Obviously, a similar circumstance here. The Sir Bennington first pick, and the bans suggest that nothing from the previous games. Even the Tremble, Forsaken Archer, the Pulsar, Corrupted Disciple, Draconis, Valkyrie, but we do get a little bit of a variation there. How about this? Adrenaline coming out with the Magnus, Lodestone Defiler. They were confident in those picks, but talk to me about this Adrenaline real quickly. What are we going to see out of this?
So Team Tim, I believe, will run this mid lane. This is an Adrenaline that they put on Haha, and he plays it very well. It's a very good team fight hero with the Death's Halo ultimate that can just hold everybody down. So I'm imagining that they're gonna continue with how Team Tim likes to draft, where they like to draft a lot of team fight heroes with big ultimates, and that would just continue the trend here with the Adrenaline pickup. So it kind of suits the nature of how they like to run their lineups. It's a very disruptive hero. If it's given a 1v1, it can farm very well, scale very well. It likes to build into items like Dawnbringer with mana boots and stuff like that. So it is more of like, I would say, a wildcard pick for them. They don't play this like a lot, but they do run it occasionally, and I think they do very well when they usually run this hero. So we'll see how it goes for them. But they have the Magnus as well, which, you know, I think we know by now the power of Magnus is just great pretty much in any lineup. And we'll probably see it again, second support for Volca. I would be surprised otherwise, but wouldn't be out of the question, of course. But look at the confidence from Doghouse. They still have all of their 80 seconds of overtime, so they have had this maybe ready to go. With the Benzington, Lodestone, and Defiler, this is just heroes that they know how to play very well, and they have shown that they can execute flawlessly.
Well, so I want to kind of go off of what you're saying right there. They banned Adrenaline in a previous game. I think it was even the last game. So I mean, they're very aware, of course, that Adrenaline could have been a possibility here. But how they just so quickly snap pick the Defiler. And now I got to assume I'm not the most analytical caught up, but I mean, Defiler is going to be mid, right? So that's going to be your mid matchup most likely. So it's confident in the matchup, you would think, of the Defiler versus Adrenaline.
I would say so, or at least that's what Doghouse with the Defiler pick is telling me. And when you look at a hero like Defiler and even Benzington, so Adrenaline, he's the kind of hero that wants to trap you with him, similar to like a Pharaoh. But heroes like Defiler and Benzington, when you give them the opportunity to come into a fight, they're almost like, we want to be trapped with you, right? Like we're
in the cage with me.
Like, Defiler with ghosts up, that screams to me like, hey, I want to, get the heck out of here. I don't want to be fighting this guy with his ghosts up. That's a lot of damage in my face. And then Benzington, the same thing. As soon as the Adrenaline Death's Halo comes down, he can just knife all in. So, and same with Lodestone, he can just jump in with the Shatterstorm. So, I really like how Doghouse has already responded, and I already talked about how these are heroes that they run very well. Now, again, they did show a lot of their core heroes already early on in their draft, so I'm expecting them to pick up 2 supports in the last 2 picks. And typically, we don't see teams draft like that. We tend to see the supports come out early and the core heroes be safe for counter picks and whatnot. But that just shows you that Doghouse, they're not afraid to do stuff differently, and they are feeling confident that this will work for them.
Interesting. Nymphora sneaks it through the second tier of bans even, and it would be 4th picked here by the side of Doghouse and a Kinesis final pick. All right, so this is some good variation here in game 3 that we have. Both teams really. I was also going to talk about the Andromeda on the side of Team Tim as their support option. Of course, much more of a saving support, a sacrificial support, but also provides that minus armor aura and just the aura presence too. But the final pick going to be coming out here. What's it to be? Now, the Wretched Hack, though, does that throw a little bit of a curveball? Is that so maybe Adrenaline's going to be safe lane or what?
No, I think they'll run the Hag solo short or even solo long, depending on how they think the Doghouse side will lane set up. They want to get the Hag a 1v1 somewhere in the side lane. But just back to Doghouse's lineup, just from top to bottom, this is very cohesive. They even you mentioned the Nymphora pick, another hero that just throws the heal pod down and the adrenaline ult or whatnot. Everything is just very, very well thought, I would say. And they have late game with double core. They have great supports for early game. They have Lodestone who scales throughout all stages with the Shatterstorm. It's just, to me, it's looking very, very good from top to bottom. So how does Team Tim respond? They go with Ravenor themselves. I have not seen that I can recall Team Tim running the Ravenor. So for me, this is a first. I don't know if it's actually their first, but I am interested to see how this works for them because they are gonna probably run this in a tri lane. We talked about Adrenaline and Hag being solo heroes, so almost kind of saying, "Hey, you guys ran this against us last game. It worked great for you. We're gonna try to run that ourselves and see how it works for us." So I'm looking forward to see how this does end up shaping out from both sides.
What's a bit standout to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, I suppose, but the cores of this Legion side a bit more greedy in the sense of not only maybe farm dependent, but also they're more about just dealing out some good damage. They're not necessarily bringing in some hard crowd control. I think the biggest is really like the Wretched Hag here, right? Where she's not bringing any crowd control. Really, it's more just
she's bringing damage,
pure damage. She's not your lodestone, whatever kind of offlaner. So, that could both be good and bad, certainly, but at least something worth pointing out. But actually, okay, yeah. So let's do this before we continue.
As always.
So sponsors, big sponsors here. A couple of sponsors, Community Gaming being one of them. Again, check out the site, guys, communitygaming.io. They run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, really a lot of traditional games as well as even Web3 games if you're into that scene. Community Gaming, they're an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events for all levels, from the grassroots to tier 1 professional events even. So definitely check it out. Sign up, communitygaming.io, one of the sponsors here. Polydoge, also another sponsor, helping to bring in that $10,000 prize pool that we're seeing on the line here. The Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. They offer a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on the Polygon network. Experience it for yourself at polydoge.com. Okay, but back to the game now. As we had the pause anyways.
It's shaping up to be tri-lane versus tri-lane up in the top lane. So this is what I was expecting in game 1. And then we ultimately saw this in game 2, right? Both teams matching each other's tri-lanes.
Yep.
So one thing we didn't talk about is Kinesis being great against the Magnus. We've seen many times where the Kinesis is picked after the Magnus because he can get the Lava Surge. Alternatively, he could get Comet Stun or Ravenor Ball Lightning, which are also great abilities, but I think ideally he's going to be wanting the Lava Surge. So it will be 2 melee and 1 range from Legion. Almost 3 melees because Andrew's not really the biggest ranged hero. But they're actually... are they going to be swapping up lanes on me as I was just saying it was try versus try? Oh, they did it again. So anyway, Ravenor's headed to the mid lane. So they're going to want to try to shut down this Defiler. And you can almost tell that Doghouse is like, hey, are they swapping things up again? And look, they're sending Snooki to the bottom lane, maybe. Ozef might go to mid. Like, they're you could tell the teams are mind gaming each other at this point. Like, I don't think anyone's shown on any wards at all.
This is just pure intuition.
Just pure speculation. They're like, if I could hear the comms right now, it's probably like, oh, but maybe they're gonna do what they did in game 1, where they threw us off with the 2 dual lanes.
Look at this.
It's crazy how getting these lane matchups that you want is so key. Because it shapes out how the whole early game goes. Yeah, we have Magnus in a flank position, so I don't think that Doghouse is aware of this. This could very well be a Bloodlust on Defiler right from the get-go.
He's dead.
He's definitely going to get caught here. Ball Lightning comes out. Yeah. They stagger the stunts perfectly. He uses the Golden Apple. Magnus has boots, though, so he has to take the kill. They wanted to give it to Ravenor. You could tell that they were kind of backing off on the supports, but Bloodlust on the Magnus. I'm sure they will be happy with that, nonetheless. top lane. Wretched Hag can't get the blink off, so she gets, I think, silence from Kinesis, double stun from Nymph and Benzington. And
I love the lane swap. So yeah, Defiler TP's top lane after that death. They send Benzington middle with Nymphora. So now it's a duel versus dual lane mid.
Kinesis is going bottom to dual lane with Lodestone against Adrenaline. Interesting decision there.
All right, so this is a very fun, mind-gamey early laning phase between
Magnus
both
just
teams.
sit middle where his aggressive heroes are placed, so he can just continue to set up kills.
And so they know Magnus is missing, but they don't know exactly where. The Andromeda Sun perfect. Oh, we did Lava Surge in time, but the ball lightning was connected, so it didn't matter.
Yep.
And he's dead. So only so much Nymphora could do there at level 1, especially only just with the Zeal stun, which he hit, but obviously didn't matter. So well played.
A Defiler against Hag in top lane. This, I believe, should favor Defiler a little bit. And she's already off to a good start, at least on creep score. She's 10-1 against 4-0 Hag. Bottom lane, the Lodestone is doing 8-2 against a 5-0, and they have rotated Magnus down here, maybe to just kind of protect him a bit, but it is 2 melees against a melee in a range, so that should favor the Hellborn side. And I think we're still seeing the 2v2 mid. Nymphora gets the DD rune spawn from top river. Maybe they can get a kill on the Andromeda if they're feeling confident, but right now they have the creeps and towers, so they're going to want to farm up on Benzi.
Kinesis, though, bottom lane, in trouble. Actually, goes in right.
He might just die here. There's just too much damage.
Adrenaline Magnus. This Magnus already with the early Striders and the Wind Whistle on top of that. So this is a fast, he's a Zoomer. Zoomer Magnus coming out.
Yeah, Volca is just... I keep talking about it, but he's so good on heroes like Magnus and Rally. He always knows where to be and when to be there. As mid lane, we have Initiation, I think, on the Ravenor. Kinesis blickboarded it in, and they brought him down. If they have the spells up soon, they might just dive this Andromeda. They're not even going to need to actually really commit to the towers. The damage from Kinesis with the creep throws was enough, so 2 kills all in the way of Doghouse.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting here like wondering, wait, what is Kinesis doing? I totally forgot they did the rework to him. So he now steals abilities.
Yeah.
As you saw right there with the comment.
It's only the first ability of the hero. One, so he wants to pick heroes that have good first abilities. Heal pod comes out, but Magnus is here. This is going to be a dead Benzington. Unless the Zeal stun from Dude was huge. He stunned 2. And that
all 3.
wasn't. Oh, was it all? Okay, maybe it was all 3. I'm blind apparently. But anyway, great stun from Dude, regardless, and that saved Fa 100%.
All right, so yeah, very good save right there, keeping it alive. But back to the big picture, Imba here on Ravener, who maybe not lately, but I will say I do recall Imba playing a lot of Ravener back in his day. Way back when, so it's at least comfortable in that sense. And
oh yeah, no doubt.
Well.
I have seen him play this hero many times. Just I haven't seen him play it recently, so I was actually thrown off when I saw them pick it.
It is funny though that we've had the solo matchup happens to be at the top lane of a Wretched Hag versus a Defiler. It's a matchup you definitely see middle lane quite a bit.
Oh, Magnus is here. Defiler. Not too much
Magnus
HP or mana. He's gonna go for the TP. He uses the Siphon Soul. Oh, that was so close actually to him living. There was like maybe a few milliseconds left on his port as Magnus swung his hammer there in the face of Defiler.
I thought he actually was going to get away right there for sure, but no. Like you said, milliseconds being the difference right there. So Defiler does fall, even with the Siphon Soul up. It doesn't matter. How has the top lane been going, though? 17-5 Hag, 25-4 Defiler. So Defiler is certainly winning that top lane matchup, at least in the creep score aspect. So
they want to go mid lane. They have invisibility on the Kinesis. And even though the Rev Ward is there, it's not going to matter. They kill the Andro. Magnus ports in, but I don't think they can re-engage because no spells up on the Ravenor, so...
Yeah, talk about a great counterpart to the Kinesis to that point you were making on the stealing the Comet Stone. I mean, that's just
they're going into the Ravenor here.
And there we go again. The Comet Stone comes out from Kinesis on top of the Zeal and the heal. That's an easy kill. Magnus can only do so much. So a double tap is credited to Dude right there on the Nymphora. Once it's
Yeah,
all
maybe
said
he's
and
gonna
done.
get some boots for himself. Did he just buy power supply? Maybe he has enough gold. I think he had 800, so maybe enough for power supply and boots actually.
Man, that was
Bottom lane, Lodestone's gonna get spotted here by Magnus.
oh yeah, he's
I
in
think
trouble.
he might be okay.
He's got a drill. Over the edge, he's good.
Oh, and he's gonna get a regen. That's a nice little gift given to him. Get him back into laning.
Yeah, especially with the bottle. How about adrenaline? We really haven't talked about adrenaline much. 32 and 2, 330 gold per minute.
Top farmer in the game. Well, he's pretty much tied with Lodestone.
So they're both doing pretty good. Yeah, it's essentially turned into a try versus try lane mid, by the way.
Yeah, it's not your everyday lane setup. Magnus even dive at the tower. He takes 2 tower hits, but they decide not to commit.
Oh, top lane.
What's going on top lane? Hag blinks into the trees. Okay.
Defiler doesn't have silence yet. I mean, that's understandable. Usually not an ability you level up this early, but...
Yeah, this Siphon Soul ability is just so good that you always want to put at least... I don't want to say he's going to go full, like, 4-4 into Wave and Siphon Soul. He probably will get silence at either somewhere between level 8 and 10, but you definitely want the Siphon Soul early game. A couple levels. Just the heal and the slow is so nice for chasing people down. Middle lane, Bensington's getting surrounded by heroes as the supports are off in the side lanes. He does do a lot of damage here to both Ravenor and Magnus, but being alone, he cannot get any kills himself.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this adrenaline, though, and what he has potential to do. Again, farming pretty well, 225 gold per minute, but Lodestone farming a little bit better. Shadowstorm activated, they're going for this kill. There's the jump in, the timing with the Shadowstorm explosion and adrenaline. Okay, well, it still exists. The caster's curse. My apologies. As adrenaline goes down there.
Kinesis currently has Comet Stun, so that's a great ganking ability for him instead of kills.
Okay, he's evaporated with that Shadowstorm exploding. He's there 1 second and gone the next.
Doghouse camping both runes. They get invisibility on Nymph, and they refill the bottle with the Merrick's bounty rune on Lodestone. They're going to bring a lot of heroes to mid lane here. Avatar's getting initiated on. That's connect onto multiple heroes.
Yeah, it was a great bat blast, but it wasn't enough apparently. Even Sir Bensington lives, who got so low right there, and then that Nymphora heal continues to be so clutch. We saw it big time in the previous game, and this is why I mean, obviously, you know, it's a pick your poison, but man, they let it get through the second tier of bans, and
Hag is actually getting bursted down here.
It. Oh, he was TP.
He did not expect the burst damage coming out.
Nymphora, what a call to actually cancel that and help to get that kill. And I mean, just the crazy action continues here in the mid lane. But yeah, no doubt a huge kill.
Took top tower. I don't think we even mentioned that.
No.
So while Hag ported into mid lane to try to get return kills, Tiki was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna take your tower," and that's always what happens when you give Defiler just like a little bit of room where you kind of ignore her for a little bit. She just somehow takes your tower really quickly.
Well, yeah, top tower down. Lodestone is now pushing it out himself. He is the top farmer in the game, 420 gold per minute, has a full power supply. He's just going to build a beefy style, as you'd expect, maybe in the PK, of course, to come out eventually, but not just yet. But yeah, so I'm going to go back to Adrenaline. What's the build we're looking at on Adrenaline, you think, in terms of items?
He should be going sorcery boots, or whatever they're called. Sorcery boots. He's even got the amulet, so I think he probably has the Pickle Brain component coming out to complete that. So that'll allow him to just continuously spam his Shard Blast, and he has mana for Rush and whatnot. He has a lot of spells that cost mana, and then he will most likely either bulk up defensively with actually middle lane, or bot river, sorry. Ravenor gets taken out. That was with Stasis Smash, and they're falling back. It looks like they don't want to commit to give up any kills over to Team Tim's side.
Oh,
Defiler might get caught bottom lane, speaking of that, as Nightfall comes in from Fa. Oh, he misses the Magnus, actually. Does a great dodge from Volca.
Yeah, they do lose the Defiler.
They missed the Rocket Drill stun as well. Magnus is just avoiding everything perfectly. Two-man line stun comes out.
Not going to matter there.
The Andromeda.
Ball lightning, is he going back in? Oh, of course he is. Imba Boy wants this, but maybe biting off a little too much right there. And now Ravenor's in trouble as well. The Shadow Storm explosion. Heal from Nymphora, and not giving up for the kill though.
Head smash the Ravenor.
Yeah,
but
Magnus
the bats, they get two people low. Deny comes in on the Nymphora. Benzington can joust away if he wants to. Is holding it to maybe go back in. Good stun from Magnus, and then good deny from Lowstone. The fight is not done, by the way.
Apparently not. Kinesis running back in. Lock control. Down goes Kinesis. He got the combo set off, though. Wave of Death also connects for another kill. Nymphora falls, but so does Adrenaline. Just explosions all over the place. But Defiler, he ain't scared. He's got Ghost. Oh, but no, the common stun. He got the kill, but at one cost. Ravener turns on him with the tower assistance. Hat trick for Imba Boy after it's all said and done. I mean, that was like 10 kills in like a 30-second fight. It just kept on happening.
So both sides, I think, actually got a hat trick, right? Or no, Ravener didn't get a hat trick. It was just a Defiler. Or do I have that wrong?
Wait, Ravener got it, I thought.
Yeah, no, it's the Defiler who got the hat trick.
Oh, Snooki. Oh, yeah, no. It's the way it read was like broken up.
Sorry,
okay.
I got a little confused myself there.
Snooki got
so Benzington is actually getting gone on mid lane, but they're not going to dive. They're going to try to get this tower deny, I think, in mid lane.
Oh, they could. But they don't want the Legion team to be nearby while they do so. I'm going to keep it up for now.
This game has really shifted into Doghouse's favor. I felt like the Legion was like the game was very even, and now all of a sudden the top 3 farmers all belong to Hellborn.
Yeah.
And they're diving the adrenaline here. They just bring the numbers advantage to the mid lane.
Father, top lane, meanwhile, is in trouble too, but maybe not. And this kind of goes back, you talked about it near the beginning, really in the draft, how like Defy is one of those heroes. It's like, yeah, you caught me, but you're in the cage with me, actually, it turns out. And that was an example of it right there. They jumped on Defy, 2 versus 1.
According bottom now, they're going to keep this going.
Dies.
Kinesis gets caught out, but any return kills coming in? I don't think Defiler wants to face the Ravenor with this much HP and Ravenor being charged up on 80 charges, so...
Huh. Is he really going back in? Jeez.
I feel like they should have saw that Veiled Rod, actually, because it is daytime.
Well...
He is playing with fire. I mean, he's going to heal up from the ghost, and maybe he was trying to bait some stuff out.
That was the play, yeah.
You know, if anything, I think that was more of a scare tactic than anything, because they went on mid lane while that was happening. And I'm just sitting here staring at Defiler like, what's he doing? What's he doing? But I think it was more of a distraction than anything.
Well, it worked out beautifully. They got the kill on a Wretched Hag. Now bottom lane, Nymphora in trouble, but maybe not. The heal comes out. Nice heal stun as well. The heal heals them up. They get a turn kill. Nymphora's still alive. They take out the Ravener as well. They finally killed Nymphora. But the big picture is certainly going the way of the Dire team once again. Adrenaline. Hellborn, excuse me. Adrenaline trying to run. Gets tethered in. There's the arena. Adrenaline gonna kite around, and Lodestone is dead.
Tower.
All right, so Adrenaline making a good play right there. Good job kiting with that Death's Halo active, and they also get the kill on Kinesis. So another just back and forth brutal fight down here at the bottom.
Up, though. So if Magma stuns in, I think they're going to counter here.
Yep.
There it is.
Caught Hag. Going too far. Siphon, the swap. Trying to keep his teammate alive, and does help him do so. And now Defiler gets slow. Hag goes back in and gets the kill. But another Joust stun in 2 seconds. The Zeal stun out of range.
Hag is actually alive. Wow.
Magnus saves his teammate. He stuns just in time. Hag jumps back in for another kill. Takes an auto attack. He'll still survive, and now dude is in trouble. No heal. He does have a power supply. Oh, he's not going to make a play with it, though. Okay, I mean, the end result...
back and forth. I mean, Doghouse was once looking really good, and now Team Tim's cleaning up.
Well, it's really... Yeah, I mean, Team Tim is actually... They're nearly even as far as goal goes, but apparently we're not done yet. That's why I would be with the series.
Now, so if they have the damage to bring down Ravenor, but they don't actually have the damage.
They need a turning. They're turning. Look at Hag. Hag is so low again. But he still survives it. There's the actual hat trick for Ravener, but here comes Defiler now.
The wave is just out of range, so Magnus doesn't have mana for a Lava Surge stun right now, but they're not getting any kills, and, well, they're going to probably get this Andro kill.
Yeah, he's just baiting now. Making them take forever. Okay, finally. It's like, let's call it like a 2-minute fight.
Look at all the Team Tim players just running back to base on low life.
Yeah.
That just shows you how close
God.
that these engagements really are. I mean, one spell landing kind of changes kills in your favor. It's very unfortunate, but Team Tim really did a nice job there. They evened out the gold and XP almost to a T.
I mean, yeah. I'm all for just it's action-packed games, and I'm loving this being this final series and everything, but this is insanity. I mean, 21-17. We're at 16 minutes into this game. Absolute crazy bonkers. Top lane, Wretched Hag, Blink, and unless they have some kind of joust, just misses.
So close from far. Obviously, he guessed, but
it's been 5 seconds. There's more action.
Lane.
Bottom lane. Defiler's dead. All right.
Yeah, he's gonna cancel that TP. And then mid lane, I can't even keep up with all the kills happening. Every
hopefully
lane
the
has
observer's
something
keeping
happening.
up at least. Probably not. There's so much going. All right, so okay.
The guy with the most creeps is 96, as we have Death's Halo mid lane into Bat Blast. Oh, he cannot. He can TP now.
Yeah.
Okay, he timed it very well there on for it to TP out, because if the port left, he would have got pulled back into the Death's Halo ultimate.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you cannot leave that arena when it's activated, but his TP ordered him out as it expired, so it was very, very good timing from dude. So at least he didn't give up another kill to Team Tim.
Very interesting, though. But, I mean, again, look at the individual goal per minute now. It's Ravenor has accelerated to the top of the charts. He picked up the Elder Parasite. He talked about an item that's going to help him scale really well, especially with farming potential. I'm guessing we're going to see that BKB coming out next. So that's well on its way.
Pretty much the same item build that we saw from Zwicky on Ravenor in Game 2.
Icebrand finished on Adrenaline, by the way.
He's going to go into Dawnbringer, so he buys the piece that gives him the attribute that he is, which is Strength, and just bulks him up to help him survive as long as possible in his own arena. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we have Initiation.
Nightfall jumping in for a response. The Magnus avoids a joust, but cannot avoid everything else. So Volko's dead, and the rest able to get away. Andromeda, yes, he's out. So that'll be the end of that.
Doghouse brought all 5 players down here. They definitely want to get the tower if they're going to commit everyone down here like this. And they have a ward spotting Ravenor and Adrenaline. They're going to use the Stasis Smash here, but there's no follow-up, so unfortunately not going to get any kills there.
Top lane
tower gets split up, but it will fall to the team Tim.
Wretched Hag is kind of trying to bait out loads, and it seems like I don't think we're going to see a kill here. Yeah, just blinks away now, and he's fine, but bottom lane. Andromeda's dead. TP in. Does he commit? He does. Magnus being the one to TP, but quickly stuns out, realizing this is a lost cause. I mean, Ravenor's nearby, though. Do they dare take this fight? Wretched Hag is also walking in the background. But
Power
with the unholy expulsion
up,
there's
ghost. It's incredible how much damage that ultimate deals so quickly. So yeah, we haven't. I don't know if we've really had time to talk about items this game. There's just so much fighting going on that there's really no room, other than we've talked about maybe Adrenaline and Ravenor. So
it's one of those, yeah. Well, I was gonna say, it's one of those games when there's so much action going on. Sometimes we could just let it happen, you know. We don't need to.
Yeah. So both sides have a Gnome's Wisdom, one on Hag and one on Defiler, respectively. Bensington has his farming tool with the Thunderclaw already picked up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Fa go straight into a Shrunken just with how much fighting both teams are doing. But what's going on top?
Oh, bottom. Adrenaline, he cuts just a couple. Kinesis gets pulled in, so they get the support. Sir Bensington was also there, but you mentioned the top lane while that was happening.
Still hasted, and Nightfall actually gets canceled, so the bats hit nothing. And Lowstone was able to pick off the Andromedas. I don't know if he got his Nightfall canceled or if he just decided that was not a good Nightfall.
Ravenor was there, so I don't know though actually, because yeah, Ravenor has his Violent Rot up though, so I don't know if he actually hit a well any stuff. But either way,
smoked up Defiler mid lane. They're gonna pop Ghost here. He misses the Rocket Drill stun.
You could tell he's kind of second guessing because he saw Magnus at the last second in the tree, so kind of went for it. But as you mentioned, whiffed, so no stun hits, and the unholy expulsion is going to go down in about 10 more seconds.
On the cliff here, I think he wants to place a ward, or maybe they are the ward with their bodies being up there. Oh, wow. This is very deep though, next to the base of Team Tim. Will we see the mass sports come in? As they're going to burn down the Magnus right away. Adrenaline could get a big halo here if he wants to use it.
No, not necessary. Get up 2.
That was the others 2 for 1. They baited out mass TP. I mean, obviously that's not really worth it if they're not getting like the other lane split pushed or farm while that's going on, because both Defiler and Bensington were thinking about going to that fight, but they just fall back. So they're not really getting anything else on the other parts of the map while losing a 2-for-1 trade. So Team Tim will happily take that aggressive play, resulting in 2 kills for them.
All right, things are finally slowing down a little bit, it feels like. Kind of entering that mid-game stage now, about 22 minutes in, so
look at the GPM chart. It's like, it looks almost identical.
Yeah, it is even, yeah.
3 people, relatively same farm, and then the support
Adrenaline.
Slightly
top lane is caught. Joust in, lead it off. The Zeal stun. Now, Adrenaline is pretty tanky. Talk about the Ice Brand pickup. Helping him beef up somewhat. That with the sacrificial
stone. He's all
stone.
alone. I mean, if they want to commit to this, I mean, maybe they don't know.
Yeah.
They see Magnus mid, but other than that, they don't really know where the remaining players from Team Tim is. So yeah, he's just tanky enough to live.
Wretched Hag is hunting.
Hag smoked up here with the DD and Bat, so I don't know. Maybe she could burst down the Bensington by herself if she goes for it.
Double damage rune as well. Definitely going for
it. On the Bensington. That's a huge solo pickoff. The Nimport's coming in, but I don't know if these 2 guys can take out Hag. She's relatively tanky.
Yeah, she's not showing herself right now either, so it's the mind game of like who's gonna show first. Hag is playing this very safe. TP doesn't have Bat Blast, so
they even put a lane ward down to see if she maybe fell back and she's hiding, but now she blinks into the creep wave.
Support nearby.
Cat and mouse.
No. It really is. He bit into this. He does. A little dangerous now for the wretched Hag. Oh no, the silence.
That could be the difference maker.
That's it. A little too greedy. Very greedy. Trying to poke into that Nymphora mid lane. Meanwhile, Knight falls in. The stun, Adrenaline. No, he's going to be fine because Joust is canceled. But hey, they got the big kill onto the wretched Hag at the top lane. Now, what do they do off of this? She's dead for another 30 seconds. They're going to try to swing around the mid lane, it looks like. Lodestone. Can't really find an angle yet. Checking out Kongor.
So Imboboy's got his Shrunken Head on Ravener now. He's got the damage assistant tool with the Elder and the sustain tool with the Shrunken. So he's feeling pretty confident right now.
Nymphora takes a stun. Yeah, Magnus.
She's in very deep lines here, but maybe baiting because they have the whole team kind of nearby.
Oh yeah, definitely baiting.
Ghosts are up and they're forcing out the glyph here, but the tower's gonna fall before anything happens. But they're looking to maybe go in here. Swap on the Defiler.
There we go, the jump up with the Storm Spirit though from the Defiler, but still melts as it comes down. Shadowstorm active, however. And now it's the Hellborn's turn. There is the Halo though from Adrenaline, keeping him in place. And the cleanup crew is here
Ravenor
for Team Tim.
Huge with the power overwhelming, fully charged, picks up a hat trick. And was that a 5 for nothing, Breaky? It looks like it was, right?
5 for 1, I thought. Oh, maybe it was 5 for nothing, actually.
No buybacks.
No, you're right,
from Legion, so they got the tower, but as you would say, at what cost? A 5 for nothing swing. They will take the tower trade.
Wow, I mean, Team Doghouse, they are behind now quite a bit. 5,700 gold deficit that they're in. It's just going to get worse as Wretched Hag may take out this middle tower now on top of that. And she is well on the way to a Dawnbringer as a result of that fight as well. But yeah, you talk about Ravener, what he was able to do in that last fight with just the items he has another 3,300 gold saved up. So we're going to see another big damage item, the full Dawnbringer to come for Adrenaline. They're going to be reaching these later tier items, certainly. Wretched Hag is jumped over here. Nightfall coming out, and Hag falls, so At least a somewhat of a response from Team Doghouse to kill the Hag and delay that Dawnbringer, or excuse me, the Grimoire a bit more. But still.
Bensington, he's, I think, desperately wanting his Shrunken Head at this point. So he's got 2,500 gold saved up. They're going to turn their attention to Kongor, which I do think they should be able to bring down without any... without Team Tim contesting it. So right now, Team Tim with and the tower actually falls to creeps. I think they probably would have wanted to deny that, but they did not rotate over to do so. Right now, it's a 7k gold lead and 6k experience lead. It's going to shift by about 1k gold with the Kongor falling. So Team Tim still has the advantage right now in terms of resources. But the Bensington Shrunken is going to be very key for Doghouse moving forward. They want to get that pickup. He is 1,000 and change away. So if they can give him a little bit of time for that, maybe he'll even sell maybe the Iron Shield or the bottle, get him a little bit closer as well.
Yeah, Kongor kill's pretty big though. Obviously, that's a nice little buff that the whole team will get there on the Hellborn side. That doesn't necessarily show in the stats up there. But still, it is a lead.
Alternatively, though, they lose Tier 2 top and Tier 2 bottom, so there's only one outer tower protecting their base remaining now from Doghouse in the mid lane, which is also very, very low. It's almost even in deny range, so a lot of map space to work with. I mean, it's the same though for Doghouse. There's only this one middle tower on the Legion side as well, so tower for tower is even.
The Legion Team Tim is... They want to do something. I mean, the Grimoire's not finished yet on Wretched Deck. I feel like that's kind of an item that they maybe want to wait for before they really go. But they're all 5 here at the Tier 2 tower. We are definitely going to be seeing a fight break out.
Almost got a little too curious.
Yeah, but look at the flank.
The flank coming in. Yeah, exactly. The Veiled Rot. So it's going to be who can get the initiation on the right targets here. Andrew's kind of grouped with her team, so if she gets caught like in a bad spot, she might not be able to get a good swap here.
Filer. What's going on? Magmus stuns it. It's a little bit awkward here. Adrenaline actually now trying to run, and we are going. Unholy Expulsion is out. There's a big lava surge from Magmus with the eruption, but it's not enough damage to get any kills, losing his teammate. And then Shravan off the side. Adrenaline's back in.
She does get the blink off to safety.
Still has the halo, by the way.
Ravenor's here now with the Shrunken, fighting into Ghost though, and he's gonna have to run away. Bensington holding his ground. Wow, that was so close to Bensington falling. I think the Storm Spirit saved him, right? Did they use the Storm Spirit there on the Bensington?
Maybe. I can't 100%.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that they did, because I think Ravenor would have killed him otherwise. And that was so close for a bunch of heroes actually. As Ravenor and Hag were both very low on life, they got out almost falling, and then Bensington we saw right there, saved by the Storm Spirit from Snooki and Defiler. So
man, that Magmus though,
good fight.
That stun, like it looked like that was gonna be the time to just go and make something happen, but he landed a beautiful, I think it's a 3-man stun, the eruption on top, but they really didn't have a follow-up. The Halo never came out. Ravener was a bit later, as you were talking about, so the timing was just a little bit off for this Legion side, and now they're gonna have to try to make up for what happened in the previous fight, and they're ready to go back in. Magmus is hunting, has the eye in hand, it gets a stun into Defiler, but for us there to back up, and it's like they want to get out of here. Actually, somebody TP's away, so the rest are gonna keep on running. I mean, Defiler needs to keep running because they are still chasing. As we see, in fact, Magmus, the Shrunken Head, beautiful timing coming out from Snooki, and they say, all right, let's fight. The arena's there from Volca goes down. We're jumping into the wrong arena.
Leading the front lines, trying to catch the Andro. He did miss the stun, but Nymport, I believe, is porting him and Kinesis behind them.
There's the Halo. Nightfall activated, though. You got Ravener. He is beating them down with the Shrunken Head up. That's what you want to see for this Legion side. He goes for the chase. He gets another Lodestone. Another double tap for Rainbow Boy. And there's somebody in the trees over here. That would be the Kinesis. There's also a double tap going the way of DP. And he gets the hat trick as he finds the final kill down there. So that's more like it for Team Tim.
So that Nymport actually, it was looking like it was going to be good for them to go from behind with the two supports and just catch them, but Man, Team Tim, they just, I don't know if they knew what was going on or if they just like, they were like, go, 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 like turn. They turned at like the perfect moment because Defiler and Bensington were caught out fighting the whole side of Team Tim. And it was just a huge, huge fight from Team Tim. They got everyone down as well.
That's going to be a full Dawnbringer now. Going to be coming out for Ravenor. I think the Shrunken Head's going to be farmed up soon from Adrenaline. So, yeah, now they're in these later tier items that are certainly standing out. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, sure, Defiler is very farmed as well, 478 gold per minute. So, on Shrunken Head, etc. But do they have enough supporting damage? And I guess that really starts with the Sir Bensington, right? Who's about 400 gold per minute, so he's certainly farming very well himself.
He went for Hyper Crown. Huh.
Yeah.
That actually surprises me. So what that means to me is that they feel they lack damage, or he like they lack a way to clear waves and just continuously get him his farm, or he's fallen behind too much of the Ravenor. Because to me, he definitely needs to Shrunken. I mean, he cannot really team fight into Ravenor and Magnus and Hag and all that without this item. So he's feeling that he needs this greedier item pickup. Otherwise, he would not have done this.
Well, we'll see if it's the right call or not. I mean, this is the biggest lead we've seen so far in this game in terms of gold. I go back to it again. The Conqueror was killed by the Hellborn side, so they are benefiting from that slight buff there in comparison to the Legion. We got some ancient stacks being taken out. You see Sir Benton, that Arclight, or the Hyper Crown more so, is doing a lot of work to help clear this out. So he'll enhance his farm even that much more. No buybacks have been used this game. That honestly is a little surprising for how much action we've had.
That's true.
Well, that's all still there, so. Still,
did we talk about the portal key on Ravenor? He has the full Dawnbringer as well?
Yeah, he said that for a while,
his items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dawnbringer, he just finished, I think, on that aspect. Yep, that's pretty good. Yeah, Adrenaline BKB's coming soon, too.
Ravenor's got a lot of tools to work with now. He's got sustain, positioning, and ways to deal his damage very quickly, so everyone's in a really good spot here. And again, the GPM chart reflects that he's 580 GPM, top in the game. But there is always the potential for him to go down to Shadowstorm and Ghost, so he still has to play the team fights very well by all means.
It is funny how you see the momentum, the pace of the game change so much from just, and this whole series, right? It's just been just go, 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 go. But it really feels like we're now kind of in this, our biggest stall we've had this whole series, where both teams, they feel pretty, okay about their position. Obviously, the Legion team maybe a bit more. But now, this is game 3. It's a 1-1 series. We're getting deep into this best out of 5, $10,000 prize on the line. It's almost like something may have clicked. Like, all right, we got to really kind of slow things down a little bit and make sure we're making the right decisions here as far as when we want to initiate and etc. But it's been quite the lull in terms of how just fast paced we've had this whole series.
I do think that the lead has slightly decreased since the Hyper Crown pickup of Bensington. So I think the fact that the two teams are avoiding each other is actually good for Doghouse's side to try to close this deficit down a little bit. He even goes the Firebrand, so he's feeling like he can continue to go for more of these like greedier damage item farming item routes. And I'm gonna be interested to see now if he even continues and maybe puts that into a Geometer's Bane instead of Shrunken, like continues to just go for more damage assistant tools. Because that's kind of what he's, at least what I'm thinking he's doing now. Whop on him, and he just melts. The two heroes of Andro and Ravenor can kill him in about 2 seconds.
That was like 1.2 seconds. I mean, that was fast.
Maybe I was being generous when I said 2 seconds.
All right, he has buyback, and there we go. There's our first buyback, so initiation going to commence now, but look at Kinesis just drop Nightfall in, but Ravenor is just an absolute beast. Typee gets both the kills, but Boy's doing plenty of that damage. However, now they're starting to fall back on the Legion side, realizing with that Unholy Expulsion up, it's not worth continuing to commit. They lost Andromeda, and they'll let things reset. So about 7 more seconds. When those ghosts are down, do they re-engage? Here's the question. Not yet.
Yeah, and obviously the Bensington doing 2 deaths in a span of like 30 seconds with committing a buyback on top, that's going to hurt him so much. So we'll see if Team Tim just decides to press the issue and try to get themselves either a base tower or even a full Rax here. With Benson respawning in 20 seconds, might not be enough time for them to do that. And there is still 2 Pongwars up, so if they want to turn their attention to an objective other than the Hellborn space, they could look to do that.
Yeah, you mentioned the Hellborn Kongor coming back up after it was killed earlier. Certainly the next objective on both sides. You can see them going for. Calls for it, but yeah, Sir Bensington, that does got to feel rough. The buyback into another death, and suddenly what was just some hyper farm going on. He's dropped under 400 gold per minute.
Only Kinesis? No, sorry, Lodestone into the Legion jungle.
Yeah, Snooki's on point with these Shrunken Head. Is this... Okay. I was a little afraid for a second it was going to wear off and he's going to get stunned, but no, he knew his timing. Gets out. 4,000 gold on Snooki, by the way, playing Defiler. So something big is coming. Is it going to be hard here, we think, or what?
I was actually going to say... Yeah, he has the Beast Heart, so I think he's going to just go for the full, like, ball of HP. Now, obviously, he could go for... I think it's too late to go for magic armor, but most of Ravenor's damage is magic, so... I guess bulking up on just raw HP is fine if he wants to do that. He does have a very defensive item build, for good reasons. I am going to be interested to see if he at any point tries to go for an offensive item like a sheepstick or something, because if they can catch Ravenor and just kind of hold him down for a little bit, that might be a good way for them to be able to bring him down. Obviously, they have to go against the swap, but it would not be bad by all means to still pick up something like a sheepstick.
Hag, Kinesis is there to defend. So Hag just gonna back up with the creep wave though. But the team also joined to continue to push it out. So this tier 3 tower, it's already below half-life. Defiler is here with Unholy Expulsion. Again, 4,300 gold now saved up on him. Ravener has 4,000 gold saved up, so both sides have plenty full.
I think that Doghouse is going to give the Strax up. They're not... I mean, they have Bensington who can knife all in. Everyone else is at the base now. I guess it looks like they are going to fight. Here's the Shadow Storm coming.
Oh, well, Wretched got stunned though as he jumped in, but out comes the Halo, and Ravener again, it just melts them. Bat Blast doing plenty on top of that. Defiler, Unholy Expulsion is up. The Shrunken Head, he's trying to run and survive, but it's not gonna matter. A Genocide coming out, and GG, well played. It is 2-1 series lead now for Team Tim. So the underdogs have the series lead, 1 game away from claiming the championship. We're gonna be heading to game 4.
Yep, that was a very nice team fight from Team Tim to close out the game. They finish with 20k golden XP lead. Ag got a quad kill, and yep, they're gonna be leading the series 2-1. So great job from Team Tim here to again, it's back and forth teams responding with we're alternating victories here. Team Tim took game 1, now they took game 3. Doghouse took game 2. We'll see what's going to happen in game 4. So I think at this point, anything could happen.
It's coming down to this. Game number 4. Team Doghouse, the favorites coming in and going to need to force a 5th and final game just to stay alive and give themselves a chance. Certainly very doable, but Team Tim also playing very well as you'd expect and hope for. We definitely have continued to have a hell of a series here. We're going to go on another break, but once again, BreakyCPK joined by What You Got, the Paradise League HoN's Grand Finale. Game 4 coming up next. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A little bit long of a break there, but understandable. We had 3 just grueling games of just non-stop action here in the Best out of 5 Grand Finals for the Paradise League. And, well, here we are. It's a 2-1 series lead for Team Tim over Team Doghouse. So we'll see if that Game 5 is upon us with the Doghouse victory, or if Team Tim can close it out here. But obviously, I'm BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got. And looking forward to seeing how it all shapes up. And it starts with the draft. And, well, this is looking pretty similar to the previous game once again. Sir Bennington into Adrenaline Magnus. Here we go.
It's looking almost identical, at least in the opener, to Game 3, as we're now in Game 4. So Doghouse has gotta pull 2 wins in a row to take this finale. And Team Tim's only got to win 1 of these next 2 games. And they will be the champions. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty, and well, a lot of the stuff is looking the same, but maybe it'll shape out a little bit differently, as we have Bennington once again in the hands of Doghouse, and Adrenaline into Magnus, I think, was the exact same opener for Team Tim in that Game 3 where they did take that win. So let's see how it maybe shapes up differently here, as no Defiler are going to be coming out. That one is banned away. Instead, they go with Hag and Engineer on the side of Doghouse. So the Bennington Hag combination, I do like it, and Engineer is something that does seem to work quite well for. Well, actually, I say that, and they actually lost with Engineer in Game 1. So, but you know, it is a hero that they do usually perform very well with. So,
sure,
we'll see what else they go and pair with it. And look at the bans in the second wave. We see Devo and Torturer, some heroes that we've seen in the series so far.
Nymphora.
The Nymphora. We've seen a lot of Nymphora so far. Riftwalker, which we have not seen any of yet, actually gets banned away. Maybe they're feeling the Riftwalker could be a good way of them turning in the Adrenaline ult, so they don't want to give away the Riftwalker. Makes sense, I think, to a degree. Corrupted Disciple, the last ban.
Yeah, a hero that makes it through is that Ravener. And, I mean, technically in the series, Ravener is 2-0. And Game 2 wasn't necessarily a big reason for the Doghouse victory, but a Game 3 definitely was.
Yeah, and they have the Wretched Hag this time around, so...
Yeah.
Hag, I don't know, is Hag undefeated this series? I feel like she is, right? Did we? I don't think it was Hag in Game 1.
She was play last game on Team Tim, right? So
She's not in Game 1, so Hag is undefeated so far in the finale.
Oh, there you go. Stats don't lie. Doghouse victory.
Maybe Hag is the hero that is the undefeated hero to be picked up. So let's see if Hag can pilot. Doghouse did tie up the series and force Game 5. We got 2 picks coming up for Team Tim now. They're using some overtime, thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly got no idea what they're going to go for. I mean, the Ravenor is an option, but they don't have to go for it. The typical Imba Boy heroes like CD, FA, they're all taken out. So there is the Valkyrie, which I am very surprised we're not seeing Valkyrie. I mean, I think Valkyrie
she's been banned.
Yeah,
no, she's been banned initially.
Valkyrie's open. I wonder if they're thinking about picking up Valkyrie. If they want to run like a Valkyrie tri-lane. There we go. We're going to see the Valkyrie into Lodestone. That is, that's very normal, I would say, from Team Tim's picks here. So Lodestone would be position 3. Adrenaline is typically the mid. And then, interestingly enough, they're actually going to last pick their main support hero. You usually don't see the main support save to last pick, but... they did ban out the Moira and the Andro in the initial 3 bans, so maybe they'll go with like a Glacius or even like Rhapsody or something, a Luna, something like that could be picked up. I think maybe like a damage support could make a lot of sense to assist in the Adrenaline ult, but they could also still go with defensive support. They pick up Rhapsody and Luna, but I mean, there's still Glacius in the pool. It doesn't really matter that they pick all those up. But I will say, this, you know, this could be something different from Doghouse in the sense that I think we're going to see farming Engineer on Znuki. And I think maybe
Oh,
Azov
wow.
might play like Bensington in the tri lane, and this is one thing that Doghouse can do. They have players that can play so many heroes that they can do stuff like this. They can swap up who plays the Bensington, and it doesn't really affect their team play or how the games play out. So I do think we're gonna see Azov play Bensington here, but again, we'll have to wait and see who readies up on the heroes. And it is a last pick Geomancer, so uh hmm. Does that mean Zane is not going to play main support this game? They're actually going to put Taipei, who's played position 3 the whole series up till now, with them leading the series, and they're going to put him on main support and then give Zane Lodestone. Interesting. So both sides, and look, Azov's on Bensington, so both teams are switching up everything completely. They're changing their position 3 like players on different heroes, and that to me is actually crazy that we're seeing both sides do it in the game.
It's only $10,000 on the line, whatever, no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal, right? I mean,
so,
I mean, these guys are so good; they can switch up who plays what role. It's not really a big deal, but at the same time, it's worth mentioning.
Speaking of the $10,000 on the line, big shout out to our sponsors that we have right here as we're in the pause to start game 4 now. Community Gaming. This tournament is brought to you by Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments from Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, etc. A lot of games, even Web3 scene as well. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots to the tier 1 professional events. Experience it for yourself, guys, at communitygaming.io. You can join their Discord to learn more. Polydoge, also, big thanks to them as helping support with that $10,000 prize post we're mentioning. Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities to the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience it for yourselves at polydoge.com. Okay, so as we're mentioning, I mean, there's a lot of funky stuff happening here in game number 4 as far as who's playing what. But I mean, the Snooki on the engineers you're talking about,
farming engineer,
but also so Valkyrie. So yeah, position 1 Valkyrie. That's, I guess, it sounded like you were expecting that, but that, I mean, to me, that's almost like, okay, wow, crazy, but.
No, I mean, that's been banned most of the series, and only up until now, I think. I mean, you know, we didn't look at the ban. Bans too much in game 1, really, but I want to say that these teams would be picking up Valkyrie if she was not banned. So I think that one slipped through the cracks here, as there were some different stuff, like the Moira and the Andro, I think, were ban prioritized in this game 4, so that left the Valkyrie open. So, you know, the farming engineer, it can either be really, really good, or it could just maybe not work at all. Like, when I think of farming engineer players, I always think of Snooki and Puppet Soul. These are the two guys that like to run farming engineer, and they do it so well that it just works. Like, the engineer with early items and some early mine traps, somehow it just, like, it comes through. But there are times where it does fall flat. So you know, it's one of those heroes where you want to get it going early game and have a good start on it. A really farmed engineer can have a really good impact throughout the game. But when I look at Team Tim's lineup, I see lots of, like, AoE stuns. You got the rocket drill, the lava surge, the Geomancer even can hit multiple targets. They, you know, with the engineer core pick, they kind of lack that kind of in your face potential a little bit. Now, they do have the Bensington tri-lane, which they're running defensively, and it looks like we're going to see, on the side of Team Tim, they might be going for a first blood attempt here middle. They're positioned closer to mid and very aggressively with the Magnus and the Geomancer, and that could easily be a kill on the engineers, so that might catch Doghouse off guard. I kind of like that Team Tim's going for this style of play here to maybe catch Doghouse off guard, and I think that could definitely work. Valkyrie, she could always spec the leap and, you know, maybe escape if she gets caught from the trio here, but she'll probably be looking to play defensively either way, knowing she's not got her teammates by her side for the start.
Well, here we go.
Hag versus Lodestone. Hag in the long lane could always be rather greedy, but it
Mid
could
lane.
definitely work. Yep, mid
This
lane.
is what
Here
you're
we go.
talking about. Magnus, that is. He is going to stun in. Adrenaline follows up with a nuke. The mine doing some
doesn't have
damage.
the keg to
but-
reposition himself, so if he had the keg, he could have kegged up two or whatnot and knocked himself backward, but yep, they're gonna get the Bloodlust, and it goes to Volca again on the Magnus, so
I feel like all 4 games, Team Tim has just been on point with these Bloodlust early ganks.
Hag top lane, great body blocks from Zane. So Imba Boy actually TP top right away. And maybe Zane called out that, hey, he doesn't have Blink, he has Haunt, and we could kill him. So Imba TP'd up there, and now we're going to see Zane TP bottom, so they're going to lane swap everything up. But already this is working out great for Team Tim. 1 minute into the game, we have 2 kills in their favor. We see the Benzington tri-lane TP's top right away. So they want to keep chasing Imba and fight try versus try, which I think is the correct decision. And then Fa ports bottom, and it's going to be Hag versus Load now in the bottom lane. So, Magnus middle lane. Snicky's in trouble.
Oh
my god.
Beautiful
Huge
time.
keg stun disjoint from the lava surge. And, well, engineer farming. It's either a hit or a miss. So far, it's a miss, unfortunately, 0-2. As they're really addressing him. You know, they're focusing him with attention, so it does not have a good time.
Volca, you've said it several times throughout the series, but again, on this Magnus especially, just on point with the early roam, is definitely setting up the big reason why they're up 3-0 right now. And he's kind of just chilling near the top rune. He's going to see the regenerating spawn, so make the call out there for Adrenaline, but is going to roam back to the top lane now. They've been doing some jungle pulls over here, and now Rhapsody could be in trouble.
Taking a creep wave as well if he gets caught here.
Oh
yep. No, this is just not good positioning from Doghouse. 2-man Joust comes in to prevent some damage, but they don't have the same kind of firepower that Team Tim's trio of heroes with some creeps can do.
So guess what? Magnus continues to be on point. And as far as the roam goes, beautiful setup, of course, for the Valkyrie Arrow. Talk about one of the oldest combos in HoN, back to the Dota days, obviously. As far as Arrow on top of the Lava Surge, and why not make it work here? So you talked about Engineer, though. Again, off to 2 deaths. Obviously, that's because of just the heavy early ganks onto him at the beginnings, but is going to have to somehow recover. But right now, it's looking pretty grim. Adrenaline just totally zoning him out. 14-4 compared to 12-2. I mean, creep score-wise, Nuki isn't doing too bad. But still.
Yeah, I mean, given the circumstances, he's doing really well. I mean, he's almost even on last hits with Adrenaline, and Adrenaline's been getting so much help from the Magnus already. So if anything, right now he's just gotta level up those mines and hope that he can get a counter kill. He's gonna. Oh, they actually don't trigger there. The perfect timed lava surge avoids those mines.
Yeah, it's like, what mine?
Adrenaline, but he doesn't have mana for it. He has the keg on cooldown, and wasn't really enough damage, so anything just puts pressure on the Adrenaline. Right now, we're still 2 versus 3 in the top lane. We don't see them really engaging on the Valkyrie. Benzington tried just now, and he missed, so it's almost like they heard me say it. But yeah, the Magnus has been mid a lot, so that means they have an advantage up in the top lane. And
especially with the Engineer.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, especially with the Engineer struggles. I mean, it's safe to say, obviously, they need Sir Bennington to really have a good game.
Joust into the tower, but follow-up is not really there. Now Rhapsody's taking the tower. Arrow doesn't even need to connect. They take him out. Magnus has another Lava Surge coming up in 5 seconds. Trying to get the return kill on Geo, but he gets the dig stun off.
Oh, gets the kill. It comes at a cost for his own life, but he'll take it. Taking out the core. Now, Luna just holding their ground here, but Lilac still might be in trouble. Magnus chasing, has 10 charges. Doesn't go for the stun, though. Rhapsody coming in. The turn kill using the mana battery. He is fine. He's got a Lava Surge.
He's 1 hit away, but they don't have the Marchers to catch up to him. It's just so unfortunate that they can't get the return kill, and the Magnus is just a little too slippery.
Pops a health potion, and it runs right to the middle lane. So, gonna continue his roaming ways. Yeah, very close call right there, but 6-1 start in favor of Team Tim right now. So obviously feeling very good about what they got going on. Veiled Rot active. Look at this Engineer mid lane. Snooki, though, playing a very defensive posture. Went up a little too close. Kicks it on himself, but it's not going to matter. And down he goes. Haha with the kill on Adrenaline. Volca, certainly the MVP so far.
Yeah, and they're really shutting him down. I mean, he's still farming great, like 21 creep kills with 3 deaths and just constant pressure from the Magmus. The Adrenaline only has a 3 creep advantage, so he really has done a great job. But I mean, it's just so hard when you have no escape against this roaming Magmus. They tried to go top lane, but Geomancer was able to dig stun away. So Fa is also going to need a monster game like he had in, I think it was game 2 on the Wretched Hag. We'll see if he can have like a similar impact here in game 4, as I hope I'm not casters cursing him, as there's an Invis Magmus.
He might be.
He has no mana. Well, he has a Chalice into Blink.
They're going.
There's a Magmus stun.
I mean, that bait was just so beautiful. Lodestone was at half life. Hag is like, what are you doing? You know, I almost got this kill right here, and Zane just baiting the whole time. And yeah, Volca, great patience, waiting for the right moment.
Oh,
Yeah, it literally has killed every lane.
1-8 lead here for Team Tim. Now, I will say, with this huge kill advantage that they have, the golden XP is by all means not out of control. So a lot of the times, as Geomancer, looks like he'll be fine. A lot of the times when we have a score like this early on in a game, it usually means that there's like a 3,000 to 5,000 gold lead. Valkyrie top lane, again, just barely able to survive. So a lot of these kills that Doghouse is missing are very, very close to being kills in their favor. But a lot of the times, this kill lead will mean that the resource lead will be very, very heavily favored toward the team with the kills. But it is not the case here. The lead is still not that large.
Oh, Magmus, is he getting greedy here for this ward kill? A little bit, and they put the sentry down, but he's got a full power supply now. He's feeling pretty good at support. See some counter wars coming up from the other side.
Magmus is gonna die, and finally Doghouse gets something to go their way. They get a kill here on the Magmus.
To that point, I mean, yeah, you see that gold, again, even goes a little bit less. And Sir Bensington, this was mentioning earlier, they really need Sir Bensington to have a great game with that lockdown and engineer especially. And you know what? He's doing that. He's nearly 400 gold per minute. So this Bensington is definitely having the start that you'd hope for, as Hag is picked off at the bottom lane. What we're saying is that looks like the arrow setup from the rocket drill for the free kill there. But again, Sir Bensington, what can he do is going to be the key now. So he continues to farm away at the top lane. Right now it's just Geomancer on the other side that's there. Adrenaline picks up an illusion rune.
Mind trap, Magmus. Oh, he dies! He could not disjoint it in time, so he knew it was there. You could tell by the way he played that. And that's a kill for Engineer. He's almost 300 GPM.
He's probably gonna die here, but you know what? The fact he got that kill, it's like, all right.
Yeah, unfortunately the keg stun was not, it didn't do what he wanted it to do, which was to push him back toward his tower and also stun the load at the same time. So he tried, and it's very hard to do, but it didn't work out, and he ended up going down. Bottom lane now.
Oh, Halo.
Well, that looked funny, actually, the interaction with the Death Halo and the Joust.
Yeah, that looked really odd right there, but Sir Bensington, it doesn't have a Joust, he is dead. Ends up being pretty good for the Hellborn side. Rhapsody, also going to be Delphine now. Staccato stuns. Disco Inferno ain't going to matter. And the tower, trying to take out Magmus, but no, Magmus' power supply use will manage to survive as well. So they chase for another. They get it, they all get out. And Imba Boy will go back to farming here on the Valkyrie.
Top lane, back blast, and one more hit from, yep, he uses the Sonar Screen instead. So Hag gets a kill. That's good for Hag.
That is definitely good. Sitting about the 300 gold per minute. Adrenaline has taken over as top farm though, but the mines! The keg
keg just barely misses. Bensington will get him though. That's a big kill though, Breaky, because that was an ultimate warrior streak on the Adrenaline, who was the top farmer for Team Tim. And it gives 500 plus gold over to Bensington, who's already doing well. So that's going to further progress his build up now toward his, what I believe will be his Thunderclaw, as he is playing more so that position 1 Bensington this game. So that is a big kill. And with the death on Adrenaline, look at the resources again. I talked about it just a couple minutes ago. We have a huge kill lead in favor of Team Tim, but the resources do not reflect that whatsoever. It is a dead even game.
Yeah, no, I just got finished saying how Adrenaline was top farm at 400 plus GPM, and sure enough, the gank happened. So absolutely, big turnaround. Speaking of Adrenaline, going back in, pulls in Engineer.
Engineer's a ping pong over here in the mid lane, but he's got a regen rune, so he's able to bring himself back up on HP.
I will say, especially with this more of this core focused Engineer, as Lodestone, like he's fine for now. I can't make a point because we got another kill happening. Yeah, Hag is in trouble.
It's fine though. Oh no, he died to the second call from Valkyrie. He got the double call, even following him after the blink. That's huge for Imboboy to pick up an ultimate warrior streak himself.
Luck is on his side, but to the point, yeah, Engineer, you always got to be weary of these mines that he's going to be kiting you into.
Oh, this is going to be a kill on the Geomancer. Great keg stun, and
bottom lane.
I think he had the dig up, by the way.
That was a kill there. On to Benzington. Lodestone manages to survive the last auto attack.
8 life, he survived.
Has to turn around Magnus.
Meanwhile, Luna's battling the Magnus over here.
That's a kill. And now Magnus has to get away from Rhapsody, which he should be able to do just fine. But yeah, Lode's still living with 8 life.
He's got no mana for the Lava Surge, but it's not enough damage.
No, he's good. Whew. Why wouldn't we just continue with just insane action here in Game 4? 23 hero kills in 11.5 minutes. Keeping
2 kills per minute. It's like clockwork. It just never changes. And I still can't get over how much attention Team Tim has put on this Engineer. And the fact that Snooki, he is so good of a player. He's 300 GPM still.
Oh, Valkyrie.
Meanwhile, we have Nightfall. Right?
Oh!
Big snipe coming in from Lilac on the Illuna. Takes out Imboboy. And they also get the Geomancer kill. This is huge momentum for Doghouse once again. They are getting the kills on the targets they want them on.
That was Geomancer. Made a hell of a great stun right there to keep Valkyrie alive initially. But yeah, the red power throw coming through. Just snipe out Valkyrie and then ultimately get the Geomancer kill on top of that. So beautiful. And for the first time, this Legion side, I mean, it's very little, but they have a gold lead overall. And again, that's being led by Sir Benzington, who is now going to port elsewhere. And we've seen it's not like he's just static farming a lane. I mean, Sir Benzington's been all over the place as you would hope for, especially with that Nightfall ability. And he has certainly been doing that. I mean, what is he? He's 2, 3, and 4 right now. So involved 6
the top farmer in the game actually has a negative kill score. It's actually funny to see that. But Lodestone, they're going to put some pressure on him bottom. TPs are coming in. He does do the backwards stun, but nothing really going to happen, I think, out of this. Zane is kind of quietly doing his thing. He's about halfway toward his portal key as Veiled Rots are down here from Team Tim on Adrenaline. And they are geo-stalking, so they know that someone's in the tower. But it looks like they're going to fall back. They maybe were threatened by the tower with TP support.
Yep, got him. Got the worm. But Geomancer digs away. Meanwhile, Magnus.
Oh, Hag has to be careful top lane. Oh, she blinks in top. They're baiting with the Valkyrie with the Lodestone. And there is no blink up for a while.
Yes, it hits.
Great javelin coming in from Imboboy there, because he was not stunned up, so he could have tried to avoid that, but he was more focused on trying to avoid the Lodestone damage initially and got arrowed up. So good play coming in from Team Tim. They baited the Hag blink.
I gotta say, man, these red power throws, Lilac is just somehow... That was for the bottom lane. He actually connected on a Lodestone there.
I actually missed that, but did Engineer connect any spells as well? Looks like he got the kill, actually.
He did, because it just took one auto attack. The red got him down to like 10 life, and then the auto attack killed him.
And then he's almost 400 GPM at Engineer. I think he's just so good at, like, I don't know how he does this. And he's going to get a kill. Well, dude's actually going to get the kill on the Rhapsody, but they're going to take out Magnus. So he has no gold toward his portal key progression here at 14 minutes. And despite how good, we were saying how much impact the Magnus was having early on, as an arrow connects onto Illuna bottom lane. Now, they did get the tower, but they do lose the Illuna. I think they'll be okay with trading up the tower for the Illuna. But, we talked about how good the Magnus rotations were early game. He, all of a sudden, is not really sporting that much progression toward his big item pickup. So... And that's credit to Doghouse. They've just been playing this game 4 very, very well, I would say.
Yeah, choosing to go the Grave Locket even, as well as a Power Supply. So really getting some earlier core items. But yeah, you got to think the Portal Key's next in line for Magnus, but to that point.
Finished on Benzington. So 15-minute Underclaw with 400 GPM. Not too bad. Hag is trying to recover from, well, she's actually got 5 deaths. You know, I didn't even realize she had that, had died that many times, but 300 GPM, it's not too bad. Meanwhile, middle lane, they're diving here.
Oh, they got Snooki. They got the big target. Now they want more, but the Nightfall in from Sir Bensington. Turn on a Magnus. Meanwhile, the Halo's up. From Adrenaline gets a couple stuns. Those staccato stuns. And the save from Rhapsody. Keeping him alive.
Oh, he couldn't get the blink up. It was 2 seconds down.
Rhapsody dead as well. And the Kalena Patrick for Zane coming in with a Shatter Storm at the last second. And just annihilates the Legion team. So it looked like the turn was of a potential with that save initially from Rhapsody, but it is too little too late.
Big ultimates on both sides. The Rhapsody Melody was huge. Bought enough time for Hag to survive, but didn't unfortunately have to blink up for another couple of seconds. Maybe if had put a couple more points into Flash of Darkness over the HoN's, would have been able to blink out there. But unfortunately, it was only level 2. And the Adrenaline ulti caught 4 people, bought time for Lodestone to Shatter Storm everybody up. And now Zane's got a portal key to work with, so haste in his bottle as well. We'll see what he can make happen with this moving forward. But that was a huge fight for Team Tim. Gets them a 500 gold in XP lead. And now we'll see what Doghouse can do to respond here after that great team fight from the side of Team Tim.
Yeah. You got top lane, stalking in Geomancer. They want to kill this Sir Bensington. They know he's a big target, but Bensington's a little too quick.
Magnus got caught by the Storm Spirit, Veiled Rotted Engineer, and the rest was history as he had already lava surged on the creep wave, so they're going to get the kill on the Magnus. He continues to not really have too much gold for this blink, but do they see the Engineer here is the question. They do. They see him. They're going to get caught. So he thought he was being sneaky, but high ground vision prevails for the side of Team Tim, and they kill him in the end. So he had the high ground, Anakin.
Unfortunate. Yeah, Snooki tried. A valiant effort right there. But yeah, good find, of course, from the Hellborn. I'll take that every day of the week. I believe what you saw Gnome's Wisdom purchased on Wretched Hack. So taking a closer look at some more item progressions coming out. Obviously, portal key on Lodestone's pretty big. How about this Valkyrie? Emma Boy's kind of been quietly. I was just
going to say, we haven't talked about Valkyrie pretty much at all this game. He's got Thunderclaw, working on either a Nullfire Blade or a Firebrand, one or the other with this good blade. Valkyrie Prism's coming out. They're catching Bensington.
Got him with the Halo.
And now Hag might get caught as well, so this could be two huge pickoffs for Team Tim in both the top and bottom river.
Uh-oh. This is awkward. Geomancer running into the Sentry, takes some staccato stunts. How's it dig, though? They could turn this in, yet they want to go for it. Luna's definitely dead. Took the Melody,
huge
maybe
Melody
not.
From Dude coming out, preventing so much damage.
Is it
Are they going to be able to turn it, though?
It does turn on the Lodestone at least, and now Adrenaline cannot finish off a Luna. So Rhapsody does save her in the end.
They're so low on the supports. Adrenaline's trying to snipe him out with the Shard Blast. He missed the next one too. The jukes from Lilac coming in. That was crazy from Doghouse. The Melody does so much work there, Breaky.
Almost.
And they killed both the Lodestone and the Valkyrie. Wow.
That's definitely one of the best abilities to turn fights, and that's exactly what you want to see out of it. Dude doing a hell of a job. This whole series, frankly, on whatever he's playing, but that Rhapsody Protected Melody, absolutely clutch. Allows for the turn.
That's why you pick up heroes like the Rhapsody Breaky for those huge turn plays coming in, and you love to see the support players making those big plays for their cores. Oh man, I get so excited when I see big support plays.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Adrenaline finds its way back in the mid lane after all of that. So, of course, he survived, ended up TPing out. Up there, still farming about 418 gold per minute. So, back to farming mid. Rest of his team, or I guess 3 heroes, are at the bottom lane. Valkyrie pushing that out. We just talked about what she's progressing towards.
Hag is farming under a Word of Sight. So, we see Team Tim making their way to try to maybe set up a kill onto Fa. To continue shutting down this Hag would be very good. Here comes a Crystal Field into Dixa, and Arrow also connecting.
God, that was just sexy. I'm just gonna call it what it is. Set up there from the Hellborn.
Rhapsody, I don't think it's gonna live this. Meanwhile, we have a fight going on catching the Magnus. So they do get something, but they lost 2 for 1 here.
All right, well, So a little bit of a present, a reward of sorts, I guess, for the Legion team. At least finding somebody, as you mentioned. But yeah, losing 2.
Smoked up under a rev ward. They're like expecting, I think, the Valk Prism or something. Oh, he's gonna catch the Geomancer. Kickstun does connect.
God, that combo.
Oh, right, Zane's gonna steal the haste rune though in the face of Snooki.
Adrenaline. There's team support though. The Nightfall, the Joust in, and Snooki's still alive. The Kickstun's not in time though.
He did use his power supply, it just wasn't enough to save him.
5-second arrow.
Javelin on the Aluna.
Oh no. That was from the bottom lane. He just randomly threw it.
Those are always the feels good arrows when you throw it and across the map. It hits somebody and gets your team a kill. That's always fun.
Yeah. Meant to do that. Perfect accuracy. No big deal. Just Ember Boy things. Zane picks up post haste, by the way, so he is a very mobile Lodestone now.
Yeah, this is something that Zane... I mean, a lot of Lodestone players do this, but Zane is notorious for going blink straight into post haste, and he's always all over the map setting up kills with Shatterstorm. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes straight into a Sheepstick as his next item. That's usually his item path. As we see Geomancer, I think they saw Hag on the ward down here. They have another one as well behind what the tier 1 tower is. So they see Hag, they might look to try to burst her down.
The mines are being set up though from Engineer, so if they do commit, they'll have to deal with that. Rhapsody, that's a big target to kill initially. They don't kill her initially. The arrow's dodged actually, and she's alive for now.
No targets here. We'll see who's gonna get picked off first.
Shatterstorm. It goes up, but down goes the Lodestone. Magnus now.
Yeah, Lava Surge. Oh, he wasn't able. I don't know if he misclicked or what, but he could have stunned down the cliff. Adrenaline gets his TP stopped here, and Valkyrie's TPing out. So we'll see if they. Oh, there's a Prism coming out, so they will not dive the Adrenaline, but... Oh man, that was a huge fight from Doghouse. They get 3 kills for nobody. And the fact that Rhapsody was able to... She was the one who got initiated on, right? To begin
she
with.
Was, yeah.
She was able to survive. I mean, she's not the tankiest target. She does have 1,000 HP, but...
I don't know how she lived.
I gotta think that was great team support. And now Engineer's got a portal key to follow up his Storm Spirit. Valkyrie has no TP, by the way. She just TP'd, I think, and they're actually not going to pursue. Okay, so they decide not to go for a dive.
Power throw heads, but
bottom lane. Oh, he's going to get pushed back in by the turret, so he's getting silenced back and forth, but it's just not enough damage between these two heroes. Suzuki actually played that, I would say, perfectly on the Engineer. He kegged him out of the energy field and then pushed him back in with the turret. Just Adrenaline was too tanky with Ice Brand investments, so. Meanwhile, middle lane, they get the tier 1 tower on Bensington.
Valkyrie cleaning up the rest of the creeps at the top lane. Has 2 supports nearby to help in case they do jump. But Ember Boy working on more farm, did finish that nullifier as we see in hand. So another lull in the action. Give us the time to look over and see what we got picked up. Snooki ended up getting the portal key and with that Storm Spirit first. Sir Bensington, Firebrand now finished as well, so we're not going to see that Hyper Crown right away, as we saw in the previous game that maybe didn't work out too well. It's going to be more of the traditional, I think you could say.
Yeah, and they have the Hag, who's been soaking a lot of jungle stacks as well this game. Hag scales very, very well too, so they're going to catch the Magnus here, bot river, 4 players in the area. That's a good kill because Volca was actually very close to portal key. I think he's maybe like 200 gold off or so. It's going to put it down to 500 more gold that he needs, so delaying the Magnus Blake even further, always good. Adrenaline might get caught here. Oh, the Bensington Joust. He was trying to guess that he would do the rush backwards, but it's on cooldown for 4 more seconds. Do they have reveal? Hag's going to get set up here by Geomancer.
Choosing not to Halo, just wants to run. Lodestone though went in! Oh, but Zane, he's somewhat... I think he might hit Rhapsody, but that's it. And now Zane is just dead, most likely. Yes, the screen finishes him off. And I think that'll be it for now.
Man, I saw Doghouse lined up 3 people on that the stairs there, and I was saying, oh, this could be a 3-man Shatterstorm coming in, but maybe he just didn't have the high ground vision or whatnot at the time, and unfortunately that didn't turn into a big Shatterstorm like I thought it could have maybe been.
Yeah, as I was saying too, Adrenaline actually had the Death's Halo up, and I thought, especially with that Shadow Storm coming in, maybe gonna try to set up a turn, but decided not to on different stages.
The combo. Mid lane, Storm Spirit Keg combo.
Nice.
Oh, Magnus, he's so low. And again, he falls again, so Volca still struggling to get that portal key. I mean, he can do all the feeding he wants once he gets that portal key, but until then, getting that item is so crucial for the Magnus.
Valkyrie, ooh, almost died to the mines. There was a random mine trap here. And
Sub 50 life, I mean, that's that's close. Did go for Nullfire too, and now has a Mighty Blade, so
okay.
I'm guessing he's going Shrunken with that. I don't usually see Imba Boy go for an early Shrunken. Oh, they actually catch Benzington top.
That's
river.
a huge solo kill.
I don't know if you saw that, but
I caught the end of it. I mean, he uses Halo for it and everything, but yeah, I don't know how he caught him initially, but gets a solo kill onto the Benzington.
Top lane's playing with fire up here, pressuring this tower.
Now he's in fire.
Look, he blinks. Yeah, he blinks into the deepest part of the map that he can possibly go.
Didn't even know you can go over there. All
tower is in deny range, so it looks like they will slowly deny it. Valkyrie is getting stalked by Engineer here. Rhapsody's thinking about maybe making his way over. Oh, he just leaped, but Lodestone's gonna spot Rhapsody. Here's the energy field down, silencing up Lodestone.
Combo. That's so good, but the Shadow Storm response now. The Steam Bath put out his Vulture to assist some more damage. Geomancer missed, the Cryptofield does not connect, and the Aluna Power Throw came out, doing plenty of damage too.
The
Magnus
melody
falls.
from Dude again. It saved Engineer, and it bought them enough time to just get the team support there. They cleaned everybody up but Adrenaline. So a 4-0 swing here, and now Doghouse is. I think they were not leading before this team fight, so they have taken the momentum all of a sudden.
They know how critical this is. This is it.
And that was pretty much only the damage from Engineer, which killed Valkyrie. I mean, there was a little bit of assistance from Rhapsody. Maybe the power throws came in as well, I think, on top. So you're starting to see the power of Engineer with some farm, what he can do. And he blinks in here, tries to catch the Adrenaline, bats on top, Nightfall, and all of a sudden Adrenaline's dead. It's a more or less full genocide after they get that tier 2 tower. You could kind of feel it, that Doghouse is riding on some momentum all of a sudden.
And you could just tell the practice that Snooki has on this here. I mean, you knew coming into this. Obviously, you called it in, like, you're very aware, but just how easy he's making this look every single time with the combos of the keg, especially with the energy full combo, the keg out, the pushback with the turret. The fact he's able to just so accurately do that every single time, there is that's impressive. Definitely do not want to overlook that fact. So very dangerous.
That takes
here.
practice to do the keg stun following up the Storm Spirit and whatnot because of the travel time and everything. But yeah, Snooki, I said it. I mean, Snooki is probably the best, if not the second best Engineer player with Puppet Soul on the competitive scene. They play this hero very, very well.
Oh, Beef was pretty good too back in the day.
Okay,
So
shout out to Beef, man. Why not?
Let's not overlook the
he
Beef.
was my old manager. I love Beef. Might as well give him a shout out as HoN's coming to a close here. But bottom lane, here we go. Another initiation on the Lodestone. It's gonna push him back into the energy field. Oh man, I love seeing this engineer doing some work here in game 4.
There it is. That's just. And this is an Engineer that he had like 3 or 4 deaths in the first couple minutes.
I think it was 1 and 4. Still managed to come out of laning phase with 300 GPM. Geometer's Bane finished on Benzington. He's got his post Thunderclaw big item picked up. He still hasn't really gotten out of control by all means. He's 400 GPM, but they have the whole Tricore doing very well. And then when you compare that to Team Tim, it's mostly just the Valk and the Adrenaline, the Lodestone. You know, he's got what he needs, but he's not really scaling in terms of GPM the same way the side of Doghouse's Tricore is.
No, it's fair to say though, right? Like Shrunken Head is going to be clutch for this Hellborn team, especially with this Engineer, and Valkyrie does finally have one now.
Yeah.
So that's good.
If he can get that off before he takes like a lot of damage from the Legion side, then the Shrunken is going to be a good pick off. If he's not getting it off before getting initiated on, then eats a Bat Blast and whatnot. As we have Melody comes out here, it's going to be full duration actually coming in from Dude in that Dust Halo.
And he takes the arrow. He'll still die, but definitely doing his job on the Rhapsody. Meanwhile, Engineer coming in. You know the energy field's coming out. There's that combination once again. And Adrenaline just absolutely melts. Magma's though stunning in. Got both. Valkyrie with that shotgun active in the backlines. Wants to kill this Engineer. There's a Shatterstorm combo on top of the Geomancer as well. But no, it's not enough. Valkyrie goes down. Reginald comes back with a clean out. And
Quad kill
somehow.
for Hag. Full genocide for Doghouse. Wow. That was almost an annihilation for Fa. I mean, who cares? Luna got the last kill, but... Whew. Big melody from Dude. Bought them the time to reset. They kited the Shrunken Head from Valkyrie. Huge Lowstone ultimate, by the way, from Zane. It just wasn't enough damage.
Yeah, how did they turn it? I'm still confused.
Hag was full life the whole time. I don't know if she got low and then turned it with Grimoire, because I didn't really pay attention to that, but... he does have the Grimoire of Power now, so, you know, if he hits bats on several heroes, he's just gonna bump his HP up like crazy in the team fight, so. They get the base tower here on the tier 3, and all of a sudden we see Doghouse in a 10k gold and 13k XP lead.
Doghouse wants us all to have a game number 5, and it's looking very good for the potential of that at this time. Their biggest lead of the game. And certainly what heroes that can scale. We've talked about the Sir Bensington and what he can do. Wretched Hag, of course, is also one that he mentioned that even a possible like restoration so later on, refresher and double ultimate could be absolute insanity. So middle lane, Adrenaline, there's a combo. The timing is perfect. Adrenaline is just dead. You cannot do anything against that.
Snooki's on an onslaught, and the last like 5 to 10 minutes he's been playing so well with these Storm Spirit Keg initiations with the energy field, and he's had the Shrunken for the last like 1 to 2 minutes now. Always pops the Shrunken when he initiates. They can't counter kill him because without the stuns from Hellborn, they can't really keep him in check. And now they're turning their attention to Kongor.
That's going to be free stats for them. So damage, some raw stats. They want that.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Engineer go for damage here, and he does. He goes for damage. Hag might also take damage. He might take stats. Either one I think is fine. Maybe, okay, Luna goes for stats, so doesn't want to bulk up her power throws. Bensington goes for stats. I like that. And Rhapsody will... Oh, Rhapsody actually goes movement speed. I'm surprised, but not going to really harp on that too much, as all the Kongor buffs have merit to them. And we don't have any Kongs yet, just yet for Hellborn.
Hellborn team, they are moving as a team in the jungle. The only one not here is Adrenaline. They're trying to find somebody. That somebody could be Engineer, but Engineer, look at this. Nookie's okay. Well, they do somehow know he's over here.
If he can Storm Spirit himself, or no, he cannot. He got completely locked.
But they used a lot to do this. They used so much to do that.
Connected onto 2.
Oh no. Is she good? She's got a Shrunken. Yeah, she's fine.
They don't have a TP stopper, so that was a really good response from Doghouse though, and they got 1 core and 1 support for the Engineer kill, and the Aluna, as I said, I think it was the red stunned up too, and then the bats came on top. So nice counter.
I suppose when you find yourself starting to get in a deficit like this, you do got to take some risky plays, and I was certainly one of them from the Hellborn side. Mid lane.
Oh, mid lane.
That's a dead Adrenaline. Just got baited in. This Nightfall, especially in a farmed Sir Bensington.
Oh yeah.
If that's ready to go.
And really the only item that I think Legion is missing right now is that Shrunken Head on Bensington. Once they have the Shrunken on all 3 of the Tricore, they just have to get those Shrunkens off when they start fights, and they're going to catch Magnus here. He does get the Lava Surge off, so maybe he gets the Portal Key to safety. He is getting Kato stunned up from Rhapsody, but they don't have the ability to chase, it looks like, so he will be fine.
He is good. Geomancer gonna stall out this mid push meanwhile, as the random arrow goes to the uprights. Nobody's hit, but it's just a case of, okay, they stop the Great Wave push and everything, but you're also just sitting in your base, and that's never a good sign.
Engineer has post haste now. He's smoked up, so they want to go again.
Adrenaline's dead for 15 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe also they might realize the Prism is down from Valkyrie. They might expect it to be up pretty soon, but we'll see who They see Geomancer. I don't know if that's the guy that they want to jump though, and they see him, so I don't think they want to jump on him. Auto veiled. Ooh, Valkyrie and Engineer are right on top of each other.
Awkward. Oh, they both make their
high
own
ground
way.
vision is here from Legion. I'm not sure if they spotted them just yet. I think the range might just be a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe they didn't spot load and mag on that board, but here comes a Valkyrie Prism. So let's see if Team Tim can get the pickoff that they're looking for with this Prism. There's a Rev Ward middle aid, so they. Oh, he's gonna maybe initiate here with the Engineer.
No. That's not good. Geomancer in trouble. He's probably gonna die off the bat. Yep, there he goes. And now the Hellboard team's like, wait a second, what do we do with this? We just lost a play. Now energy field is down, so like that's a plus, I guess.
Now he was very patient because I was actually thinking, oh, he's gonna maybe Shrunken Head as well, like right away, but he didn't rush the Shrunken Head either, so he still has that to work with if they want to fight again before the energy field is up.
And they're just pushing out this mid lane. See their power throws coming out from Aluna.
The question now is, what will Fa buy on Hag? Because there's a lot of items I feel like he could go for. He could go for a disable item, like Hellflower or Sheep. Both would be quite good, I would say. He could go for a Restoration Stone, just have double Grimoire, double Bat Blast, double Shrunken Head, which would be very good on its own. Alternatively, he could go Staff of the Master to just make that cooldown on Bat Blast extremely low. But if I know Fa correctly, I don't think he'll go for the Staff. He, I think, doesn't value that item as highly as he does the others. Some other Hag players like to go Staff and Grimoire to just have the super low ulti cooldown. But I would say he's going to either go with Disable or the Resto. And I think both are going to be very good. So he'll buy one and then probably do the other if the game goes that long.
Yep, we could definitely see merit for either one of those. Nothing wrong with the Sheep Stick ever. But also certainly... BKB TP. Vindication's just not going to risk it.
And I'm also thinking he might value the Hellflower over the Sheep Stick because he's more of that, like, damage presence. Once he has the Shrunken on, he can just right-click people. And he does do pretty good right-click with the Hellflower and the Grimoire, so... I think he might even go for the Hellflower over the Sheep Stick.
Aluna might be going to Hellflower herself already, though, too. So and they could certainly have two, but...
Yeah, definitely could see both of them go for that. Bensington has a Shrunken now. So I think his next item would be Wing Bow, which is a really big pickup for him when he gets the goal for that, because then he gets crazy damage from the Wing Bow as well. So a little bit of extra attack range.
Yeah, Adrenaline's presence a little weak here so far. Valkyrie, again, he runs into another mine trap, and not as low this time, but still scary.
He does go the Hellflower, and he uses a Veiled Rod here, so they want to make something happen with this freshly bought Hellflower on the Hag. See if maybe he looks to go on this Magma Sphere middle lane. He knows that he's kind of in this area. He's going to show on the Warden, so he's going to go in here. Uses the bats, they take out the mag. Pretty simple kill there under high ground vision.
Take advantage of it. You have a gold advantage, the high ground vision, it's all of it, and might as well get a free kill and make it a 5 versus 4 now. Magnus does not have a buyback ready.
So with the Aluna and Hag both building Hellflowers, I wonder if we'll see Engineer go for a a Staff of the Master. They have both the Bensington and the Hag, who are good heroes to have Staff on, and the Engineer Staff is very, very strong if he has it for himself as well. So it would not surprise me as we see a Valkyrie Prism coming in here. They're going to jump on the Hag.
Or are they? They try to. Okay, they get her pretty low, actually. Coming out of the store, so she blinks out. She's going to be allowed to protect the building once again with the save. Rhapsody just clutch yet again. Adrenaline's trying to melt down the backlines. Being chased down by Sir Bensington, but somehow gets away. But 3 are dead on the Hellborn team. It's, I see people even asking in chat, like, who's the MVP this game? A lot of people say an Engineer, but Rhapsody has absolutely had clutch melodies. I mean, speaking of Engie, though, he sets up a kill on an Imba Boy there.
They pick off the Valkyrie, who doesn't have a buyback, so they could look to pressure another set of racks now, with Imba Boy being dead for 70 seconds.
Game 5 is looking like it's very much happening.
I gotta say, Breaky, as two non-biased casters, of course, I don't think we're gonna be too sad if this series does go the full distance. I mean, this whole all 4 games I think have been very competitive and back and forth. So this one, it looks like Doghouse has gotten the better of Team Tim. We're now up to 25k and 28k experience as we see the second Rex under fire here, but I don't know how much firepower Team Tim has left. We'll see if the Shadow Storm being channeled here maybe turns it a little bit.
Okay. Well, they kill the Hag at least, so step 1 down, but it's like a 50-step list. So it's still plenty to be done, but that's going to be another set of racks going down, so 2 of the 3 are being completely destroyed. And we're not seeing the giving up just yet, but again, continues to be very grim.
Yeah, when you're down 2 Raxes without any yourself and you're in this kind of a resource deficit, it's I want to say it's almost impossible to come back from. I mean, there has to be a lot of things that swing your way for this to be able to make a comeback. But yeah, it's looking like we're going to see a Game 5 coming up at the moment. We see a Valkyrie Prism coming out here. Only 3 people alive from the side of Team Tim. They're going to try to get the Rhapsody kill here. But he is still holding his ground for now.
I mean, he's dead, but it took them a lot longer than they would have liked. In fact, Impa Boy goes down throughout it. Sir Benzington is bashing faces in. Now turning his attention to Adrenaline, who's going to go down as well. So I got it. Yeah, there you go.
And
GG,
we're going
well
the full distance break. Game 5 is coming up. I cannot believe we're seeing the full distance here from these 2 teams. I mean, this is incredible.
The script is being executed precisely by these 2 teams.
Yeah, we'll call it scripted.
Thanks to these 2 teams here. No, this has been fun though, and you know, why not finish it off with a bang officially with a game number 5 here in this best out of 5. But yeah, I mean, again, you go back to this, Valkyrie banned the previous 3 games initially, and so it's understandably that they went with the Valkyrie pick. And I mean, Impa Boy certainly did his share, and overall, I think they played pretty well. But man, Snooki just somehow finding the recovery, and not only finding recovery, but showing us that core engineer and what he can actually do. How that just disrupted the gameplay so much of the Hellborn side. So I think that was key. And then of course, again, Rhapsody, certainly arguments to be made for those MVP votes to go that way with those clutch melodies. But
the Doghouse response here in Game 4. I mean, we talked a lot about Rhapsody and Ninja, but to be honest, everyone played their part, I think, in that game. The Benzington and the Hag played very well as well throughout the whole game. But yeah, the Rhapsody melodies and the impact that Engineer have while, you know, he was under fire for most of that early laning stage. That was great to see the Engineer make a comeback with that bad start. But I'm still going to say MVP, dude, because I love when support players make huge plays, and I got to give it to him, man. Those melodies, the whole game, the melodies were on point. I mean, that's just so nice to see. And we're going to Game 5, so I'm going to shut up now, and we're going to go on a quick break, and we're going to be back soon with Game 5, I guess.
Stay tuned, guys. Game 5 coming up.
Crazy series.
All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Paradise League HoN's grand finale is here. Game number 5. And we are picking and banning like crazy. I believe we're gonna have a remake, by the way. making this a little more. Oh god, if we saw Kane in our final game, I would actually be pretty happy with that.
Maybe we should just have all the teams random for game 5, and whichever team can play their randoms better deserves to be the champion.
Yeah, did I say we're having a no, I totally misspoke. No, this is actually legit. This is totally happening.
Ooh, 5 million. It was on each side, all strength. I like it.
Could you imagine? So yeah, no, I'm gonna get a remake here. Not exactly sure why, but obviously something's off. But all good. Oh, apparently it's a first pick. Okay, so, oh really? That's interesting. Okay, they should fix this game, man. Why don't they fix
it already?
About time they fix this game. I'm hoping for a patch tomorrow. Could you imagine? No, I know. God, that's crazy to think, though. It is, isn't it? Like, this is. I mean, I've obviously done these HoNcasts every once in a while, at these events that you guys have been running, and it's always fun to kind of come back and enjoy doing them. But knowing that this, at least in an official sense, who knows? I've heard rumors of like third party server or whatever, like, so maybe stuff will continue to happen in some sense. But the official HoN as we know it is coming to a close. Tomorrow night, I believe it is officially midnight East Coast. So. Crazy stuff. All right, but we are loading back into our final game now. We're still on, I assume, right? Okay, just making sure. Just not talking. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's almost like just kind of hitting me. And it's like, this is it, man. This is it.
We should have played all strength. It would have been fun to see 10 strength heroes duking it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess what I'm trying to think is like, what hero would I just love to see like in the final casted HoN game?
I've already seen Devo. I mean, Berserker is your favorite hero, right, Breaky?
Berserker would be pretty awesome.
He's one. I mean, I don't know if he's your favorite hero, but he's one of your favorite heroes.
He's one of my favorites. He's one that I definitely would love to see a team pick up, and because he just goes ham. Hey, for the way these teams have been playing, I mean, feels like Berserker would be pretty damn good, but.
He's a hero that doesn't need a lot of farm. He just, gets some early items and just fights a lot. So it would make like some kind of sense that they that he would like fit the way the teams play, as you kind of said.
Yeah. What other one would it be? Yeah, you are right with the Diva. Like the fact that we got a hooker is actually pretty cool.
Tempest, maybe some big Tempest ultimates for a
Tempest would be fun. That's actually fun.
Rhapsody, like it's almost the same. It's seen some huge melody save people. It's almost the same as huge elemental voids coming up. But
Tempest, the Behemoth, that'd be cool too.
Oh yeah, the Behemoth. Yep.
Well, we have some more time to talk about this apparently. Case of apparently. I just left HoN altogether.
Do we need another remake?
Where's our patch? I mean, I have Element User on the hotline. Let me ping him in. I'm joking.
So we just have to keep going until the 50-50 works.
The debate is real. We're just delaying the actual final match a little bit longer. We just love this game so much. We want to a little bit longer. So
Team Tim is supposed to be first pick, right? Is that what's okay? Gotcha. Well, we'll get there eventually. What's that saying? The third time's a charm. This is the third lobby. It's got to work now, right?
That's kind of crazy. That hasn't been an issue yet. We've just been kind of lucky. All right, let's
Depends the
try this.
charm. I'm calling it. And 3, 2, 1. We'll see. Oh, again. Oh no.
Sit again, really. It
Well.
doesn't want us. It doesn't want us to leave. Just have them queue up in a. Just have them queue up and match up. We should play capture the flag for a final game. Honestly, looking through, like, I actually had to remind myself that the last time I played and did some custom lobbies and stuff, I was like, there actually was a lot of game modes that you could play. A lot of different maps. Yeah, oh well, yeah, a lot of forgotten. Yeah, definitely. Like Watchtower. Remember that one being we tried a couple of random events on Watchtower back in the day, and it was just so bad. Bad map.
Well, I give up. Third time's not a charm.
Fourth time. The saying is the fourth time is a charm.
Apparently, it's
That's
not
what it
there.
is.
Theoretically, we could remake forever.
Remake to the very end. All right. Good luck. Have fun.
LHF.
Has there been any Deadwood in the finals games? No. Deadwood would
Actually,
be nice.
that's a hero we do see a lot, actually.
Okay.
Surprised, a little bit surprised we haven't seen any Deadwood today. All right, fourth remake. We are ready to go.
All right, hold on. Reset. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Paradise League HoN's grand finale. We have made it. Game number 5. This is it. The $10,000 prize pool on the line. The final match here of HoN competitive. So many different ways you can look at this, but hey, we got one more game. It's already been an entertaining as fuck series. Hopefully I can say that. We got the picks coming out, and nothing out of the ordinary so far, as I'm BreakyCPK, joined by What You Got. We have the Wretched Hag first pick, Moira Sir Bensington. Going to be the two heroes initially for Team Doghouse over there.
So, this series, I mean, if you guys have been watching it from the beginning, it's been literally back and forth. The teams are alternating who wins the game, and apparently whoever wins like the previous game ends up losing the next game. So the momentum does not necessarily carry over. At least that's what the stats are saying. So I don't know if that means Team Tim's gonna win, but Doghouse won the last one, and I don't know, man. I don't know what's gonna happen. All I know is we're here in Game 5, and
let it play out.
We're gonna let it happen, and we'll talk about what's going on in the game itself. So. The bans, there is an adrenaline ban here from Doghouse, so we've seen a couple of games of adrenaline. It's not 100% win rate by all means, but they get rid of it. But speaking of 100% win rate, Wretched Hag, I think, has not lost a game this series, and Team Tim did first pick the Wretched Hag. So we see Bensington going over to the side of Doghouse with Moira. Bensington has done quite well this series, but again, I don't think he's necessarily 100% win rate. Doghouse did lose one game with the Bensington in their draft, and then we have Magnus and Torturer following up the Hag. So really nothing's out of the ordinary here in Game 5. It's just been pretty much the same stuff, give or take some picks here and there for both sides.
Mm-hmm. We have one more ban to go for either team, and then into the next set of picks that we go. Again, it would be fun to. Definitely naming some heroes. It'd be fun to just see go out with a bang, but...
You know what they have not taken out is... I'm taking note of the Balfagor, and that is a hero that Doghouse... When I think of Doghouse, I think of Draconis, Tremble, Doctor, and Balfagor. And if Imboboy leaves Balfagor open, I will not be surprised if Doghouse takes the Balfagor this game. Because it is a hero that... I mean, they did not win with the Balfagor in Game 1, and maybe that might... make them shy away from it, but it is a hero that they tend to do very, very well with. I think that game one might have been an outlier where they did not lane it very well. We saw Snooki go into the bottom lane 1 versus 2, and that was not really a situation where Balfagor, I think, necessarily wanted to be in. Now, they're going to ban away the Devourer here, so there is a potential for the Balfagor this game.
All right, keeping an eye on that Balfagor for sure.
And you know, there's a lot of whenever there's a lot of spellcasters like Team Tim has so far with the Torture, the Hag, Balfagor, those are the kind of lineups where he wants to be in, where he's, you know, bulking up on magic armor, getting beefy, just kind of soaking all those spells, and then, you know, the inevitable ding ding as we hear sometimes with the cookie avatar, he just blows everybody up with that Hell on Neworth. So
too many cookies.
They go the Rhapsody, and you know, when I see the Rhapsody, I think of push lineups. No, they had the Rhapsody last game, and they didn't necessarily have a push team or anything of that nature. But man, that's a pick that worked very well for them in Game 4. So they're gonna go with Salforus here. So far, they have a dual core of Benzington and Salforus. They have 2 hard supports with Rhapsody and Moira, so they have a lot of team fight control to kind of, you know, if they get Lord Salforus beefy, he can tank a lot of stuff, survive very long. Balfagor would, I think, fit very well in this lineup as a 5th pick if they want to kind of make it more of like a mid-game style of lineup. But yeah, I'm going to stop talking about Balfagor until it's maybe picked. But 2 more picks coming up from the side of Team Tim. Still not sure how they're going to run this Torture, but right now it's looking like a mid-Torture and then a position 3 Hag, and then they'll pick maybe a hero for Imboboy in the next 2, unless they want to run that Torture tri-lane, which we saw them do, or sorry, they didn't run Torture tri-lane, but they ran Farming Torture on Imboboy, so they could still look to do that as well. So not quite sure yet until we see the full draft come out here. But I am expecting a main support and a 3rd core on those next 2 picks coming up.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and again, this is Game 5. This is it for the series, meaning I would not be surprised if we see both teams even use all that reserve time pretty much down to the wire right here. Because, knowing that this is it, you want to really make sure you're confident with whatever the pick may be. So they certainly are doing that on the side of Doghouse over there. And we eventually get the Glacius and Pebbles. Okay.
Pebbles Glacius. Okay. I don't know if I've seen Team Tim run a Pebbles in a very long time. This does put them in more of like a mid-game style of draft, I would say.
Talk about nostalgia, by the way, man.
Pebbles
this
Glacius
is like
strong
full
dual
on.
If they want to run dual mid with that.
This is just full on like old school HoN. Obviously, these are all Dota representative heroes as well. Like, so really just very beginning HoN heroes. So we have that. Yeah, that's fun.
It's not the same on the Hellborn side though. There's a lot of HoN or S2 or whatever you want to call them heroes.
Yeah, broken heroes. Yeah,
broken heroes. Okay,
all those shit tier heroes.
So
starting something.
So before we see the last pick come out, I think we could see the like 1-2-2 or whatever that we saw in Game 1 from Team Tim. That worked out very well for them. And they have the Pebbles Glacius that can go mid lane. They could just send the Hag like solo somewhere, either top or bottom, and then run the Mag Torture. Maybe like Mag Torture in the bottom lane. Because that did work out very well for them in Game 1, where I think that caught Doghouse off guard. And the smart thing about Imboboy's draft is that he can still run a tri-lane with Torture, Magnus, Glacius in either bottom or top lane, and then Hag can be soloing the opposite lane. So that is something that I do notice, and it's a very smart thing from his draft that he can lane those heroes in many different ways, and that might throw Doghouse off if they can get those lane matchups the way that they want them. Ideally, I think they're going to want a good start on Pebbles and probably the Torture as well. So last pick of the game is going to be Lodestone. They did not go for the Balfagor, so I rambled on about that hero for no reason at all. They picked Lodestone. They put it on Ozof. I talked about this earlier in the series where he's just a really, really good Lodestone player, but they're kind of going back to their roots. Snooki on Lord Salforus, short lane farming. Fa is maybe going to go dual mid with the Rhapsody on Benzington. And then
I got a shout out real quickly.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So shout out to our sponsors. Again, this $10,000 prize pool and this event as a whole. Paradise League. Big shout out to our sponsors. One being Community Gaming. communitygaming.io. Definitely check it out, guys. It's a site for a esports tournament platform from your traditional games to even Web3 games if you're into that scene. So a lot of opportunity there, and an awesome site to participate on. Again, communitygaming.io. And then there's Polydoge. Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on this powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience it for yourself at polydoge.com. So big shout out to those two, Polydoge and Community Gaming, for their sponsoring this event. Again, that $10,000 prize pool on the line. Okay, so as you were talking about lane setups and whatnot.
So I talked about how Team Tim might be doing the 1-2-2. It looks like they are doing that. And funny enough, I think it's actually not fooling Doghouse at all, because they are running the dual mid themselves, which means they've kind of read this lane makeup, probably because they saw the Glacius Pebbles last 2 picks. And I think that the way that the lanes are shaping up, that this is how Doghouse loves to play. They send Ozov into a lane where he's not favored, but he can still do okay. He's lodestone against 2 heroes, which it's going to be hard enough for a Magnus support to box out a lodestone. So Torture's going to have to apply a lot of pressure with the Magnus, as we already had some pressure in mid lane, it looks like, with the spells onto Benzington, but no kill just yet. So Ozov's not going to have a good time, but he's going to get an XP and maybe some creep kills. And then on the flip side, Wretched Hag going up against the Lord Sulfuras and a Moira. Once they get some levels up on those heroes, the Hag can get caught by Mana Sunder, and Sulfuras can just run him down with a lot of damage. But getting a good early farm on the Sulfuras means he could look to snowball with jungle stacks and get very, very high GPM. And then I think the big focus of this game 5 is going to come down to mid lane. Who does well in the mid lane is going to give their team the momentum, because if the Benzington or the Pebbles get off to a good start, that's going to be very key, I think, for those for their team.
This mid tower pressure a little bit as well. I guess not, actually. Just a creep pushed into it, but yeah, the dual versus dual lane, fun to watch there. As mentioned, bottom lane Torture enjoying his free farm back to middle lane.
Here already, a lot of pressure coming in.
Yeah, Joustin, Staccato stuns, Glacius.
Oh, he could not get the he could not get the what's it called, the Lance along to connect. He got disabled. That would have been the bloodlust. But the uphill miss. No. Oh, comes in from Dude. He tries to take him out with the dance floor. So many things just not going the way of Doghouses. That was so close to being our bloodlust kill, Breaky.
I was looking at it too. Rhapsody has 5 more movement speed, so definitely knew he was going to catch up for the auto attack. But yeah, the uphill, the RNG god's not in Dude's favor right there. Zane will pop a health potion and return back to the middle lane, and you also see Magnus. Guess what? Volca, 2-minute root. He picks it up. It's an invis. He's roaming mid. Seen this before.
Yeah, and I don't think that they know. I mean, Benzington's farming like everything's all peachy.
There you go.
This is enough damage.
Freezes if necessary. No, he did the mana.
Might look to go back in. Pebbles is actually going to go down 3 versus 2, and Faw's going to sacrifice himself. There's another lava surge.
The biggest key right there, he's not going to go for that. It's just a death if he does. So the biggest key, Glacius he barely did not have enough mana for the Ice Imprisonment follow-up after he used the nuke.
Okay. So he maybe miscalculated his mana. I think maybe would have rather used the Imprisonment over the Thunder Blast there for the extra disable.
That's so big for the Hellborn team. At 2 versus 3, they come out with a Bloodlust. He'll stop the regen on Rhapsody, so well played right there from Haha, but...
Got a lot of mana pots actually on Dude. He bought quite a few.
Just pop some more.
Gonna run top for that Merrick soon to get himself some health back as well. He stuns him in the tower just to deny a creep, but Faw's going back in. Oh, is this enough kill for the... Yes, he brings down the Glacius! Wow. And he's got Apple. 1 versus 2. Benzington showing his power here in the mid lane.
So far, the original HoN heroes are beating out the original Dota heroes. Take from that what you will. Rhapsody getting chucked back. Rhapsody is fine, though. No, can't get the freeze off. But the Ice Imprisonment may be a different story, but just out of range. Hit that on a Rhapsody. So, but the mid lane proving not to disappoint as far as both clashing against one another. 4-minute rune's going to spawn. You see Magnus and Lowstone hiding over here. In fact, Glacius comes over as well. The timing, it's going to spawn top, it looks like, as Lodestone rocket goes away, though. Good.
Gonna be just a little too slippery for them. He's already level 4 with Striders. He's got 13 creep kills, so I mean, I think a lot of that's due to Magnus spending most of his attention on the runes and the mid lane, so not necessarily a 1 versus 1, but Torture's, you know, still dominating this lane by all means, 27 creep kills. But Salforis, oh, mid lane, actually, I missed that. Magnus came in for a rotation.
It was just a good combo, the timing there, the Pebbles combo in top of the Lava Surge from Magnus roaming.
Yeah, so Lord Salforis actually has the top creep score. He's on 36 creep kills. He's going to make it 37 here, but we see Moira is looking to stack the jungle already, so this is what I talked about, the Salforis with priority farm. He's going to be looking to get really big early on.
Wretched Hag blinking away right there, taking some offensive pressure from Lord Salforis. Moira, mentioned, middle lane, ready to make a play. That ephemeral forge. But
he's being spotted though on this Word of Sight,
yes,
which is about to expire any second now. So they are kind of aware that she's nearby. They're playing on their own hill, so kind of shows you their awareness. Benzington looking to go in with a joust, but he cancels it. Let's go in actually.
Does enough damage for the kill on a Pebbles. Ephemeral Forge, and Pebbles has to run the other direction. Smart play on his part to go down the river instead of back, as those shards were setting up for the stun and the kill. Sir Benzington gets comboed back in. The chain reactions, Torture teleport in, able to get the kill on Sir Benzington. Meanwhile, nice stuff from Magnus. Rocket Drill's not in range. Yes, it is. The head smash is in range.
Turn, though, with the shards of Harkon. They might kill the Torture here.
They do.
Wow, the team play coming in from Doghouse is so good to get the return kills after Benzi dies. They killed 3 players and no rocket drill up for 4 seconds, so they will not chase the Magnus, but everybody but Lord Salforis was kind of present, and the Wretched Hag was kind of present in that mid lane here, so 3 to 4 heroes for each team, 6 minutes in the mid lane.
Oh, guess what? We're setting up for yet another.
Just got mana for a stun, and Hag could get caught here. Benzington actually poured it up top. They don't even need the Rhapsody, they're just out of damage.
Yeah, Rhapsody's running in. It's like, I got this, guys. Oh, never mind, he's dead.
So now that they have some stacks in the making for Salforis, who's already level 7, it's going to mean he has maxed out more Certissima. He can start to take the stacks. They put Benzington in the safe lane to secure his farm now. So they're going to allocate the resources appropriately. The only thing that this will do is give Pebbles... oh, the Lava Surge missed bottom lane on the Lodestone, so not going to be enough pressure down there, but that will mean that Pebbles can get some free last hits in mid lane, but yeah, he's already up to 300 GPM. Currently, we see the Veiled Rot on the Glacius, so they know that Salforis is in the jungle, and they're going to try to get this timing correct to get the kill on the Salforis here. And if they spot him, he is very low currently on HP, but Moira, she's got her body in position to soak the gank for the Salforis, which looks like he will go down.
Yep.
And he does snipe out the stack, actually. Okay. So, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world that they got the jungle stack killed with Salforis living, sacrificing the Moira. They did commit a Veiled Rot on the Glacius for it as well.
Yeah, no, that was, I certainly think victory for the Hellborn side. Is just the time wasted too. I mean, again, not time wasted, but
he's gonna run into a Glacius. Here comes Salforis coming in. Can he get enraged for a nuke though? Is the question. The spells are all down. They're gonna have to turn their attention toward the Magnus instead. I think he is pretty tanky though. He's got vestments. There's gonna be 4 heroes any second here on his tail. Magnus trying to get in range for a Lava Surge. She does before dying. So Polka gets the stun off, and they kill the Lord Salforis, who was upwards of 500 GPM, but they did get the Glacius as well. Pebbles Stalagmite stun missed. Yeah, the Rocket Drill avoided it.
If he was just a little more patient, he could have stunned him as he came down. He went to hit him as he was stunning down and Rocket Drilling over the ledge, and just whiffed, unfortunately. So yeah, even Lowstone gets out of there. What? 2 for 1 is the big picture.
2,000 gold and XP lead for Doghouses. This is mostly on the Salforis, who took out a bunch of stacks. So the good news is for Team Tim that they were able to bring him down one time to slow him down a bit. Otherwise, if Salforis lived bottom lane, this could have gotten to be a very snowballed Lord Salforis early on.
Well, Tiny just said tiny. Pebbles is.
He's not that tiny, Breaky. Look at him. He just grew with his ultimate.
He's growing a little bit. Yeah.
He's getting bigger.
He's getting pretty big now. He has that mystic active. Those illusions. Doing some work and trying to use as decoys as he's now roaming in the flank to the mid lane. Lord Self-Forest here with Rhapsody. As Pebbles, obviously they're very aware that they're here, so not going to go for any kind of engagement at this time. Oh, are they?
They catch the Rhapsody out.
They do. The chuck in the air. There's the kill, but Nightfall in, the joust, and now Pebbles is dead. So not the exchange you're looking for.
Over to Snicky. So he wants to go for the next kill. That's the main reason. So they trade the Pebbles for the Rhapsody, and every death on the Pebbles in early stages is always very crucial, because with this hero, you're always wanting to hit that timing of that, like the 10 to 12 minute mark, I would say. You want to get that portal key by that time. And right now, he's only on 29 gold with all his build-up items, followed by finishing his Steam Boots. So that means he's not going to have the portal key for at least 5, if not more, more minutes at this rate. So a big kill on the Pebbles, and then we saw Snicky counter ward his own jungle. He found a ward from Team Tim in there, so good heads up counter ward coming in. And look at the wards from Doghouse, by the way. They are behind both the top and middle lane towers, as we have an Arcane Vortex top lane. I'll let you take over.
Right there, and sets up the free kill on Wretched Hag, so good offensive use. We've seen some awesome vortexes from Moiras in general throughout the series, so another one there from Lilac. Make that kill happen.
The lead continues to grow, so 10 plus minutes into the game, we're at 4k gold and 5k experience. And all 3 of the cores from Doghouse are doing well, 300 plus GPM, whereas it's not quite the same. Hag is, with that dash, she continues to struggle. She's sub 200 GPM. Middle lane initiation.
And jump in, double stun, but Lowstone, they realize the backup was there. Rhapsody puts on Disco Inferno, and now the Legion team trying to retreat. Lowstone, the Shadow Storm is eventually going to explode. The Glacial Downpour, though, does take out Lowstone and prevents further support. Rhapsody also killed off in the midst of it. The nuke to finish off Lord Self-Forest, and they get the kill on the Sir Pensington. Beautiful for Team Doghouse over here. Or Team Tim, excuse me, on the Legion side.
Oh, Hag's going to fall. She gets hit by the shard.
No, she got hit by the shard, so she goes down, but now Moira's... Okay, well, Glacius does down as well. Finally, they kill the Moira. So, they lose a couple at the end of that, but still, they get the tower cut, and look at that gold. They actually have the lead now after it's all said and done.
I eat my words. Is that was a 4,000 gold lead? All of a sudden, it's flipped to a 1,900 gold lead now for Team Tim, so... All of a sudden, Team Tim's in the lead, as they did get the tower as well. And 2 minutes ago, Pebbles had no gold, and now he has 1,200. So he's about halfway to the portal key. It's a very big momentum swing for Team Tim.
That's insane. The fact that they were able to do that without Pebbles, as you mentioned, and he just gets to farm the bottom lane during all of that. So yeah, this is... You talked about maybe 5 minutes or so at that pace to get the portal key. It's going to be maybe 3 minutes. So he's
some jungle stacks too as well. He's working on triple hard and easy camp.
Yeah.
He's got another illusion rune to just give him low cooldown, low mana cost, efficiently farming the stacks here, and 200 to 300 gold away from a portal key. All of a sudden, it's going to be a 13 or so minute portal key instead.
Wretched Hag pushing out the top lane, or going to use his tower to get some last hits in here. But here comes Moira with the Sir Bensington. Looking for some kind of setup. Meanwhile, Lodestone using the rocket drill over the ledge yet again to get away over there. Lightbrand finished on Lord Self-Forest, by the way, so got his first item.
He's going Dawnbringer. He's going to be playing like a position 1 hero this game. Just make himself scale very, very well. The Lodestone also has his portal key, as we, I think, just saw Pebbles purchases. So it's sending on the courier right now. Lodestone still needs 350 or so for his. He's going to be spotted here by the Magmas. I think he also, he should have seen the Magmas here as well, so. Drawing some attention to himself here. Veiled Rotted Pebbles, though. They're not going to go for him because the follow-up can't get there, so. Paw needs to be careful on the Bensington. He's going to get... Oh, he does avoid the Stalagmite stun. Great timing with his joust there, so. Maybe he was aware that the Pebbles was there and just knew exactly how to make him waste the time.
You know what? I think that was Hag going a little too soon himself, because I'm pretty sure he reacted to Hag jumping in more so than Pebbles going for the stun. So if he lets Pebbles jump in a second later, then maybe a different story. So just not necessarily on the same page. Either way, middle lane, Lodestone, trying to get away. Shadow Storm.
He avoids the
Go off.
chain reaction stun. This is a haste to torture, by the way.
Oh,
he's
my
gonna
God.
go down to the torture. The spells from Sulfuras hit.
Okay, well, one for one, but now
not here. And Fa cancels his Nightfall, so didn't want to go into three players alone.
Yeah, that's a large cooldown.
He bait out the Hag. Oh, but he didn't use the Mana Sunder, unfortunately. Definitely want to use that Mana Sunder before the shard, because he can just blink away. But yeah, I think the Lodestone saw Pebbles break his Veiled Rot up at the Ancient area, so Foss should have known that Pebbles was coming for him either way. But regardless, it was a good job from him to avoid this stun. And Pebbles, I think they were able to kill Sulfuras, right? So he has been doing decently with the portal key pickup so far, and the lead slightly favoring Team Tim right now, 2k gold, almost 3k XP. We have them collapsing up in the top lane with the Veiled Rotted Pebbles.
And I'd love to see this. You pick up the portal key on Pebbles, and he has just been going, like, looking to use it actively. And yet again, right there, they jump on Moira, they get the kill. Obviously, Brensington is aware now that he needs to get the hell on out of here, and he's still running because Magnus is actually chasing through the trees, but that'll be the end of that pursuit for now. But yeah, I'd love to see it from the Pebbles. Meanwhile, to the right side, Lord Sulfuras, cleaning out a nice triple stack Ancients, we'll call it, is going to really benefit from that, and he continues to be the top farm of the game, 482 gold per minute. There's another portal key, though, picked up. Yep.
It's level 12, almost level 13, and Impa Boy just hit level 11 a second ago, so he's the next highest level in the game. So yeah, if Sulfuras can continue to not die here for a little while, he will, continue to have this big XP advantage over everyone else in the game.
Conqueror's like, what are you doing?
It's his passive, the Dark Lich Presence, triggering the Conqueror.
That's unfortunate. It takes a lot of unnecessary damage as a result, but he will clean these up as you do see the what is that? The ice, no, the Frozen Light. That's right. Frozen Light finish there.
The Torturer's already got Gnomes and Sackstone. I'm not sure if he's got anything else being delivered. I think that actually is his courier. I don't know what he's delivering though. Okay, so he's gonna go for the Grimoire, I guess, with the Neophyte's book.
Hag just avoided a rocket drill as well. Oh my god, the Nightfall out right before Pebbles actually got the stun off. Both sides with some clutch escapes right there, as Hag had to initially escape both the Joust and the rocket drill, which he did. So, but no kills happening when it's all said and done.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, they just freely pushed the tier 2 tower with Torture, and Glacia's sitting behind him, so... Bensington's not really having a standout game so far. Only 300 G-Crim, doesn't have... he went for a lot of build-up, so he's not going to have a farming item for a while this game.
We are seeing some portal keys coming out. Moira just gets her on. I also saw Magnus on the other side, picking up his. Hag!
Hag is so close to going down, and he needed one more hit.
Not low enough.
Yeah, if that he's so close to level 11 too, that would have 100% a kill with the level 2 Shatter Storm.
Pebbles mid lane meanwhile, so that's not a target you want to go. He is a little tanky, so you're gonna have live Magnus here as well, but you saw the support already nearby. Lord Sulfuras just runs him down on Pebbles. So yeah, I don't know if that was just him harassing or what, but clearly not the call as they go for the jump on Bensington.
Magnus has a blink, by the way, and last game in game 4, he didn't have a very good portal key timing, but this game, it's almost like Volka's back to his usual self. He just, that was a very, I would say, unusual game where he doesn't have the blink early on. So this was probably like a 17-minute portal key. He gets the deny there on the mid tower.
Torture sitting up here. What kind of lead stun do they have? Glacius maybe going to put the imprisonment up on some Bensington. It goes up a little bit further. Yep, now's a chance. Chain reactions will be first. Okay. Nice Vortex to stall. Here comes a response. Beautiful double shard stun as well in the back. Yeah. Hag is having to blink away. The Mana Sunder's up, though, and needs to be careful about that. Pebbles finally joins the party late. Rhapsody, gonna be the one they combo, is killed. But now Pebbles has to man up against Lord South Forest, who has a full Dawnbringer, mind you. But here comes the Nightfall in from Sir Bensington. Joust ready in 3 seconds.
Pebbles, this is huge. I mean, he's in the front lines very low. We just gotta combo coming back up.
He ended up hitting the Torture, and Bensington is gonna die right there. Magnus stuns out, kills Moira, and now it's Lord South Forest with no mana to work with. Or very little at that. Pebbles, you say, nah, you're not gonna kill me, we're gonna kill you. Gets the combo off. This is a Lord South Forest with decent farm, but it doesn't matter. Team Tim, beautiful fight for them, and it's going to be a tower kill.
And the big difference was the Lodestone was bottom without a TP this whole time, so he probably ported down there to split push, and I think he took out the bottom tower, if I'm not mistaken. So the numbers advantage was just there. If they were able to bring the Lodestone up there, that could have very well been the opposite, where the fight was in their favor. But the lead did slightly grow with the top tower falling after that great fight from Team Tim. They're up to a 35, almost 3,600 gold lead. So it did go up by a little bit, but it didn't swing too much in their favor. And Doghouse, they still have a level 15 South Forest with full Dawnbringer and a Mighty Blade already. And once he gets the Shrunken Head, that's going to be a big pickup for South Forest. And the rate that he's farming, he's going to have that probably in a few minutes or so.
We'll be coming back up from death. Meanwhile, Lodestone bottom lane has been trying to run this whole time. The ward's going to spot him, but not going to further engage. There's a Moira nearby that was ready to counter if needed. Of course, has that Vortex ready to go with that portal key as we saw earlier. So there's going to be no clash down here, at least just yet. Go back to Torture. Immo Boy, top farm in the game. Will really kind of up there back and forth with the Lord South Forest, but yeah, has a... Light Brand to go with the Gnomes, Sacrificial Stone, but a Grimoire is certainly cooking up for the Torture. Did they catch Lowstone? They sure do. They caught the Lowstone in the end, and down he goes.
Down here, though, for that kill. And meanwhile, they're still farming on the South Forest and the Bensington while this is going on.
How is Bensington doing? Yeah, Bensington, by the way, going that Sack Stone, another 1,800 gold saved up. So is he going more like a... Is he going to go damage still, you think? Like a Thunderclaw still, or...?
I feel like he still has to. I think he should go Thunderclaw into Shrunken, personally, but we saw him do the Hyper Crown in, I think it was game 3, if I'm not mistaken, where he played the Bensington. I don't think he can get away with doing that and have it work out for them. But yeah, I do think he should go still the Thunderclaw and then just get the Shrunken Head afterward.
Poured it into the mid lane. So all 5 now joining up for the Hellborn side. In Team Doghouse, you have Snooki. Doesn't have his BKB or Shrunken Head just yet. Magnus getting close. Using that invis for information. Close one going in back here.
Very deep, actually.
Will save him, though, does Magnus. Undying split off. Torture's in trouble. The Shadow Storm. Torture's dead. Big start for the Hellborn. They do lose the Lodestone, but definitely doing his job. However, the Bat Blast down for Mention Hag. Oh, the save with the Protective Melody once again, but it doesn't matter. Sir Bensington does go down.
He's tanking the tower, but he's still relatively strong.
Still
if
just
the Magnus can
half-life.
catch up here with another Lava Surge, they might be able to bring him down.
Hag
Rhapsody's doing a great job of stopping the Magnus portal key. I think he might be able to catch him, though. Hag blinks and blocks him.
Should be dead.
He's got to juke the Magnus here. Oh, he tried.
Almost.
And yeah, he knew that he had to juke the Magnus there, like try to make him miss the surge, but unfortunately couldn't pull off the juke in time. But dude did a really good job there of trying to stop the blink from Magnus. It just unfortunately wasn't enough. And the fight actually looked really good because they killed the Torture right away with dumping the Undying and the Nightfall hit on top, and Immo wasn't able to really do that much damage in that fight. But he was able to finish his Grimoire before dying, so he didn't really lose that much. And you can just kind of see he's farming a triple Ancient here, not really losing that much HP is how much healing the Grimoire is going to give him.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's almost like it's one of those fights you'd want to like a replay to kind of really look at, because yeah, the fact that they killed Torture off the bat, the most farmed hero in the game, at least on the Legion side, and then still were able to get turned on as much as they were is still it's something. It's something that Team Tim is got to be very satisfied with how that fight turned out. So yeah, and Torture already back up, another 1,000 gold saved up, ready to go to the Grimoire as mentioned. So I think another key though, in going into that, as I mentioned, Lord Southforest, he's getting close to finishing that Shrunken Head, but hadn't finished it yet. So you got to imagine if he has a Shrunken Head, maybe a different story, but hopefully should have it by the time they fight next.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then he can just freely focus either the Torture or the Pebbles. Probably going to be the Torture. Just run him down, fight him in his face. Bensington does go with the Thunderclaw, which I think is correct. And depending on if... I think Doghouse is going to want to keep bringing the fights to Team Tim, then he should just go with the Shrunken Head following up the Thunderclaw. We're going to see the Congo attempt here. This time Team Tim does not have any wards in the area, so we should see this one go down safely to Doghouse. Yeah. They're currently up in the top jungle, waiting to see if anyone will defend this tower, but as we can see, that's not the case.
TPing out, so there's the Congo kill. Gonna get their stats. Moira's already looking to protect the top lane, though. Do they defend the secondary tower is the question. Is that Half-Life? Legion side is still hanging around. When we can play, they're going to be spotted right there by Moira, using the ephemeral forge. So
the tower, I think, will go down without any resistance here.
Okay.
Yep, it's going to fall. Meanwhile, middle lane, they're catching the Hag.
Is it enough? Oh, no, it's not. He's able to blink out. Bat Blast about the Melody again. The timing was perfect.
Now, they still get slowed by the bats, but he did prevent the damage. Bensington falls.
Bensington still goes down. Now Rhapsody in trouble. Staccato will stop a Glacial Downpour, but it doesn't matter. Just too delayed. Yeah, you're right. Even though the damage was mitigated, the slow still did a lot of work there.
Yeah, and Southforest was farming the Legion jungle, so again, Doghouse doesn't bring the same amount of numbers that Team Tim does to the fight. And the lead is starting to get to a noticeable point, I would say. I think prior to this fight it was still kind of even, but now we're up to 10k gold. They're jumping the Torture here though. He's all alone.
He's fine.
They do hit the Shadow Storm on him. I don't know if this is enough damage with the Undying. I think he gets his TP stopped. He didn't have the Shrunken up.
No.
Torture. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He lives on 50 life from that Undying wearing off.
That is disastrous.
No.
That's one of those where you're already in a deficit and you go for a pick. I mean, you can understand the logic there, but man, to have it go completely against you, get 2 deaths and no kill, and that was like 3,000 more gold right there, as far as the overall net worth lead. So that's that's bad news bears for Team Doghouse now. After that happened, but fight continues. By the way, we saw Staff of the Master pick up on Pebbles. Has that in his inventory.
Yeah, they could also look to upgrade with that staff pickup. They could look to upgrade. I would say anyone maybe but Magnus. Like Glacius has a good staff effect, and he's building a straight Shrunken, so they could look to upgrade him. They could upgrade the Hag, who has a good staff effect. Even the Torture, he cannot get his Torment. Like if he gets silenced, it still keeps going, and it increases the damage. I think the better ones would be Glacius and Hag, especially with Glacius building a straight Shrunken. So they might look to upgrade him later on. And the staff pickup amplifies Pebbles' damage in team fights and crowd control quite a lot, so it's a good pickup.
Magnus pushing out the mid lane and almost catches Moira. Some portal key action coming out from either side. Top lane, speaking of portal keys.
He avoids the Flagma stun.
Gets out. Close call there as well, but yeah, everyone escapes. But you could just, obviously we're at a point now, more so for Team Tim, where they can feel confident roaming around as they are and looking for these picks. And on the other side, Doghouse has to play very weary. They got to be hesitant in terms of where they're going. They have to be together ideally. And that's what we're seeing here. They're going to port to the mid lane. It's Rhapsody, who, okay, no stun from Magnus, just kind of scaring him. Meanwhile, Shadowstorm was activated, and Lodestone doesn't use it.
Yeah, so I think the good news is he didn't show it, and
sure,
they don't know that the Shadowstorm's on cooldown for another minute. They do have the Shrunken Head picked up on Torture now, so Although he can still get hit with Undying, he can at least block out a lot of the rest of the magic damage from the side of Doghouse. So once the Undying is done, you know, we've seen the healing he has with the Gnomes and the Grimoire. It's quite a lot. So if he can sustain himself, he can stay alive for the team fights. But I think it's another case of they desperately need that Shrunken head on Fog, because until Benzi gets the Shrunken, he's gonna be just food in these team fights. He's not the tankiest tankiest hero right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, mid lane. You gotta be so careful if you're Team Doghouse, like knowing that this could be it. Again, this is the 5th and final game. That $10,000 prize pool on the line for the Paradise League.
They're gonna be looking to catch Benzi. Benzi doesn't have a clue that what's happening.
Oh wow! Oh! The melody didn't go off in time, and now that's on cooldown for 2 minutes. At least Rhapsody, well, I was gonna say is gonna survive, but maybe not. Hag finds her. Nice juking.
Nice tree juking, yeah, from Dude.
Wow.
Unfortunately, the melody wasn't in time. Very hard to react to that kind of burst damage. That was a level 3 Bat Blast with Grimoire on top of a Pebbles initiation.
Don't chase this. Okay, yeah, they were chasing this Magmus, and I was gonna say that they might be chasing a little bit too long at this rate. So he blinks away. Rhapsody still.
Rhapsody might get caught here, but I guess they're not to overcommit. But yeah, every death on Bensington really hurts Doghouse. He's still sub 350 GPM. Needs another 1,300 gold still for the Shrunken. And the racks are being knocked on by Team Tim, and this tower is falling very fast.
You have Bensington down for 8 more seconds. Has a buyback, but of course you do not want to use that. So the tower goes down, and will just naturally resurrect. But now if you're the Legion side, Team Tim, are they just going to keep this pressure up? Most likely. They're in a very comfortable spot right now. You mentioned the Shrunken Head finished on Glacius. You got the Bound Eye and Volca that they've been using also for counter warding along the way. And they're going to sit outside the base for now. Of course, with the creep constantly being cleared out. I mean, their own Kongor is up, but again, they don't want to force it if they don't have to. Gotta figure out what they want to do for the time being as far as objectives go.
They might also want to wait for the second one to be in proximity of them getting the token. Because if they get a token on Torture, that's going to be pretty hard, I think, for Doghouse to deal with. Mid lane, they are going to miss their initiation on the Hag, and he's turning it around with the bats.
Oh, he's kind of toying with them now. He's just keeping them delayed because meanwhile the bottom lane push is happening. Lodestone, he's falling. He's going to go down with the Magma stun coming in, but now look at the bottom lane. Vortex.
Glacial Downpour. They take out Moira. Lodestone falls as well as Rhapsody, and this Rax
split
is
them
going
up.
down.
Yeah, they split them up. And meanwhile, during all this Lord's Off Forest, his TP is coming off cooldown, but he's too distracted right here. This whole time he's going to go for the BKB TP, but his base is already, the damage has been done. You know, 20,000 gold deficit now, and Team Tim is going for the throw. Buyback going to be happening from Lodestone. Try to stall as much as they can, but they know, Team Tim does, that this could be the beginning of the end in their favor. Lord's Up Force, especially if he goes down, but they don't want to overcommit, so he's going to survive, and Hack goes down.
One buyback from Rhapsody and one buyback from Lodestone. So 2 buybacks in total.
Got a couple. So Doghouse keeping hope alive. Mentioned
Storm Spirit picked up on the Magmus as well as a Bound Eye now. So even the supports are starting to get some big items. I mentioned the Shrunken on Glacius. Hag has 2,400 gold and Pebbles has 3,000 gold, so they're working on next items coming up soon. And Torture, I think, bought a PK and still has 1,800 gold saved up, so he has buyback. He's already 600 gold per minute, skyrocketing after that big fight and the Rax kill.
That screams like a sheep stick pickup next to me, especially with the PK.
Yeah, probably to replace the Sackstone, which is the smallest item right now. But Bensington has a Shrunken, that is great news, and even though his GPM is not very, very high, he can at least sustain himself now to deal some damage in the team fights. Just needs to try to get some more items going, but Hag's gonna get caught here. No, Doghouse is finding some pickoffs. A couple of back-to-back kills on the Hag.
Seems to be the target that they continue to find at least, and this time they actually do come through with the kill, so yeah, that's big, and kind of a reset now that they're going to go right back in. They want to make another play happen.
If they burst him down, they get the mana center off, he couldn't get any spells off. That's an onslaught streak going for Benzington, so almost 600 gold.
And they steal the bound eye.
Yeah, the lead is still a lot for Team Tim, but if they can continue to try to get these pickoffs and they don't give up another Rax anytime soon, Doghouse is definitely not out of this game. I mean, we still got a lot of game left, even with a 16k gold lead in favor of Team Tim.
Absolutely. I could definitely see the scenarios where this game is not over. Now, of course, the downside for this entire team, for Team Doghouse, is they're going to constantly have to pay attention to this bottom lane. As we see right now, with the bigger creep waves, just pushing it in. So, Sir Benzington doing his best to clean that up. Meanwhile, top lane, Lodestone more so. Trying to get away.
PK up in 1 second. It's in a PK.
They can still catch him though.
Might get caught here.
Hey, he's gonna shards him.
He's not going for the. He doesn't have a TP actually, so he's just hiding.
He's hiding.
He's invisible. They don't know he's here.
It actually works.
He's taunting himself. He's like, "Hey, I made it out! Yay!" That's funny. I mean, if anything, now he could maybe try to go from behind and get a big Shatterstorm, but there is the ward on the cliff here, so he would be spotted. He's gonna cut the creep wave and maybe try to stop them from being able to push this top Rax.
Well, Legion team.
Let's get some good tower damage with the toss. He even linked into the base, so.
Okay.
Pops the Shrunken. Shatterstorm's being channeled. Does hit onto 2. There's the Storm Spirit from Magnus, though.
Fall in, Lodestone, he helps to get the kill on a Wretched Hag, Vortex. Glacius eventually going to be sucked in as well. You see Moira with the Ephemeral Forge doing a lot of work in the backline with the CC. However, Sir Benzington got comboed eventually with that BKB running out. And now it's reset time for Doghouse. Lord South Forest wants to heal on up, but it's 4 versus 4, so still very manageable to hold this.
Yeah, so they used the Undying there on Pebbles, and they didn't really focus him. They just put him to like half HP, and that meant with Torture not having the Undying on him, he was able to just do a lot of damage this fight.
Lodestone jumping in.
The Shrunken Mana Sunder does a lot of work there.
Oh, that group chuck. The Melody, though. I think the Melody actually did mitigate some good damage, and it keeps Moira alive barely.
How did nobody die in this engagement? Like, the Shrunkens were down on pretty much everyone, and AoE spells are it's crazy. The Melody buys them some more time, so good Melody coming in from Dude once again. Now, unfortunately, they lost Benzington in this fight, and they lost Hag on the side of Legion, which, you know, he's still kind of like their third core. So I think it hurts Doghouse a little bit more to lose the Benzington.
Mm-hmm. Either way, it's if you're Doghouse, you're like, you know what? The towers stay alive. We're still in this game. That's what matters. That's that's what they got to keep going for. As long as you're still in the game, especially when your base towers are alive, then you still have hope.
No rot on Lodestone.
Going in.
Oh, they actually jump, but Torture gets the Shrunken head off.
Want to chase Torturer. The Undying is on him. Still, the Shatterstorm explosion. They do kill Torturer, but at what cost for them? Sir Benzington is going to fall Lord South Forest. Just trying to TP out. Hopefully no stun. Never mind. They have a stun. So now South Forest is going to have to play the running game. Maybe get the turn kill on him, Magnus, I suppose. He's still kiting away with that speed buff, but Lord South Forest is just too much lockdown to handle. Will end up falling, so they get caught with their hand in the cookie jar once again.
He buys back immediately. I think in response to the Torture buyback as well. He knows that the push is coming anyway, so he's going to preemptively buy back, which I think is probably the right call with Benzington being dead for 30 more seconds. And they do have a buyback on Lodestone for but he's up in 24 seconds. I think they do not want to use that buyback if they can help it.
There it is.
Yeah, they're going to use the glyph. The tower is very low top.
Lodestone buyback coming in as well. 10 more seconds for Sir Benzington.
Yep, it doesn't have Nightfall for 30 seconds either, so once he respawns, it's still a 25-second cooldown or so.
Get the tower and they back off, though. Gonna force any further. again, I go back to I guess this is where this whole Kongor change, that obviously the double Kongor now and everything. It doesn't feel like that there's any reason. I shouldn't say that, but if you're ahead like this as you are for Team Tim, is there a time where you're like, let's just do this Kongor? Or is it just really not worth it because you'd be clumped up and you don't want to give them a chance? Like,
well, I think they could safely do their own Kongor, but maybe they feel that Doghouse, like, if they get caught doing their Kongor, it's a risk that could maybe give Doghouse a chance to come back in the game. But Doghouse is doing their own Kongor, and they're the ones who are down by 22k gold, so they are kind of the fearless ones taking the bigger risk here. And I think when you're in a deficit like this, it makes more sense, I guess, to take the risks, because if you don't take risks, then there's less chances that you can make the comeback.
Oh, there you go. Kongro's down. That's buff number 2, right? Yeah.
Yep. They're going to have to defend the bottom lane really quickly because the top lane has no tower, defensive tower, so if Team Tim was to bring the pressure, it is an open Rex, but as we can see, they're not really feeling that they need to force the issue up there. And it almost makes you wonder if Team Tim realizes that they have this kind of a lead. Now, if we take a look at the buyback situation, you only have one more buyback on Self-Forest and Rhapsody, and Lodestone has no buyback, so if Lodestone dies, he's staying dead for probably like around a minute or so at this point. So you have a definite buyback advantage on Legion.
Oh, yep, Snooki showed himself right there to finish off the last of the creeps. He does BKB out, though, and will survive. So I thought for a second he was for sure dead, but manages to get out just in time.
Oh, Moira, catching the Moira here. He could tablet himself backwards.
Nope.
He decides to walk forward.
Too much lockdown there. Nightfall in.
Big
Magmus
from the Magmus.
Stuns both. Wretched Hack and slow. The Undying may tick her down, I believe. Yeah, she is going to end up dying, but Pebbles in with a group chuck. And there's the wombo combo that you're looking for if you're Team Tim. Hat-trick.
Self-Forest. Yeah, huge team fight coming in as Hat-trick gets picked up by Imbo Boy. And that, I don't know, that might have been the last-ditch effort. They're gonna, oh, they can't even catch the Magmus. The Sheepstick comes in from Torture.
Not gonna happen.
Bennington's gonna fall, and that's the second rack, so I think that might have just did it, actually. I mean, there's still 4 people dead. We see Hagi been buybacking here. She wants to rejoin and secure this last Rex.
Team Tim on the verge of becoming the winners of the Paradise League. And GG well played are going out. It will be official. Team Tim comes into the grand finals, technically as the underdogs, but we knew we were going to have a good grand finals. Not only did we have a great grand finals going the distance, but Team Tim looks like they're going to be victorious 3-2 over Doghouse to end it all. Congratulations to them, as there's the fun overtime now of just the clashing back and forth. But what a way to finish it, though. Again, yet another great game. Just tons of action. And hell of a way to go out. But yeah, very well played by Team Tim. And I got to say, on a personal note, I mean, obviously respect to all these players participating in these finals, and especially for everyone that's been still playing HoN to this day, an event like this. But seeing Imba Boy and Zane win what's essentially kind of this final event, 2 players that have been around forever and have competed at the top tier level for a very long time. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So, let's see it.
Yep. Very, very well played here from Team Tim. They are going to be the winner here of the grand finale as they win in Game 5. So pretty exciting series from both sides. I mean, that was just a boxing match between these 2 heavyweights. Very, very fun to see.
The script is complete exactly as we planned. No, this was fun though, so big congratulations to them again. But yeah, shout out to both teams, like I said, and all 10 of these players, everyone that participated in this event. Obviously, Paradise as well, and just everyone involved. Really cool to see that this event put on and making it happen. But all right, I mean, you know, where do we go from here, right? As far as starting to wrap things up, I don't know if there's anything further that we're planning to do. Are we going to be doing an interview? Okay. Sounds like we are going to be doing interviews, because why not? No, makes sense, of course. do with these guys. So we'll get that set up and figure it out and make it happen. So again, kind of while we're setting it up on a personal note here, I do plan to. I don't know if I'm going to be doing it tonight. I probably will hop on later tonight. I do have some stuff to take care of as we're finishing up here, especially with this one going the distance. But I am going to be doing my own stream, and so both potentially a little bit tonight. I will definitely be doing my own stream tomorrow. I'm on my own channel at twitch.tv/BreakyCPK, and we're going to be playing HoN. We're just going to be gaming HoN, talking HoN, doing it all. I actually have a Discord with a lot of old school HoN names, both former employees, co-workers, to former players and co-casters and stuff. So, hopefully have people stop by here and there and chatting. So if you're interested in that, definitely look forward to that again. Maybe a little bit tonight. If not, I will be doing that on my channel a lot tomorrow. So, and yeah, Chris, what you got? If you want to join as well, obviously you're more than welcome.
That's good.
Hang out for that too. So, are we ready? Okay, I'm ready. Sure. What are you doing here? We've got the interview coming.
Yep.
Throwing it in with them. Oh, we're bringing them here. All right. What's up, guys?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh, we got a player from each team. All right. So we got Imba and Snooki joining us. First off, congratulations. Imba boy specifically, and obviously your team on the victory there.
Thanks, Breaky.
It's just so like, I don't know. This is just so like crazy coming back to this and seeing all these names, and especially I was talking about you and Zane and how you guys are just still grinding and hell even winning in this event. That's fucking awesome. So I love to see it, but want to start on that, I suppose. But yeah, that was a hell of a series, guys. Like that was a lot of action. I mean, what's the deal? How you feeling about it going the distance and being victorious in the end, Imba boy?
We're feeling pretty good actually, because Doghouse has been a really strong team the whole cycles, and we struggled most of the times to beat them. Actually, I think we only beat them in one series out of all the cycles so far. So definitely a surprise to us, but we played really well, I think, and yeah, really good teamwork today from us.
With the prize pool on the line, again, $10,000 prize pool, that's a pretty significant amount of money here, especially with a lot of these HoN events. And did that kind of change your mentality at all, or were you just like playing HoN, just doing your own thing, not really worrying about that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I haven't really played HoN. I had a huge break from HoN from like January to April, I think, until the tournament was announced, because I mean, the HoN announcement that it's going to close came, and then everybody lost motivation and stuff. But the tournament definitely ignited the spark again, that you kind of want to compete and play HoN for the last time, and just get the team together and try to win and have fun in scrims, I guess. But yeah, definitely helped.
Imba, what do you think of Snooki's engineer?
Oh man, terrifying. They 4v2'd us in the jungle. NG and Rhapsody killed 4 of us alone. Jeez.
That was fun to watch.
We'll
go over to actually Snooki. Speaking of that, I know obviously on the losing end here, but still, I'm sure this was fun for you guys and sure competitors. But to go out in an epic series here, just back and forth. I mean, what did you think of the series overall?
I mean, we were going into the series. We were pretty confident, to be honest, because we have won a lot of games against Imba's team. But then again, it's been 1 hour games, most of the games, and it's either 20-minute games or 1 hour games. And playing against Imba's team is actually incredibly hard because they have so good vision and split pushing. You got to constantly chase them, and if you lose, you saw from the games we lost, we pay the price when we lose our team fights, and yeah, I don't know. It's hard to play against their 5-man TPs whenever someone gets jumped.
Yeah, it was fun to watch on both sides. I mean, both definitely had some great plays, good teamwork, and a lot of engagement going on there. So,
they
Chris,
play really good though.
Yeah, sure. Chris, you got anything?
Yeah. Well, I called it a boxing match between you guys because you guys were just beating each other up game after game. I mean, it felt like Team Tim started with the first win, and then every time one team won a game, the other team, you guys were always responding very well and returning to tie up the series 1 game apiece. That was really fun to see. Did you guys feel like when you won a game that you were carrying any momentum into the next game, or because you guys would always end up swapping victories? It was Actually, I was surprised. I was usually the team that wins carries some momentum, but that wasn't the case.
I mean,
For
we're
us, it was I'll go first.
Yeah.
For us, it was we got kind of caught off guard because we're used to playing this Trident versus Trident meta, and Imba has been consistent when picking those metas every single time. So when we went with our first draft, we got super caught off guard. We should have maybe have TP'd bottom to contest the torture instead of letting Belfagor suffer, because the hero is basically just a creep if it doesn't get these early levels and snowball. So that was indeed a huge mistake from our side, and losing that game makes us like think about what we're gonna change, and then we get confident with game number 2, and we keep with that strategy then. But then Imba changed it up again, so Imba has been one step ahead in actually laning and drafting this series, and it shows. Hellborn side actually lost 3 games in a row, so he might be cursed. Yeah.
Imba, you want to say anything?
I mean, we feel pretty good after we win a game, obviously, but we cannot underestimate our opponents here, because if we do one mistake, they kind of tear off our hands. Like, you give them one finger and then the whole hand is gone, basically. So we need to play disciplined. We tried to do that game 4 too, where we had like early game under control, but we kind of gave it away mid game. I feel like we got picked off by the engineer, even though he got shut down pretty hard early, and then the whole game kind of collapsed on us. But yeah, I mean, the momentum can swing, and then suddenly you lose the game, and then you don't feel as good anymore.
So that game number 1 specifically, so Snicky, you were talking about how they kind of shook things up with you. Like right from the get-go, Imba's team ran a 1-2-2, I think it was. And I think, were you guys expecting that tri-lane to come out with the torture? Because when I was looking at the picks, talking with Breaky, I was saying, these guys love to run torture, tri-lane, Bensington short. Were you guys thinking that that's what they were going to lane set up, and that's why you put the Balfagor bottom and the
Yeah.
who was it, the Sulfuris, I think you guys sent mid?
I think they're actually after drafting, I think their plan was also to try lane, but they changed it up as soon as they saw the last. I think it was Sulfur. What was the last pick? Sulfuris? Was it?
I think Sulfuris.
Yeah, Sulfuris.
So
When they
long
saw
ago.
Sulfuris pick, they decided to dual lane mid instead, and that was indeed the right choice.
So we could ask Imba. I mean, Imba, was that your plan from the beginning to do a tri lane and then you swapped it up with the 1-2-2, or were you thinking about doing something like that the whole time?
I mean, we kind of try lane all day, every day, every game in the whole cycle. So we felt like teams are going to probably prepare and they're going to know. So we felt like it might be a good idea to shake it up and play a bit differently, especially when they had Balfagor and what was it, the first game?
Forest and Shadow Blade.
So we felt like if we separate our lanes and we punish the greedy cores, they can't really go anywhere to recover unless they swap lanes. And the Balfagor kind of suffered the whole game. So it kind of worked out there, I guess.
Yeah, it was very smart. I mean, the laning phase definitely worked out very well for you guys. I got a question for Znicki. So we talked about Balfagor in game 1. In game 5, you guys had the last pick. You had was it Bensington and Sulfuris, I think, picked up already? Were you guys thinking about picking up Balfagor in game 5? Or was the Balfagor from game 1, because it didn't work out, was that kind of like, were you guys deterred from picking up a Balfagor? Or was it even a consideration at all?
Game 5, we actually planned on tri-laning that game as well, but we saw the torture pick and the I think game 1 they had rally torture, and now they had Magnus torture, and we felt like they're gonna do the same thing with the dual and mid and have torture with Magnus spot, and they did that. So we did predict their lanes, but we didn't. In the end, we didn't win. So I guess something went wrong. But I'm actually surprised of how snowball the torture mid game farm is. I didn't expect it to do that much damage into the late game, but it proved itself to do a lot of damage.
So I think this series, two heroes that stood out to me were Wretched Hag. I think had a 100% win rate. And also, I think you guys each ran Ravenor one time. Ravenor worked out for both of you guys. So I guess we'll go one at a time. Imba, you can start this time. When you guys have like heroes like Hag and Ravenor at your side, do you guys feel like you guys are going to take that game when you guys have those heroes on your side? Or is there any thought with the strategy with those picks?
I mean, as you said, Hag had like 100% win rate that series, right? So last game we felt like, okay, we just got wrecked by Hag the game before, and when we had it, we won. So we probably
You
want to
first
first
picked it,
pick
right?
it,
Yeah.
which
So
we
that worked
did.
out for you guys really well.
Yeah. And the Ravenor, I mean, it's a really strong tri-lane hero because it's kind of beefy in front and it's hard to kill, and the turn potential is so great. So in that regard, I mean, tri-lane meta happens. So naturally, Ravenor is a really good hero. We just ended up picking it because most of the tri-lane heroes that I usually play were banned, so we needed like an evasion hero to turn onto, and the other option would have been Hammerstone, but I felt like Ravenor was better in that case.
So yeah, I actually had commented that I hadn't seen you play Ravenor in a long time, and I said, well, I know he had played it back in the day quite a lot, so it's definitely a hero he's comfortable with. And I was like, yeah, the Ravenor is it worked for Doghouse in the previous game, and now Team Tim's gonna make it work as well. So yeah, Ziki, anything else you want to add between the Hag and the
I think the
Ravenor?
Ravenor pick from Imbo is really good because it has so high burst potential against the Filer, which is a hero you need to burst down. We saw some fights where if you don't kill the Filer, it just deletes the entire enemy team. So it's that game was so incredible. Good pick for Ravenor. Our Ravenor pick as well was because of the Chronos pick. Ravenor is super good at like constantly staying on top of Chronos, so that's why we picked it up. And as Imba said, he's a beefy frontliner, so yeah.
Game 4, I think both of you guys actually swapped up like player roles specifically. Now, we've seen Zane play position 3 like all the time, but as of late, you guys have been putting Patrick on that role, and you guys have been doing very well. And then I think you guys on Doghouse put Azaf on the core Bensington. So were you guys like planning to swap up roles, or was it like for the moment we drafted these heroes, we're gonna do these swap ups like last minute kind of thing, or were you guys planning to do that all along? Because I was actually more surprised that Imba, that your team did it, because you guys were leading the series 2-1 at the time, and then you decided to change it up a little bit. So Imba, what was your thoughts?
Well, it's like we swapped position 3 and 5 kind of recently, right? So Zane's support pool is very limited hero-wise. Of course, he can play all of them, but the comfy heroes were like Andro, Nymph, and Moira, and those heroes were banned in that series, I think. So when we had to decide for support hero, we felt like Type A would probably play a better Geomancer than Zane would, and we just pick Lodestone for Zane because he's a traditional offlane player and he can still make that work most likely. So we did a role swap because of the bans mainly.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wasn't really surprised that Zane played Lodestone or anything. It was just more of the you guys swapping things up. So yeah, okay. So it was like based on the heroes that you wanted to pick up, finishing up the lineup. Okay. And
Yeah,
Snooky, you guys put Azaf on. I think it was like more of a position 1 Benzi or position 2, however you want to call it, and swapped up some stuff in that game. Was that also like just like a drafting thing, or?
I mean, we're used to doing it. We find
I
that
was less surprised that you guys would
yeah,
do
we have
like
run
that,
now position 1 more times with Ravenor and Bensington. It depends on what hero Fa gets. Like if we pick up Hag, we would like to put Fa on that hero, and if we have Bensington, either me or Asaf plays it. Depends on what our third core is. In that game we had NG mid, so we chose to put Asaf on the Bensington and me mid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys. I've seen all 3 of your core players play Bensington, so safe to say I never really know who's gonna play it when you guys pick that hero up. Very, very good pick for you guys.
All right, you good?
Yeah, I think we could probably.
I got a couple more, but just want to make sure.
Okay. I mean, if you got some more, you can throw.
All right. Well, because I think it makes sense to, especially end on this in this way, because not to be doomsday about this, but obviously we're all very aware this is the finale in a sense, right? Where HoN is officially shutting down, come Monday morning, Sunday night, whatever you want to look at it. So I guess I'll start with Emma Boy here, knowing that you all won the final official HoN event as we know it. Was that something you were thinking about like during this competition, or and also what's your reaction to that being the case now that it's done?
I mean, obviously, it's on everyone's mind, and it used to be the MOA that we all played for so long, so it's definitely impacting us in some way. That's for sure. And I did feel like I want to compete for one last time in HoN, especially. So the tournament kind of helped me out in that regard. And yeah, I mean, it's always nice to play tournaments, and I enjoy scrimming a lot too. So
Sure. Awesome. Snooki, from your perspective, I'm actually just curious now when I ask both of you about Snooki. Again, knowing that that's the case, so what's your plan? I mean, as far as moving forward, if other games you're just going to focus on, I mean, what's going to be the deal?
I mean, we have taken some breaks from HoN here and then. Our team usually just plays HoN whenever there's a tournament announced. TMM is not that much fun when HoN has announced that it's shutting down, so it's less people playing TMM, and the rating disparity is just it's unplayable. So
Sure.
I guess some people will play Dota, some people will play some other games. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's of course it's sad to see the era of HoN shutting down. But then again, the game hasn't really been updated the last year, so it's not really that fun to play it again anymore. But it's fun to play tournaments though.
This was fun to watch, and I genuinely mean that. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm just a little bit biased here. You know, come from a long history of watching a lot of HoN, but I wouldn't have been surprised if this is like, you know, whether it's a quick series or just kind of boring, you know what. But I was genuinely surprised to come back and watch some great HoN. So just a lot of fun, a lot of action packed. We had a great time casting it. So I really do mean it when I say big shout out to both the teams for providing us some awesome entertainment, kind of a send off here for HoN. So with that in mind as well, we'll actually go back to you, Snooki, to let you officially kind of wrap up from your side. But any shout outs, anything you want to say before we do close out here?
I want to shout out to Paradise for hosting this last tournament. Without him, we wouldn't have this opportunity to play. So shout out to Paradise, shout out to the casters. You guys are great, super great having BreakyCPK back as well. Brings some nostalgia back to HoN. And shout out to my team, and shout out to Imba. Well played, well deserved.
thank you.
Imba, so we'll go to you next. Shout outs, anything else?
Pretty much the same as Snooki. Shout out to the Paradise League. I think the admins, Paradise, of course, himself, the casters, my team, obviously, they played really good. Good job, guys. Masera, our ringer, who stepped in once, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Paradise, you'd let me know. I mean, are we good? Wrap things up as far as doing here. So we're good. All right. I'll
Sure.
Me? Okay.
Bye bye, guys. Until
Bye
next
bye.
time.
Yeah, thanks for the interview, guys.
See you guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
All right. So now do our official send off. Are we good for that? Okay. Chris, I'll let you any shout outs, anything you want to say to finish it?
Shout out to Paradise. I mean, he did a lot of work putting together the Paradise League, so we can have one last big HoN tournament before the game is shut down in I think it's a day or 2 days, something like that. And it was always fun to cast with you, Breaky. We got to do it one last time, so that meant a lot to me as well to be able to do that with you. And big shout out to both Team Tim and Doghouse for just as you called it, a grueling back and forth series, going the distance. And big congratulations to Team Tim for ultimately being the winner here of the grand finale. So very, very fun to be here, and happy I was a part of it as a co-caster.
Yeah, shout out to Paradise. I know, to echo that one last time as well. Obviously, awesome to organize. I was wondering, with the announcement and everything, were we going to have some kind of a event? Who was going to maybe organize it? And definitely stepping up and making an awesome event happen. It really was. So as far as the whole thing goes, so it goes without saying. Shout out to the teams, players, everyone tuning in. This has been a blast from the past once again. Shout out to you, Chris, as well. Echo that as far as being able to cast the one last time was pretty cool too. So, but yeah, this is it, guys. I mean, as far as HoN as we know it goes, it was a great series to end it on. big congratulations to Team Tim for being victorious in it. And hopefully you all enjoyed it one last time that we know it. And I keep saying, that we know it because, who knows what the future holds as far as possibilities out there. But we do know for the fact that things going down come tomorrow. But as I also said earlier, I'm going to be doing my own stream even tomorrow, if not a little bit later tonight, but especially tomorrow. I know there's going to be several other people that are definitely going to be streaming as well in the HoN section. So you'll have one last chance to also kind of live the moments there of enjoying HoN a bit further. And I'm looking forward to that myself, especially come tomorrow. But that is going to do it. That we are going to be wrapping up. So one last time, big shout out to everyone tuning in. And until next time, well, I'm used to saying that, but until we meet again, whatever avenue everyone decides to go in from this great game that we all know and love. So peace out. See you guys later.